Actually, it's been a trippy morning in some ways because we got down to the beach. Beautiful day, like unbelievable conditions. But last night, a huge storm swept through this beach. Horizontal rain, lightning bolts, Armageddon. And we had a little bit of a delay just getting power back into the site this morning.
Yeah, so it's taken a little while for the tower to get power back. 9 o'clock start here for the girls. There are some really good looking waves out there this morning. Everyone was warming up and it looks absolutely beautiful out there. Hopefully it hangs around a little bit longer for us today. It's a beautiful day. The water's super clean and clear. And it is going to be a big day of competition.
It's a big day. It's a huge day, in fact. This is the last Australasian regional qualifier. It's also the last qualifier for the Asian qualifying region. So we've got two tours trying to rack the points up here and out in the water in this Speaking in Colour Pro heat, which is the round of 32. So we are right into it now. I mean, far out. You can make a real charge from this point, get through your early heats to try and get on that Challenger Series. And we've got some big names in this one. Bronte McCauley, of course, from Western Australia, has surfed on the CT, has had big results. She's up against Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head, who is really impressive this year, surfing so strong. Rina Matsunaga from Japan and Holly Williams out there as well. So, so much ground to be made if you can get through these mid-event rounds, Beck, and go deep into the finals. You could just launch yourself up the ratings here and get into that all-important qualification zone for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, a lot riding on this heat for the Aussie girls, actually for Rena as well. But Nixie's sitting in fourth on the qualifying series this year. She's just had a big charge. I've seen her step up into the big leagues now, and she's had a couple of huge results. I think she might have got a second down there at Avoca for the 3,000. But so she's sitting in fourth. It is top five. So for the Australian women. Oh, wait, it's 4 spots and a wild card, sorry. So she's hanging on right onto that 4th spot there. And then you've got Holly Williams in 10th. Holly's had a little bit of a quieter year this year. She was on the Challenger Series last year, and I think that may have been her first year on. She got a 49th on that tour, and I'm sure she's looking to get back onto that and to gain some more experience because it's a pretty big step up, just basically going from these qualifying series straight into the Challenger events, and she managed to do that last year. So pretty big showing. Rina Matsunaga is in 5th on the Asia region, and I think from memory they have 3 spots, so it's really competitive over there too. So, I mean, of course, you've got CT surfer looking to get back on the tour. Bronte finished in one of the last spots on the Challenger Series last year. So she'd be looking to get back on the World Tour, and she definitely is a world-class surfer, so let's see how this heat plays out.
It's going to be a big one. We're into the round of 32. Look at Newcastle, would you? It's such a beautiful place. The city was just buzzing this morning. You get up in the dark and it is on. Newcastle is up and firing. And Merriweather Beach looking beautiful. We've got a tide that's going to slowly creep up on us. That's going to affect the break. So we might see sort of a little bit of a slowdown. But this morning when we turned up, waves were firing, and we're expecting that to happen again on the low tide. So, we've got a little bit of work to do to get through that filling in of the break here this morning. But, yeah, there's definitely a wonderful energy as we head into the Surfest weekend. One of the great events on the surfing calendar. You come to Newcastle, fantastic city. And this place really loves its surfing. So many legends from this area. And there's one of the biggest of all time, Peter Boskovic. He's been shooting photos of Newcastle surfers. Actually, surfers from all over the globe. He is one of the all-time greats.
The frothers.
But, yeah, Newcastle, that's where his heart lies. And he's always been, the guy to launch a lot of careers, really. He'd spot talent. He'd get down the beach, shoot the photos, send them back to the mags, and a lot of kids got their profiles up and running because of that man. But Mark Richards, Nikki Wood, Matt Hoy, Luke Egan.
Yeah, he actually randomly contacted me when I was 18 and we went to Catho and got a barrel shot there. It was one of my first photos. I was pretty stoked. I was like, oh, okay, let's do this. I didn't really know how to take photos or anything like that, but it was really good to work with, and it's been such a solid member of the community. We did see Nixie Ryan, surfer in blue, draw first blood here for round of 32. For the Surfest, speaking in colour, Women's Pro. Yeah, looking to be that tide filling in a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see tactically where each surfer sits. There is a left-hander down to the north end there where you see the surfer in red kind of hanging out. There's a wide spread, and I think that's probably a good way to strategize starting these heats. You just want to get out there and get some waves happening. Yeah, there seems to be a bit of two swells, like the northern end. There'll be a few sneaky ones up a bit deeper on the point, and then every now and then there'll be these random lefts and beaches that come in the middle. So it is a tricky lineup. Always been first heat can be a little bit hard, I think, because you're the guinea pig heat.
Now, the other thing is when you first heat, typically there's so many free surfers out in the water, so it just looks like there's thousands of waves coming in because anything that even looks like breaking has, 4 or 5 people trying to get onto it. And then you get out there without that whole crowd and it can feel quite still. And keeping your energy up, keeping your strategy in place is key in these first heats of the day. But let's stick here with Rina Matsunaga. And as you say, right on that cut line, she's inside the qualification bracket, I believe. So she's looking to consolidate her space.
I think she's sitting in 5th on the Asia region, so she's maybe potentially just outside.
Oh, just outside.
Unless
yeah, that's right.
she has jumped up already with this counting result, which may have happened, and I'm not all over that. But
that's right, Beck. On the live rankings, we're already seeing movement. You get into this round, and there's a lot of big points on offer. You get through this round, and you're into the round of 16, and all of a sudden things can chop and change radically. But I know that Ellie Brooks, who's coming up in the next heat, has already jumped a couple of places. Rosie Smart has jumped a couple of places. We've got, crew all over the place. Dimity Stoyle, defending champ. I think she's not defending champ, but she is a winner here.
Yeah, she definitely has.
She's jumped up a couple of places. So
she made a comment actually.
There's movement.
Did you hear Dimity's interview? She said it was 10 years ago that I won this contest, and she was having a bit of a laugh about it. It's pretty amazing how quickly your career goes. A decade later, you come back down here and you're like, wait, I won it 10 years ago. I commented and said, yeah, mate, try 20. That was how long ago I won my first win. So, we've got Nixie getting quick up and down there. She's got 2 waves already. Tactically, I think it's probably good to get waves happening here. Nice backside hit there from Holly Williams. She's sitting in 10th on the qualifying series at the moment, so she needs probably to get a bit of a big result.
Off the bottom.
Rena, bit of a fin blast.
Pretty nice, did well to ride out of that.
Do you have the surfer in red, Bronte? I think she's sniffing those lefts up to the north of the bank. Bronte's definitely been here a fair few times over the years with her dad. Bit of a pro surfer as well.
Winner.
Sorry?
Winner, former winner.
That's what I was just... I feel like she possibly has one here, and I was about to just have a quick look at that. Because she's been here a lot. She's always been in the finals, so I'm sure she's probably held a trophy up as we see a bit of a set approaching the lineup. Good-looking bit of a left there.
Bronte McCauley. I remember when G-Land got announced as a stop on tour and Chopu back on the women's tour as well. I was just thinking, oh, please, can we see Bronte McCauley out there? Because, she loves to get up north into the desert. There's some pretty heavy water left-hand barrels up there. Her forehand tube riding, amongst the best in the world, no question. And loves a bit of power, so big juice. And you would imagine that, this being an Olympic qualifying year, she would just love to get back on that Challenger Series, somehow qualify for the tour and have a crack at it. And she's out here right now. We are looking at this. So there is our qualifying series rankings at the moment. Paige Harrod from New Zealand out in front, but Beck, she was eliminated in the first round, a huge upset. So no more points will be going on there for Paige, but Kobe Enright's been on fire, Ellie Harrison surfing well, and Nixie Ryan, there's that cut line. You stick above that yellow line that's on your screen, you're going to be surfing on the Challenger Series for a place on the World Tour. It's a big stepping stone, isn't it? This is the one you've got to get through. And the pathway now that exists through that WSL 3-tiered system has proven to be incredible. I mean, you're not wasting money, flying all over the world, just trying to keep it together and somehow get results while you're, in these completely different zones culturally, expensive travel, all of these sorts of things. Now you can just focus on trying to get on that Challenger Series with the regional events in your own country, and that simplifies things a lot.
Yeah, it really does. I think, doing both tours, WQS and the World Tour, it was expensive. You really had to make sure that you were winning events to get to the next one.
Movement here, Beck. This is
movement.
Bronte off the bottom. Beautiful snap. Just the one turn. So the women right now.
Bit of fins free for Bronte, which is good.
Yeah, I think that was, of the snaps we've seen, that's probably the best one. It's a nice wave. Came off the bottom with speed. But, we're only seeing the one-turn waves. That's Ellie Brooks getting ready for her heat in just a moment. Great to see those rankings. They're going to be changing a lot throughout the day. But Paige Harrop, 2,000 points ahead. A big result for anyone in the top three or four there, and they could take this thing out, this regional series.
Yeah, and you see there's even on the screen there when we saw, there was a couple in that next 5 from 5th to 10th who are they're still in the contest, and they're biting at the heels pretty rapidly there. You've got Nixie in 4th, right on the cusp there, and I think she knows that she's got to really solidify her position here. Holly's sitting in 10th. There was a few others right there, but I know Zali Kelly, we see just a replay here, quick 2-turn wave, sorry. Oh, no, in and out. This is a replay of all of the women's first waves. As you can tell, it's pretty tricky out there today. Everyone just trying to get some scores on the board. Nice looking backside hit there for Surfer in Blue. And Surfer in Green, that was also 3.5. I think that was probably one of the better of the exchanges there. Nice turn there for Rena. That was the 4.10. And then they've given Bronte a 6 for this big blast. So setting the scale here early in this heat. Nixie's trying to do a similar turn to where Bronte was at, but I think she possibly might just need to wait for a bit of a bigger wave. But you can see that the judges are rewarding that, a bigger turn on a bigger wave. Bronte getting a 6.0 for hers and Rena getting a 4.10. So carrying the best of those exchanges so far.
And the message that judges are sending here is that, if you're only going to get one turn in, we're ready to throw down a big score if you really attack it. So Bronte McCauley getting a 6 for just the one hit. And it's pretty tricky out here this morning. We haven't seen too many waves really open up. So I like that they're ready to throw some solid numbers for committed, aggressive, off-the-lip surfing. Bronte McCauley sitting on a 6. Nixie Ryan, she's pocketed at 3.4 and a 2.83. Here's Bronte. And another snap on the inside. Beautiful re-entry. That was crispy as, just really timed it perfectly. Got that big shower of spray. And that's a much better turn than a 6. So I think
where are they going to go with that one?
It's going to be interesting to see how the judges compare those two rides. But a good score is going to come in here for Bronte. And these lefts seem to be a good tactic. Off the bottom. And that was really clean, wasn't it? A powerful jam.
So Bronte did win this event. It took me a little while in 2020. I knew she made a lot of finals and into the quarterfinals, into the semis, and she's been here for many years. But so taking the win in 2020, well deserved. Her and Julian Wilson that year. And looking at that surfing, you can tell she finished just outside. Qualification. I think she finished 8th on the Challenger. So it's really frustrating when you finish that close to qualifying. And I sent her a few messages last night, and she's gearing up for a big year. She's already qualified for the Challenger because of that 8th place that she got, but she just wanted to have a bit of a warm up. Come over here, love coming here, then to have a lot of family friends over here, and I think it's a great event. Just to get your feet in the wax, especially when you've been over on the west side, getting perfect waves for the entirety of summer, dropping clips and getting barreled and doing the biggest hacks ever. So, I mean, every clip that I see them drop over there, I'm like, those waves are freaking ridiculous. So, I mean, good to come back to the East Coast, get amongst the beachies over here, and I often wonder how the people from WA are feeling. when they come, or even Indonesia and some of the reef break locations, how they feel when they come to a beach break event. Because even coming back from Indo and Hawaii on my own travels, you just feel like you can do whatever you want because it's sand bottom. So you're like, I'll be fine.
I thought you were going to say you just have no motivation to even paddle out.
Well, that can happen if you've been out in Indo for a month. But yeah, I think once you, there's nothing holding you back. Surfer in white, up and riding, nice looking left-hander here for Rena. Bit of a double come, looking for a strong finish. A little bit soft there. She'll probably be getting, see the rocks right there too, but it probably will go into a top 2, but you can see the waves are a little bit softer off the lip at the moment as the tide is coming in, so it probably will better her position. We'll see what the judges have to say about that.
Well, they loved the last ride of Bronte Macaulay. A 7.33. Again, a single manoeuvre, but really committed. Lots of power, timed beautifully. And the message is clear here. If you get a section, just blast it. It couldn't be easier in some ways, although having the confidence to do that, back yourself, that's another thing. But, I mean, you know, once you get into the round of 32, there's no room for error. There's no room for hesitation. You've got to attack. I wanted to ask you, Beck, do you guys have like a secret winners dinner every year when Surfest rocks around? Do you all, you know, Bronte, yourself, Jodie, Pauline, Pam, do you all get together and drink mead and dance jigs?
And dance jigs on the dance floor. No, but Pauline and Jodie did come down this year, and Pam, so it was good to really catch up with them. Yeah, we're all mates. We've all shared a pretty similar journey, and like I can't remember if I feel like I was coming off tour when Bronte was getting on, and you still catch up with everyone at the contest site. So Surfer in green, up and riding, nice looking wave, goes a bit fat there onto the right section. So she's still in this heat with that 3.5, but I would love to see Holly and Nixie just wait it out for one of those big sets and get a big blasting turn because they're both very good surfers.
11.5 minutes remaining, and it's Bronte Macaulay out in the lead, a 7.33 and a 6. And she opted to sit on the lefts, and it's a tactic that's paid dividends. She's really got a couple of good scores, good opportunities. Steep face has been the difference. And Nixie, Holly, even Rena, they've really struggled to find waves that give them that little bit of a cupped out section, something a little steep. Steeper a wave is, the better chance of just attacking it, when a wave's a little bit flat or it backs off on you, it's really hard. You've got to manufacture the power instead of using the power. So
definitely,
that's the wave. That's the kind of wave that Rena, Nixie, and Holly will be hoping for.
Just saw a bit of Woodrow
media
down there.
Ellie, yep.
Getting her down.
Ellie's been surfing so well as well. She's doing extremely well on this regional qualifying series.
I heard she's moved to Copa, down to the land of the amazing waves. She's moved down there with Woody, and
That's a hotbed of action, isn't it?
Yeah, got a left-hand point at her disposal. So, so many waves down there. See Surfer in green on a bigger wave.
Nice.
Nice little lip line there. See Bronte getting onto another nice-looking left out the back.
Yep, so Holly Williams on the inside, Bronte Macaulay on the outside, goes for what looked to be a bit of a grab rail snap down and just catches the rail. Now Nixie Ryan, she'll want to get this 4.23 and put herself in an advancing position. This wave just doesn't cooperate.
Yeah, I think for Nixie, she's looking for a 2-turn combo. And it is looking pretty tricky out there to get the double turn down. So we did see Bronny's wave. It did look good. We see a replay here of Surfer in green. Nice banking turn off the top there. Made sure she stomped that one down. And Holly's still in a very close position here to the Surfer in white, who's got a 4.10, but it's looking like scores may just come just under what she needs.
Bronte gets a snap off the top. Thought the combo might be on. Hits the eject button here. So Nixie Ryan is out there looking for that 4.23 to get into a progressing situation. Holly Williams, last of green, was a 3.23. Not enough to move up into second. And now Holly, here she goes. Can she get a 4.13 on this one? Nice first turn. Bit of a speedy one. Backs it up with a carve. And, right on the rocks. No opportunity to put a stamp on that.
gone
what
for
do
a
you think of that? I mean,
backside grind over the over the shelf.
yeah,
but
not exactly critical surfing, but definitely
fluent.
managed to get
Yeah, fluent
some
and
work done.
yeah, flow. Sending a bit of spray too. So I would say for Holly that would be, or should be. We see Nixie getting to work here. She's trying to grind a score out. Be good if she can just get out the back and get a bigger one.
You know what? You called it. She's looking for the two-turn combo, and unfortunately not riding out of that second turn there. Just wave went too gutless. Rena on the inside. Snap off the lip. That's good timing. Just the one turn.
I think they're having a think about Holly's last wave, actually. It's probably been the first two-turn combo that we've had this morning. So really setting the scale this morning, having a big think about it. And might have a couple of replays back up in the judges' tower and have a decision that comes through. But I liked Holly's wave. I thought it was a nice, crisp backside first turn and then super fluent into the second one. The rock kind of stopping anything else, but it was the first two-turn combo that we have seen, and I am I want to see where it sits.
Thinking back to her 3.23, that's the score before that last wave.
Yep.
It was just one little re-entry on the shorey.
Yep.
There's got to be a point, or maybe just that shorey whack did have a bit more critical, something a bit more consequential going on, if that's a word you can use when it's sort of a high tide 2-foot shorey. But there was just a little bit more pushback on it. But far out, it's going to be close.
Taking their time with the scores, but it's coming down to the 7-minute mark.
Different kinds of rides. One was punchy, the other one was a little bit more smooth. So we'll see what the judges think. But 6 minutes and 55 seconds. Bronte out in front. Rena Matsunaga holding on to second here. And she is desperate to keep getting points on the Asia qualifying ratings. She's on the bubble. I think she's just outside of qualifying at the moment. And so she wants to get through this round. We've seen so many fantastic Japanese surfers in this event. Speaking in Colour Pro, we've seen some wonderful performances. Here's a wave for our surfer in white. It is Rena. She's going to try and get around this section. Nice little snap. And we'll get a combo and maybe even, it's tricky out here this morning, Beck.
Yeah, it's really...
Tide is really starting to ask a lot of questions.
Pushing in with that tide and... Yeah, the swell's kind of abating as well. So it's a little bit weak. I think, speed and power turn seems to be where they're at. A nice open face little snap there for Rena and, caught a little bit on the calf, but... did manage to get a two-turn combo. I'm not sure if it will go into her top two. I will eat my words, but it does look like Holly bettered her position with a 3.87 on that two-turn
Not
left
enough
snap.
to get into second, though.
She only needs a 3.77 now. These heats are very frustrating when you need a 3.77 and there's limited waves out there, but all of these surfers capable of getting big scores. We've seen that already in the contest, so... Let's see, 5 minutes to go. Priority is with surfer in red, Bronte McCauley, who's kind of just gone out and taken it to the girls with her experience. Went big. Couple one-turn wonders, and they've rewarded her for that. Basically because the waves are quite small, and she's managed to find a set and land a few big frontside turns. So we see a replay here of that. Huge bit of a fin wafter there. Definitely no slouch on left-handers. Second one that got a 7.33. Threw a bit of fins. It's double arms up.
By far and away the best two waves of the heat. And, one big difference is that she's not having to force speed into her surfing or power. I mean, the wave was just loading up and she was able to just fang off the bottom and really attack that lip for a couple of spectacular turns. So Holly Williams sitting at 10th really does need a big result to try and back up her place on the Challenger Series from last year. So friends and family will be watching on nervously here. Nixie Ryan also, right on that bubble. The cut line we saw on the ratings just before. She's safe for now, but there is a hungry pack chasing her down. She needs to get a result and move through this heat just to put a bit of distance between herself and those other challengers. And so this 4 minutes is going to be crucial for these two women and their campaigns to try and get to that elite level. Nixie Ryan, I think, I see a lot of her surfing up around Lennox. I live up there. So, yeah, I get to see her surf a lot. And I'm just so blown away by how good she is. I think she's definitely the kind of surfer who could make a big statement on that Challenger Series.
Yeah, I saw her as a Grom surfing up at Lennox Point. I spent 5 years living up there and studying. And, she, was super Grom, but out on the point and just drawing really nice, mature lines as well, because it's quite a long wave. So
anyone who grows up on a point is going to have some sort of element to their style that is just beautiful to watch.
Yeah. And even as a Grom, I was like, who is this little Grommy shredding in the lineup with the blonde hair and, not holding back, taking off on some of the bigger sets and draws a nice line. And I think that's where she, it's really progressed her this year. She is sitting right on that cut line in fourth position with only 2 minutes 50 in this heat, but not needing much, needing a 4.23. And Holly also only needing a 3.77, sitting in 10th. So both, I would say, got their experience up and experience in the bag now. But yeah, I think for
it was so
Holly,
cool to watch Holly on the Challenger Series last year. I kept a really close eye on it, and every event you just see these surfers grow so much. It's such a different level, isn't it? You're up against, in these regional qualifiers, you're surfing against crew who a lot of the time you've surfed against your whole life.
Yeah.
You've known these crew from little tiny grommet comps that you go to with your parents or board riders or all these sorts of things.
Yeah.
But by the time you get onto that international stage, you're coming up against the best of the best from each region. And I really thought Holly did a great job last year. She learned a lot. Her surfing improved with every comp. And she will want to get back there. But 2 minutes on the clock, so a lot of pressure here. And it looks like we might have Holly taking off. Got a nice section. Speed check. It stands up for her. She gets a second turn in. Looking for a 3.77 and a third turn. It's a shimmy, but it all counts here. And a 3.77. Beck, talk me through it. What do you think?
It's going to be another one it's a bit of a bigger wave. She's got a really nice style, good speed, nice and high on the first turn. Does manage to just draw that second turn out a little bit. It's going to be right on the bubble, I think. Vaughnie, what do you think?
Well, she had plenty of speed. That's what I liked. At least she was flying, and when the sections came, they weren't steep, but she was able to. Now let's see what Nixie Ryan can do. She needs this one to stand up. No, it backs off. So with 1 minute, she's got to get back out there. She's going to need a score, a 4.23 to get through as we wait for the last of Holly Williams. This is nerve-wracking stuff because there's a big set coming as well.
Yeah, right. Right in the last minute, of course, there's a set that comes through, but Holly's looking like there's a bit of a left shaping up on the corner edge of that. So
she's back out there. Look at this, square off the bottom, attacks the lip. Beck, this could be the one. She's coming right through near the rocks, gets the shimmy, rides it out for the completion. 40 seconds to go. So Holly has got, she's got some work done here. A 4.43 on her last wave. So another one due to come in. I think that last wave was better.
Yeah, I think she managed to get one big belt on that. Would have been nice if she had done that second turn straight into that, but it's hard to read out there because it's so flat. But she did manage to bump herself up into second place there. And from what I know, I'm not sure if Rena did catch another wave.
13 seconds. So has Holly Williams just pulled the iron out of the fire here?
Sitting in 10th on the QS. Really leaving it to the last minute. Both Holly
Okay,
and
Nixie with, we'll wait for the hooter. I think it might be too late. And, frustrating. This is not how she wanted her regional QS campaign to end. And I think Rena, too, is going to be disappointed. But you have to give credit to Holly Williams. She really hustled in the late stages of that heat to find two really, down-the-line lefts to give herself the score. But, of course, Bronte McCauley, absolutely classy performance here at the Speaking in Colour Pro. So a big performance from Bronte and a huge result here for Holly Williams as she keeps her campaign alive. We're going to take a quick break and be back with more here at Surfest in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Wait!
We're for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome back to Surfest, Merriweather Beach. It's beautiful down here this morning, and we are right into the Speaking in Colour Pro women's round of 32, Heat 2, and a fantastic heat in the water. Ellie Brooks out there in the red, Willow Hardy in the blue, Gia Lawrenson, who was on fire in the early rounds, she'll be out there in the white, and Coco Cairns, who has really announced herself in 2023 as a star of the future. Made a big final in the early part of this regional qualifying series at the Tweed Coast Pro, making the final. And a surfer to watch, big time. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth with a 3-time Surfest champion, Beck Woods. And Beck, that last heat, I mean, it's impossible at this stage of the event not to feel the emotion of our competitors. Bronte McCauley getting a big result, which she'll be happy with, but, you know, Holly Williams, Rena Matsunaga and Nixie Ryan all competing for valuable points, and unfortunately Nixie and Rena will end their campaign here. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's really like this event. We see Surfer and White up and riding. Nice looking wave for Gia there. Huge off the top turn. Backs it up with a second open face carve. Comes through to the inside here and rides. A bit of a shorey and the rocks.
Right on the rocks. Watch out, Gia.
Did a good...
Where is she?
Where did she go? Bit of Houdini'd. Yeah, Gia, super strong surfing yesterday as well.
Oh, hope she's okay. That's a real wash up there.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a keyhole, so maybe she...
keyhole, hopefully, there. There's a few little sections there that you've got to really look out for, but...
Oh, we are so far up the reef here at Merriweather.
Got a few little free surfers out there, but Gia, yeah, managing to draw what I would say possibly might be one of the higher scores of this first opening exchange. Everyone seems to have gotten one wave on the board already. Oh, is this a surfer in red? No, we've got a free surfer there. Trying to get a few sneaky waves.
Is that Micah? Looks like Micah.
out from under the competitors here. But, yeah, everyone's opting to stay away from that reef. And it can be a bit fickle down there, a little bit inconsistent. So free surfers probably just out there having a bit of fun. But do see the aerial shot here. It's looking pretty clean. Water's looking lovely. Have to go in for a swim in a bit. But, yeah, Surfer in green staying busy in the lineup. Bit of an open face carve there for Coco Cairns. She's been on a bit of a tear this year. I think she has won a state title, maybe Aussie under 18 title as well. So getting a second in a QS 5000, that's a huge result for her.
It's a massive result for anyone, I think. You know, there's a lot of points.
Yep.
And, I was wondering how seriously she was even looking at the regional qualifying series at the start of the year, because such a young talent. And, you know, some kids like to take their time these days. We saw Katie Simmers knock back a spot on the World Championship Tour just because she felt like she wasn't really old enough. Needed to get a little bit more experience under her belt. And, you know, it's pretty cool to see that, you know, Groms have. If they've got the talent, they've still got the wherewithal and good people around them to just sort of say, you know, is this something you really want right now? Do you want to sort of be a kid a little bit longer?
Yeah.
But, yeah, Coco, with that result, I think it was a given. She was going to start doing these qualifying series events, and she's really not in a bad spot at all. 13th on the rankings coming into this one. Well, she's already moved up to 11th. So here they come, Beck. And Coco would love to get a big result here as well. This is Ellie Brooks. She's been on fire this year.
Yeah, Ellie managed to get a 3.60, and so she actually has got the best of the exchange so far in this heat. Ellie's actually won this event as well. So, yeah,
So she comes to that dinner where you guys get together and swig mead from leather pouches and dance jigs with little bells on your hats?
Yes, she definitely does. Yeah.
Have you heard about this There's an actual like get together with all the former champs where it's a medieval ye old theme, and they all sit at this really long table with.
It's called the WSL banquet.
Is that? Oh yeah, that's what it used to be.
Yeah,
Remember?
everyone used to go.
Before the awards night, it was called the banquet.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm trying to think back to the year that Ellie actually won the event. But, yeah, she was a super grom then. I remember thinking, oh, my gosh, she's like 12 or something. But, yeah, maybe not that young. But she's out here. She's had some really strong results over the years. Super strong backhand surfer. Is living down on the Central Coast now, which I think is great because it will give her a different, like a variety of waves. There's some good slabs at home.
There's also the fact that, the world's #1 surfer comes from down there at the moment.
That's very true.
Central Coast has been churning out so much talent. Macy and Molly are probably flying the flag highest for the region. You can't fly much higher than #1 in the world. And let's stick here now with another insane talent. Willow Hardy slicing her way across this left-hander. And Willow is #7 on the ranking. So, see, this is
right
Nixie
there.
Ryan's worst nightmare. If Willow Hardy can go deep in the draw here, she'll make up some really valuable points. And, just a grom as well, but lots of big-time experience for Willow.
Yeah, and I think Willow got a third over at the Taiwan Open, so that's a solid result. So she is also holding a pretty solid result there. Really nice over-face
timing. See the ridge that moved through that, and she actually used it as she came off the bottom to accelerate. So that was a really nice touch there from Willow Hardy, and Coco Cairns on the right-hander. Split peak and gets a nice finish. So there wasn't a whole lot in that wave when she took off, but good punchy little end section for a 3.4. So, there's a fair bit of movement on this leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, Willow's jumped up into the lead with that last left. So really good wave selection there for Willow. She utilised her speed really well. I think she's still a bit of a grom. So she's done really well in that regard to get a 4.83 in the early stages here. A bit of a two-turn combo on the left. We did see Bronte in the earlier rounds do one huge turn and get a 7. So I'm sure a lot of these women would have been watching on and, using the guinea pig heat as a bit of a director as to what they need to do in this lineup to get some scores. But a bit of a stacked Aussie affair here. A lot on the line for all of these competitors right now. And, yeah, I think disappointing for Nixie, but we don't know how the points are going to play out. I think I had a bit of a chat to Paige Harrop, and she said, for a lot of the competitors to overtake her, it's going to be quite hard. I think the worst she can finish is third. So some of these competitors have a lot of strong results, and others don't have a result counting at all. So, yeah, it's going to be right down to the wire in all of these heats. But as any heat that they can progress through is going to really help gain some valuable points, and even just to up their ratings as well. So,
it all counts to next year's seeding as well. So, the deeper you can go into these events, the better off you are for the following year. And seeding, saving yourself a couple of surfs, a couple of heats that could bring you undone or stop your momentum, it goes a long way. If you're paddling out and you're in, I don't know, a top seed situation, you can kind of really navigate your way through these draws a little bit easier. Not that, I was kind of blown away by some of the heats in that first round. First heat of the morning on day one of the Speaking in Colour Pro could have easily been a final.
Yeah, I feel like it was super stacked. Ellie was in that one as well. Navigating through any of these heats now, it's just very cat and mouse. The level of competition is just hectic at the moment as we see a bit of a paddle there from Surfer in White. Gia,
she's sitting at 31 on the ranking, so I think this event for Gia is going to be about, proving to herself that she can take down some of the big names. The Challenger Series might be a bridge too far, but she's definitely been surfing very strong. Down the beach, Willow Hardy looking to drop a 3-point ride. And hasn't she got just incredible style here, linking the turns beautifully. She's dealing with a lot of flat water, but just that side to side sort of fishing through dead sections
Yeah.
just keeps her moving, and it looks to me like she's just feeling it out.
Yeah, she is from Margaret River. So I think a lot of surfers from Margs tend to utilise the wave face very well. They know where the power pockets are. So a bit of an open face carve there for Willow. She manages to draw off the bottom and nice and high on that second turn. So looking to improve on a 3.0. It's probably going to come in and around that score. It's a bit scary going into the shore. She's basically standing on sand, but she did well.
It's weird. Like, there's not a whole lot going on there, but great surfers. I remember all the way back to, I'm going way back to sort of Sean Thompson, Rabbit Bartholomew, when they hit dead water like that. This is even way back on single fins. They just body talk their way through flat sections.
Yeah.
And Tom Carroll was great at it. Tom Curran was good at it. Ockie was good at it. Luke Egan was incredible at it. Pauline Mensah, great surfers. They find a way to just fish their way through flat water. It's almost, it is a bit fishy.
Bit of a superpower for all of them. You see Shimmy Disco warming up for her
Are
heat.
are you one of those surfers who likes to slice through dead water, or do you like to sort of bump your way through it, like hop your way through it?
Yeah, no, I'm not a hopper. It was never, if I have to hop on a wave, then I generally, especially now, I generally pull off. But I think I like the fluency of rail to rail. If I'm in desperation, I will get to the hop going, and that was always at Huntington. But I think a lot of these competitors definitely know how to utilise that wave momentum, and they've got a lot of fluency in their surfing now, which is something that I just love to watch, especially on some of those World Tour waves. Be good to watch them up at Snapper, all of the Challenger Series competitors, because it's not the type of wave at Snapper and even at Bells that you can fake your technique. Like, your flaws are highlighted very well, and I think that was always it was always good to compete in those events, because you could watch yourself back and be like, okay, like, this is going on my front side, or I'm doing this. And I think with all of the technology advancements, these surfers have ironed out a lot of their flaws, or so-called flaws, and they're flawless, a lot of them. They're just amazing to watch.
You see a lot of surfers putting up Instagram videos or social media, TikTok, whatever platform you're on, but it's a lot of work in the gym, lots of lunges, burpees, leg presses, snap off the top. And Willow's found a good rhythm in this heat, so she's already got a 4.83 and a 4. That was a really nice speedy off the top here for Willow Hardy from WA.
Where did she find that? That was great.
But this is where all of that leg work pays off, because you'd think, okay, why am I doing all these crunches? What am I getting out of it? It's actually not always in the big surf that it comes in handy. It's in this small stuff where you've got to generate your own power.
Yeah, very true. And with the waves backing off today, the stronger surfers are really going to capitalise, I think. And we did just see Willow really, very knowledgeable competitor after seeing kind of her building house in this heat. And she's, managed to get a 3-turn wave under her belt. I think that will definitely... possibly, I'm looking at her score. She's got a 4.83 and a 4, so they did give her a 4 on that last right that she got all the way through to shore. But I would say this wave is better. Nice open face hack. Smooth carving second turn, and manages to get the finish and throw the fins a little bit there. So
cool surfing from Willow Hardy as Gia Lawrenson looks to answer back. And this is nice because, in the first heat, it was just one turn here, one turn there. And you really had to pick your wave perfectly to get a score. Willow Hardy sort of found these little left runners, and a 6.33. So well out in front now. Coco Cairns in second, and she has a 4.67 and a 2.9. Gia Lawrenson has just dropped a 3.07 for this one.
To say, there's a massive plethora of women coming out of the Sunshine Coast. I think Coco Cairns from Noosa, Gia's from Sunshine Beach, Holly Williams is from up that way as well. So 3 of them in the last 2 heats is pretty crazy.
It just happens like that, clusters of talent. I recall, for a good 10 years there, it seemed like the Central Coast was churning out more talent than just about anywhere. Before that, might have been the Coolangatta. I mean, there's always a bit of a production line up there, but, the Gold Coast, you think of the Cooley kids and all that sort of thing. And then before that, Sydney had its moment with You know, a lot of talent coming from the Northern Beaches and the south side. And Coco getting a snap there. So, yeah, it just seems logical, really. If you've got a group of crew pushing each other, their performance levels are going to go exponentially through the roof just on the fact that they want to outclass each other, really. Here goes Willow, sticking with this one on the inside.
Willow can do no wrong in this heat.
She's really ripping, isn't she?
She just paddled straight back out the back and into a nice-looking right straight away. So it's almost like she's going the left-right combo to the rest of the field. She's definitely out with a strong lead, and it may come down to a bit of a battle between second, third, and fourth. Looking at the scores amongst that crew. Still, I mean, we've still got a lot of time on the clock, but see Gia paddling in here. Gia had a really good opening round heat yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, just said basically this event she's really backed off with the level of pressure she's put on herself, and she managed to take out that first round. And yeah, she killed it. She surfed super strong. So Coco, just a quick up and down there. I love the little double arms up that she's got that style going on. But Willow, this wave looks, you know, again, I think she may even improve on where she was at to pretty solid backside hits and manages to get through to the inside here. So see what scores drop for her, but maybe even increasing her lead.
Yeah, she's on song. She's having a really good surf. I must be such a good feeling when, you know, you're surfing a heat in tricky conditions and you're just tapping into every set. You paddle up the beach, a wave comes. You paddle down the beach, a wave comes. Even if it goes flat, you're feeling so good on your board. And, you know, Willow's just in some really nice rhythm with the ocean this morning here at Merewether.
Yeah, and I wonder, because there are the two banks, I think if your other competitors do see you get a wave up there, and then, you know, sometimes you can be in a heat and you'll just end up paddling around and following, and that's just not a position you ever want to be in. I think it's good to just play your own game, and Willow's really done that in this heat. She's gone out with a bit of a plan.
Oh, again.
Huge backside hit. This wave going a little bit flat, so probably going to look to get out the back, but yeah, got the quick score on the board, and then yeah.
Gia off the bottom.
Oh, nice.
Powerful snap, and she'll get a second turn in hack using the power. And that really is her weapon. You know, if she gets a bit of open face, she can really throw some water around. But Coco answers straight back, gets the two-turn combo done. And I love how zappy that first turn was from Coco Cairns. So she's seen, I don't know if she was really paying much attention to what happened on the wave before hers, but, you know, there might have been a little bit of energy from the beach because Gia really answered that.
Yeah, Ellie, nice backside hit there. Bit of a flatter section on the second turn, but super fluent, and manages to get a third tap there off the inside. So good wave selection for all three surfers in second, third, and fourth. Definitely know that they need a wave and they need a score. So smart competitors waited for the better looking waves, and it's going to be a bit of a flurry of wave exchange right now.
Yeah, here's the replay. So Willow Hardy, we were just loving what she's bringing to this heat. And it just seems like she was cruising, but all of a sudden, there's been some big answers here.
Oh,
and that hack is just full throttle, V8 power. Wonderful surfing, but then right behind, zappy frontside re-entry, gets the completion. So a good little combination. And then this wave from Ellie. Beautiful snap off the top. Good timing. Gets the bonus of that little carve back to the pocket. Another snap. And staying so busy. So, yeah, Willow just wanted to keep an eye on things here. I think there's been some pretty nice response from the competitors in this heat. 5.5 minutes to go. So a good time to get moving. You know, you put a good score up now and you put yourself right back in the frame.
Yeah,
What's
so
Gia dropped here?
Yeah, waiting for all their scores actually quite eagerly. But yeah, Willow managed to just better her position with...
Could make a big difference with these next
yeah, it's like a
numbers ready to go.
0.03 difference, but yeah, it will definitely. I think there's going to be Gia Lawrence's turn, small wave, and that amount of power. She did very well to kind of huck it around.
If we were able to freeze frame that, it would look good.
Yeah, that'd be a photo for the wall, I think, especially like when it's, you know, two foot Newcastle. She did very well on that one, so I think we're going to have a bit of a deliberation by all the judges. They'll probably be watching all of those ones through.
They will. They won't be in a hurry to drop scores. There's a little bit of a break in the ocean here, but you know, Ellie Brooks She's already back in position. And
Coco's wave has dropped at a 4.3.
4.3 for last of Coco, so that's good.
Yeah, good score. Good score. She's bettered into her position there. Gia gets a 5.23. So probably we'll see what Ellie's score drops as, because she did manage to do a couple of good combo turns on that right-hander as well. So looking to be just under Gia's score at the moment, but all surfers making it very competitive coming into the last 3 minutes 45 in this heat. And again, it's going to come down to the wire. There's a lot on the line for all of these women. Willow is sitting in 7th on the WQS, so she's really gone out blazing. She's going to be hard to catch. Surfer in second, Coco Cairns needs a 6.53, which is a solid score, but definitely attainable for all of these surfers. So it's going to come down to priority and basically a bit of tactics in the last kind of remaining minutes here.
Last score of Ellie Brooks, a 4.77. So she does reduce the requirement. A 4.2 is all she needs now to get into second. Gia Lawrenson with a really solid score. Beautiful frontside hack. Plenty of power. Needs a 3.74. So that's a really good result for Gia Lawrenson there. If she can find any opportunity, a 3.74 is just so well within her reach. But Coco Cairns has, hasn't had the best waves in this heat.
Yep.
But has been extremely busy and done a great job to lock away a pair of 4s here. And we're going to stick with Gia now.
Only needing a 3.
A little wobbly. Stays with it. Needs a bit of a finish. But again, is there points in this thing? We've seen quite a few of those mid-range 3s come out for multiple manoeuvres, even without something a little spectacular. So out the back, heat leader Willow Hardy has been flaring, and she's really put some space between her and second. And there's no doubt she's found the rhythm in this one. 6.33 and a 4.87. So the battle is on for second here. It's tense stuff. 2 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. Coco holding onto a slim margin, and Ellie Brooks is going to answer here. The former champ flying down the line. Speed check off the bottom. Cracks it off the lip.
Ooh.
And, what do you think, Beck?
She only needs, Ellie only needs a 4.2 as well. So, this is going to be difficult times for the judges. Gia didn't have priority here, so she's managed to get this wave without priority. Nice backside turn, but I think a little bit of a bauble there, and it may make it hard for her to get the 7.3. Where is it? A 3.7.
3.74,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm having a dyslexic moment. But yeah, she only needs a 3.7. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that. I think the bauble may cost her a little, but definitely no judge. We see a replay of Ellie here. They may.
Well, look at the speed. The float's nice. Flying off the bottom. Gets the snap in.
Bit of a vertical second turn. So
should have almost just done a little tail wheelie or something on the end there just to jam it, even in that dead water, because it would have been a nice little exclamation mark. But the speed was nice from Ellie. Will it make a difference?
So it possibly looks like Gia's score's just come under a 3.57, unless we're still waiting on another score. So
1 minute.
1 minute remaining. Gia and Ellie not with priority, so I'm not sure if the other girls are going to go down and play a bit of tactical heat surfing right now, because Coco Cairns does have priority. It's going to come down to the wire here.
Ellie Brooks has not gotten enough, and Gia as well falling short, so it's all about Willow and Coco managing the heat now. 30 seconds. There's a little lump moving through. There's a lot of jostling happening in this lineup.
You can see Coco's
Is
on the
anyone
hunt.
going to get a last shot at this? There's Gia, Ellie, Coco. Okay, Ellie's got it. 17 seconds, but the body language is saying that this wave isn't going to give her the option. So Coco Cairns, congratulations on really making...
Yeah, definitely holding a composure, went down and sat on the other competitors and made it harder for them. But Coco is sitting on 13th on the QS, so every single point is going to count for Coco, and she did really well.
I'm so impressed. Coco really grinded that one. That was not an easy heat to win.
And Willow just, very experienced competitor, showing experience for such a youngster. Definitely just went out and took it to everyone, basically from start to finish. So good job to Willow there.
It's all
Willow
about
Hardy
the surfer on your screen. Willow Hardy in fine form here at the Speaking in Colour Pro. We're going to take a quick break and be back with Ronnie Blakey and Matt Hoy in just...
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to the show. We are watching the Speaker in Colour Pro, and this is where the competition's starting to get very interesting because there is massive stakes on the line here.
On the barbecue?
Oh, mate, this is intense because some people are missing their opportunity to potentially crack into the Challenger Series ranks and chase down that dream of getting themselves onto the CT. We've got another great lineup for you here. Dimity Stoyles out there in the red, a former Surfest champion. Naneo Suzuki of Japan is out there in the blue. We've got Safi Vetti, the unbelievable Kiwi, out there in the white. And Sumomo Sato of Japan out there in the green. Dimity's going to get things started here. Dimity Stoyles, she's been to the elite ranks and come very close to getting herself back there a number of times. And she's such a great surfer.
Yeah, classic girl too.
Yeah, she had an amazing run up there at the Tweed Coast Pro, throwing down one of the turns of the event in the earlier rounds. She'll be tested here though. This is a hungry pack of newcomers to this QS field. Keen to cause some big upsets today. Already we've seen a bit of a disruption at the top of the QS ranks, Hoyo.
What's nhappened?
Just some top seeds. Nixie
going
Ryan
down.
falling out of the mix. She's now going to have to sit on the beach and watch the last 3 days of this event unfold and hope
in the
that she
lead?
maintains her place. She was up in fourth position.
That'd
So-
be nerve-wracking.
Oh, brutal. Absolutely brutal. But, yeah, 22 minutes remaining here. And just to give you an idea of where these competitors are sitting, Dimity Stoyle, 17th coming into this event, has already jumped up 1 spot on our live ladder. Naneo Suzuki on the Asian ranks is sitting 2nd. So by progressing through each heat, she's just going that 1 step closer to confirming her position on the Challenger Series. Safi Vetti, she's back in 16th position. So there's a lot of surfers in the teens still alive in the mix, with a great opportunity with a big finish here at Surfest of getting the jump on their rivals. There you go. There's the live rankings on the Asian side, and we do have a couple of those competitors out there in the lineup. Naneo, she's, as we mentioned, sitting in that 2nd position. And then just the top 3 progressing. The other surfer is...
They're a long way ahead though, the top 2.
yeah. Sumomo, she's back in 9th position there. She's got quite a bit of ground to make up. She might need all 5,000 points in order to get herself up into that top 3 ahead of Anon. So,
Well, some of them can't. It's 5,000, right? So 10 can't make it.
no, that's
And
right.
She's out anyway.
Yep.
And then she has to
I'd
win.
say
win. The bottom 7,
Sato,
8.
the surfer that's sitting in 9th,
Yep.
is
has
a
to win.
real outside chance at getting, with a victory, getting herself into the top 3 because Anon Suzuki, she's Matsuoka, actually, she's coming up in a couple of heats' time, so she's still alive in the mix too.
Yeah,
So
right.
she's collecting points as well
Yeah,
every time
so
she
that's gonna
puts the
make it
rashi
harder
on.
and harder for you.
And we've got that same situation unfolding on the Australian Oceania ranks as well. So we'll keep you up to date as best we can, but it's forever changing as we move through this round of 32. It's going to become a lot more apparent, a lot more transparent as we move into those final rounds. But there's a nice little back-end hit for Naneo, who opened up with a 3.33. Yeah, the QS ranks for someone like Dimity Stoyle, Hoy, who's still well backed as part of the, it moved into that sort of ambassador kind of position on the Roxy Surf team. And they're loving her for what she's doing away from competition as well. But that's why this new QS regional system is so good for someone like Dimity, because she can maintain her residency DJing up there at the pavilion at Burleigh and still go chase some heats and results
But her music career is really starting to take off. It's great to see.
She could do both.
Yeah.
Do the surfing all day, DJ all night. It's perfect.
You needed someone like Dimity on tour when you were around
Yeah,
competing.
100%. I'd back me up.
19 minutes remaining here, and it's a quick start for the former CT competitor looking to get back there. 4.67 Dimity up in a 16th position on the live ladder already, and she does
climbing.
need a big result, but this has been a pretty positive start. She's found herself in a heat, I think, where she can really flex her experience on these younger surfers, and we'll see if she's able to do that.
She actually asked me for a bit of advice on the way
Smart.
out. I was like, oh, don't listen to me. No one else does, but sit over that side. I thought
you were going to say, well, the Goons of Doom are kicking. They say they're going to start at 8, but usually it's a little bit later,
Yeah.
so don't feel like you've got to get there early. There's
Good
your advice
advice.
for the day.
Yeah, going to Doom Friday at Surfest. It's perfect.
Yeah,
And the waves look fun. There's actually, the swell's gone more to the south today. It's a bit more lined up, but not as peaky as the last few days, but there's still definitely waves out there. Clean conditions, southwest wind blowing. Tide's coming in though, which is sort of going to eat it up a little bit, but there's still a bit of swell and it looks good. Looks fun if you get them. Just a bit slow.
I just want to ask you, Hoy, because you really are part of the fabric of Surfest, but you never won the contest. Dimity Stoyles, a former winner. Vaughan and Beck Woods were talking about it before. Is it true that there's a gathering of the former winners at the start of the event each year where there's a special 5-star feast and
I don't know.
celebrate?
I've never won, so I wouldn't
Yeah.
have a clue.
Yeah, we wouldn't
It's a
know.
secret club
Yeah.
of winners. And there's only one from Newcastle.
Yeah.
Oh, two. Well, Philip has won it too, so there's been two Nova Castrians only.
It's
That's
elite company.
Yes, it is. Well, look at the winners board. It is elite company to win this event.
Here we go. This is Samomo Sato. And, she doesn't get too much out of that one. We knew that tide was going to kind of play havoc on this lineup. It looks like that's sort of been the case. There's been a couple of slower waves, so you really got to find that wave with that extra bit of energy. And that's your best chance at getting a couple of turns on the outside, and then maybe some kind of connection. But you really want to make those taller walls on the outside count. You've got to rip into them.
Yeah, definitely. Those lefts look like they're a bit more bowly than the rights too. The rights are pretty flat today. At least the lefts are sort of coming at you with that south swell. You can see here, there's a bit of a wall. Nice big turn there. They're getting scored for one big turn.
Man, that's kind of job done, really. I mean, you've got limited space to move. You don't even have a whole lot of time to gather some momentum. But she whipped that board up vertically, got it quite high in the face of the wave. And she was pretty well rewarded for it, as we see now. Safi.
This is where the waves are, I reckon, just down on the rocks lefts. It's not even couldn't even call it the rocks. It's like a beach break at the moment. But the left's going back into the rocks. I think it's sort of the end of the bank. A bit more scoring potential down that way, I think, today.
Yeah, she's part of that solid Kiwi crew out here competing in our region. And, man, she is a great surfer. I've seen her put together some great performances over the last couple of seasons.
That's where it is. Dimity's got the spot.
Yeah, so the patience paying off here for Dimity Stoyle. I mean, all these competitors are capable of so much more performance-wise, but at the moment they're a little hindered by the conditions. But Dimity, she seemed to go out there with a game plan to get control, get that priority, and she hasn't even really looked at a wave. She's been focused on the horizon and just waiting for that bigger set wave to roll on through.
Been very patient, 10 minutes down, only 2 waves ridden for Dimity. What'd she get then?
I think she's going to turn in a decent
Yeah,
backup
we'll see the
score.
replay of that.
She is back and forth, but you've got to remember that her rivals have had multiple waves already. She's been playing the patience game, and I think it's going to pay off for her here. She only needs a 1.16 to get the second, and I think that wave was a little bit better than her first.
Yes.
So it's dropping in at a
way better.
5.67. She's up into the lead, and
Point
we've got
better.
some energy rolling our way here.
Did you see Bronte McCauley serve? She was just doing one big turn every wave, pretty much. She got all the scores, just one huge, good turns, mind you, but they was getting. She was just doing one manoeuvre. So hopefully all the other women have looked at that and gone, well, that's all we have to do. Just make it count when we get one.
Yeah, I think in the last couple of years, for me, Bronte, she was sort of one of those established surfers at the top end of the CT, not sort of like that next generation talent, but she found something. She's taken her surfing to a whole new level,
Yep.
and she will be on the Challenger Series. Another surfer with big aspirations to get there on the Challenger Series this year, and she's setting herself up with a pretty good shot, is Willow Hardy. Willow, congratulations on another great performance here at Surfest.
Yeah, thank you so much. The waves are pretty fun out there.
Unbelievable just to see you performing under pressure. What's it like? This is, from our perspective, we're enjoying the entertainment. What's it like being that competitor in the jersey outside that sort of qualification mark at the moment, but still with a chance to go on and get the job done?
Yeah, there definitely is a bit of pressure. I'm not really thinking about it because I think I have to get a pretty big result here, as I haven't had many results on the Australian leg so far. But I think I'm just going to try surf my best and see how far I go.
We loved it a couple of years back, getting the opportunity in big conditions over there at Margaret River to watch you as a wild card, a young wild card taking on the world's best. Are you feeling that there's been a big lift in your performance levels since that big opportunity?
Yeah, definitely. I think it just showed me where I could go and more of a path on how to get there. And then that kind of made me decide that I wanted to come over here and do the QS grind. And yeah, been having heaps of fun with it so far.
Oh, amazing, Willow. And who are you travelling with over here? Because we know that you're from WA Surf royalty. All your family are really keen surfers.
Yeah, I'm just travelling with my dad over here. And then obviously my mum and sister at home. I'm missing them, so excited to go home soon.
And what's the story with the CT event this year? Are we going to see you put the Rashi on again?
Hopefully I do have a spot in the trials, so if I get a win there, then yeah, but we'll see. Hopefully we get some good waves for it.
Oh, obviously, you've got your sights set on a massive finish here to give yourself a good chance at getting to the top end of the rankings, but we also are hoping you can put in a good performance over in those trials once again too.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Willow Hardy on the move, and on that live ladder, she'll be jumping some spots. It's great to see just how strong her small wave surfing's looking at the moment, but she's got to be one of the best big wave surfers in the mix here.
Right.
She'd probably be hoping that we had the same conditions last year, which almost wiped out the entire city.
It was huge. She'd love it.
That was some of the biggest surf I've seen on the East Coast last year.
100% it was.
We
Me too.
managed to compress the event into about 3.5 days.
Yeah, we didn't do much work then, did we? Don't tell Warren.
No, it was good, mate. We fit all the work into a few days.
That was crazy swell, though, wasn't it?
Unbelievable. But yeah, Willow's a superstar of the future for sure. And we'll see how she fares. As she said, she's chasing a really big result. I think all the competitors, Hoya, getting into that sort of mindset of trying not to look too far ahead.
Yeah,
but
they're all
must
saying
be
that.
so hard.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're all saying that. But, in the back of their mind, it's always there for sure.
I can't sleep before I surf a heat in senior men's in a board riders event. I don't know how you guys kept it together. It must be just the amount of heats that you surf in your grommet lifetime that preps you for those really big opportunities, just like Willow's finding herself in at the moment.
Yeah, you just get used to it, I think, and you just get out there and try and do your job. Really, it's like a job, sort of. Not the best job in the world, but it's like a job.
Here we go. This is the young Japanese competitor, Sumomo Sato. And she just gets a couple of nice hits there. She's trying to get herself out of that 4th spot. Safi Vetti, she's back in that 3rd position, but she's got priority. She's waiting for a good opportunity. She needs a 6.08. Nanao Suzuki in 2nd position. And she's got the highest single ride of the heat at the moment, 6.57, as we go to the replays. Nice backhand hit there from Safi.
He's got a rare right. A couple of nice hacks. This turns a 1. Big turn there. I think this is a 6 point. What'd she get for this? I've got to put my glasses on. Yeah, 5.77. I think that's the 6 there, isn't it? She did some good turns.
Yeah, really clean backhand approach. This is Sato's Last ride, 3:17 for that one. As we go back to live action, and Dimity on the back end. You don't see it too often. she's
You don't
picked
see
one
anyone
off here.
from Queensland.
But yeah, Dimity's forehand is her big weapon, and I'm sure if there was a few more right-handers on the QS schedule, her chances of getting to the top of the QS ranks would be elevated.
Well, that's what she was psyching on, doing well in this event, just so she could get into snapper, her home break. So it's a good incentive, isn't it?
Massive incentive, and the Waves were firing there for the Challenger Series event last year. It's
doesn't take much, does it? Really?
It's a massive reward for getting yourself in there. I know that having Pipe as the opening event of the CT schedule is just such an unbelievable challenge, and as a result, it kind of pulls the rookies out of that position of going, I've got some throwaways up my sleeve, and or being at the end of the year and like, what's the point in charging? I basically need to win the event to have a chance, and I don't have any pipe experience. They're going out there in that first event, throwing themselves into everything that comes their way. But the Gold Coast Snapper Rocks used to be such a great entry-level event for newcomers. And it's the same thing for those joining the Challenger Series ranks. It's a wave that everyone can rip.
Yeah.
Some do it better than others, but it's
if you don't surf that wave well, you're not a good surfer.
But it is the ultimate.
Sorry to say.
The ultimate gift, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just
and like you said, it was so much easier for the rookies to come in and surf at snapper. It was easy. They'll get.
There was
and
always
they'd
a couple
get
in
a
the
result.
quarters.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're really fighting for their results now on the CT. But the Challenger Series starts with a world-class wave. The QS Regional Series, it finishes with the most prestigious QS event, I think, in the world. No qualifying series event, when you look at all the different regions, has the past winners list that Surfest does.
Oh, no, nowhere near it. They're only all newer events. So this is probably the longest running one as well.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
And it's kind of been presented in a lot of different formats too. It's been a CT event, it's been a pro event that's contributed to world titles. It has been a major QS event, and it even went through years where it was kind of a minor QS event on the schedule, but it's always been here. They do a fantastic job, and it's great that it's the finishing event, the bookend event for the QS event. And it's great also to have the Asian region trying to collect points to get themselves on their on the Challenger Series too.
That's what I was saying about the CT. Those 4 first events are the hardest, most challenging events of the whole year, I reckon.
Yeah.
The waves that they're in.
Yeah, gnarly. Absolutely gnarly.
Especially if you're a rookie, never been to a couple of the spots, you go, wow, what have we got to do here? All open ocean, really. Crazy.
Here we go.
Big, raw, open ocean.
A replay here of Green, just a couple of hits, incomplete there. And on the right we had
You can see
Safi.
those rights are a bit flat. The lefts sort of come at you a little bit more. I think there's more scoring potential today on the lefts, which is a weird thing to say at Merrill, though. It's usually mostly rights.
It's kind of, you can get the numbers if you do the work on the outside, but if you can find the connection, it's kind of almost like, love bringing it up, it's kind of like bells in some ways. You surf through that flatter section and you do get something done on the shore break. There is a little bump up in your scores. Hard to do at the moment with that higher tide, but that was always the key to the big number at Bells. Get the work done on the outside.
In the bowl,
Fight your way through the flat water and then give it some.
Merriweather is a pretty much, when it's ladies through the rocks, is a small version of Bells. It's exactly the same. It's got a bowl at the start, it goes fat through the middle, and then closes out the end. It's like if you condensed Bells, it's Merriweather. It's crazy. That's why we, MR won 4 of them. And Nikki Wood won one.
And come on, mate.
I got one as well. But
yeah, you did.
But that's, seriously, it's exactly the same sort of wave.
Have you given you given the Bell a polish this week and given it a good given it a good ring?
Nah. I got Tapper staying at my house. He's been giving it a ring.
Oh, has he?
Yeah,
He had to win it.
Yeah, you don't have to if it's mine.
Yeah,
Anyone
okay.
re-
Oh,
mine's
you
re-
can grant people the
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
the-
of course I can.
Go on, mate. Give it
Or not grant people, they do it
Oh,
anyway.
yeah. Perfect. The lunch bell.
The dinner bell.
I love it. Yeah, 4 minutes remaining here. Dimity Stoyle, you know, she really has controlled this heat. She doesn't have the biggest number, but she backed herself up early on. She put herself in this strong position with her first couple of rides. First 3 rides were all pretty decent. She built nicely. She's had a couple of throwaways since, but just a pretty relaxed performance so far. It's not quite the battle for second position just yet, but it's not far off because you've got the surfer in green, Sumomo Sato of Japan. She needs a really big number just to get to second. Safi Vetti's within reach of Naneo.
But it's going to be her best score. It's going to be the best wave of the heat to get
Yeah.
it. I know, just under the best wave of the heat. So that's a hard thing to do.
What have you made of the performance of the Japanese competitors on both the men's and women's side in the contest so far?
As good as everyone in the comp,
Yep.
really, that I've seen. So good to have them here, like everyone's been saying. It lifts everyone else's level and their level, I think. And they've got, like there's always been good surfers from there, but their styles have gotten a lot better, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good reminder too that while we, you know, of course we understand there's great depth in our ranks and incredible talent. Don't underestimate the other regions.
No way.
Because, you know, I
And
was
they're
having
coming
a
on.
conversation. We had a great run from our Challenger Series representatives last season. And they did feature heavily in the top 22, so a lot of them earned places to compete on the Challenger Series again. But I also reminded a few people, I was saying, if our region is so strong, we would have had 10
That's right.
people on the men's side qualifying and a few less on the women's side, but they would have been making the jump through. So, you know, there is talent in these other
Everywhere else,
regions, and there's a lot of
100%.
depth too. So this is a good test for them.
Yeah.
And at the moment, you know, the Japanese competitors and even the Indonesians that are competing here, they're prevailing through some of these tough exchanges. So
It's good to see.
yeah, it's a really just good measure of where we're at.
Japan has 1 million surfers, apparently. So it's crazy amount of
believe it?
surfers, yeah. Well, that was, I think, when we were going there years ago. So I'm sure there's way more now. There might be 2 million surfers just in. So it's a huge surf community, and they're classic. The surf community over there is so classic. Turn up and leave their cars on while they're in the surf for the whole time.
It's
AC running.
and they have such a, you know, they pay attention to the details. Like, you know, they're all about the technique in those early foundation years, and you see it in their surfing as Dimity. Find some room to move. You don't see the backhand come to life too often for Dimity. She only
Goes left once a year. This is it.
She looks right usually, but she has just blitzed that one, and I see that
Big
going into her
two-turns.
top 2.
Yep.
Only trying to better a 5, 6, 7, and with a minute to go, she could
That's the best-
probably
that's the
start
best
making her way up the beach.
That's the best wave of the heat, I think. Left into the rocks. That's the spot.
So just under a minute to go, and Dimity was pushed back into second position. She needs a 6.24 to get herself up into the lead. Naneo Suzuki, 5.43 on a previous ride.
Yeah, that was for that good layback snap on the end.
But
Finished
the,
it really
the
well.
number just coming through for Dimity now, 7.67. It was the biggest wave of the heat. She made good use of those 2 sections, and she's going to probably take the win here. Safi Vetti with 20 seconds to go on the outside, trying to scrap into this one. Doesn't look like she's going to get into it. She needed a 6.73. Naneo, she taps into what's left of it down the line. That one won't go into a top 2. This one's going to come to a close.
Good dismount.
With Suzuki and Stoyle doing enough to keep themselves in those qualifying positions and charge up the ladder and charge into that next round.
Smashed them, really. 2 big scores.
Well, Dimity Stoyle with a big smile for good reason, as she looks to keep her chance of getting up into that top echelon alive. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching the Speaking in Colour Pro. More big heats coming your way right after this.
Wait! Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Probably winning. I think that's my favourite. My favourite. But I think it was 2002 and it was really big and stormy and they were a little bit uncertain about putting the women out and we're talking about going around to Nobbies and I was like, no, I don't want to go around and surf 2 foot right. I want to go out there because there's a left out there and it's like big and messy. Yeah, it was really great. You don't realise it when you're young, but when you start competing, you end up going overseas a lot. And sometimes you're there and you win an event and, you know, all your mates aren't there and you're like, oh yeah, I won. But to have it in front of your family and friends down like at Newcastle was really quite special. I'm really excited about the way female competitive sport has headed and where it's gone. I think to see that there's equal prize money now, it gives a lot of people equal opportunity and takes away the element of privilege which can exist in some sports. I think that was really important in the female division.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Speaking in Colour Pro. It's all part of Surfest 2023 and great to have Speaking in Colour involved. 100% Aboriginal owned, women-led business that connects people to the rich Aboriginal culture, and we're loving having them part of this event, and we're loving watching this rising talent on the pathway to the big leagues, trying to get themselves into the Challenger Series events. Out there at the moment, we've got Sasha Baker in the red, Elise Cooper in the blue, Raya Campbell is in the white, and Kobe Enright, who's one of the surfers sitting at the top of the ratings, she's in the green. So let's see what unfolds here. But Kobe sitting at number 2.
Wow. So she would be looking over her shoulder.
Oh, man. She
and going, I just got to progress through these heaps. What are they? Do they count 6? It's 6 comps, best 4, is it?
I believe so.
Best, yeah.
Yeah. And, those 3,000s and events like this, though, is where the big ground can be made up. So even if someone sort of had a magic run through those 1,000s, but they didn't get through a few heats in the 3,000s and that Tweed Coast Pro, the other QS 5000, they're in danger. This is already, we're reaching that point in the competition where you're collecting more points than you would say if you're quarter-finaled in a 1,000. Yeah. So this is also an important heat to get through because it's a massive jump in points in progressing through to the round of 16. So surfers like Nixie Ryan, who was in 4th place and fell out of the mix in the round of 32, they're going to be wigging out big time. It's going to be a stressful weekend.
It is. There's nothing worse than leaving it in the your competitors, what they have to do instead of what you have to do. What do you call that?
Yeah, that's right.
Not in your hands.
Exactly.
I'd rather be doing it myself than relying on other people's results, for sure. So a bit more pressure on yourself then, though. But you'd rather have on yourself than willing people to lose.
Oh, it's a nightmare. 20 and a half minutes to go here, and just the one surfer with a couple of rides is Raya Campbell. She's taken the early lead. Plenty of time remaining, though. But I'll tell you who didn't need time in that last heat was Dimity Stoyle. Just a solid start. She joins us now. Dim, rare to see you on a left, but you did turn in the best number of the heat there. Must have felt good to throw a couple of big backhand hooks down.
Oh, I love going left. I seriously never get to go left. I think normally the one time a year that I go left is during a VOCA. There's always seems to be a left shorey there. So, yeah, it felt good.
You only get an opportunity to do a backhand snap if it's off the back of a roundhouse at Snapper Rocks. So
exactly.
Good to see you straighten your back out a little bit.
Yeah, no, it felt good, and I was actually really frothing. I got a good score on that last wave because, to be honest, I was a little pissed. I thought the judges were being a little harsh.
Nice.
I thought they were being a little stingy because I felt like I was pushing really hard on every wave that I got out there, and I was just putting everything into it, and then I was only getting 5s, and I was like, oh, come on, like it's hard out here. So
Yeah, you tell
I
them.
think
Well, yeah, no, actually, go ahead and tell us what you really think.
so. That last wave, I think I pushed a little extra, and because I was kind of annoyed, I was like, yeah, take that.
Yeah.
Dimity, you've already started that climb. I mean, you do have a ways to go, but came into this one in 17th. Prior to that heat, you moved up to 16th. You're obviously going to be climbing a few more rungs on the ratings ladder. But is it hard not to look forward to that big result and just focus on each heat, or are you so seasoned that just comes easy?
Well, it's actually crazy. I'm in a position where, because I missed out on those 3 big 5,000s last year, I've got no choice. I have to win this event. So it's just like a pretty clear goal. I'm not really thinking about anything else. So it makes things easier when you know you got to go out in every heat and just give it everything. So that's what I'm going to try and do, I guess.
You have won
Try and
this.
enjoy it.
You have won this event before. Does that help you boost your confidence a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. I love it here, and I love how like Newcastle gives you all kinds of conditions, and this rock break over here, when the right's going, it's one of my favourite waves ever. So yeah, felt good to have some bowly lefts with a lot of punch out there too. So yeah, it felt good.
Dimity, last time I saw you down here competing in this event, saw you putting your quiver back in the car and saw the decks in there, and always travelling with your music equipment these days. Did you bring it down? Are you ready to shake up the after party?
Yeah, I brought the mini decks. I wanted to just focus on the event first and get that done. I got a job to do, got the win before I can bring the decks out. But hey, Goons of Doom are playing tonight, I heard, so might have to hit the dance floor.
Yeah, Goons of Doom Friday at Surfest. It's the best. It's on.
So good.
We love it, Dimity. Congratulations and all the best on this quest to take this event out and get yourself into those Challenger Series contests again.
Yeah, thank you. I'd love to be in Snapper, so that's what's motivating me right now.
That's a good goal to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
Good on you. Keep rolling on.
Thanks, you guys. See ya.
Bye.
Yeah, Dimity Stoyle. I mean, she really is one of the best surfers in the ranks. One of the best surfers not on the CT. And you need only look at the clip that she put out with her mates during that pandemic year.
So good.
Surfing, it's
Yeah.
called. Google
Funny.
it up.
Yeah.
It's
That's
unbelievable. And her section, it was right up. It rivaled Steph's probably. It was Steph, Tyler, Nikki Van Dyke, Macy, and Dimity. And
Good. Music was good. Well put together. It was
Music
sick.
was unreal.
Dan Scott, It was
Yep.
really good. I
Really
liked
cool.
it. Enjoyed it.
So we are at the 16-minute mark here, and one of the QS region's front runners sitting in second position has kicked off with a bang here. 5.33 on her last wave. Kobe Enright looking sharp, and
Looks like that wind's gone a bit more to the south too. It was southwest when we were out there before. It looks like it's gone like just light southerly, which will take the lip off the wave. I saw that when we were in the interview. That was a sick turn through a lot of spray.
one of the lankier competitors in the draw, Kobe, and when she finds that section, she's got that leverage to move lots of water. Pinpoint timing there,
Yeah.
and the judges
I love
really
that.
did enjoy it. 5.33, the highest number of this heat so far.
That's all you got to do. One big turn. They've been saying it all week pretty much. Just
So-
throw everything into that one big turn. If you get two, you're getting a bonus, but that's all you got to do. It's good to see.
Elise Cooper's in 9th position, so definitely within reach of getting into a qualifying position with a big showing here, Hoy. And let's see how she fares. At the moment, she's had a bit of a slow start to this heat.
Have you got the numbers there? You have got all the numbers there. You're onto it, mate.
Man, look, this is serious stuff.
I know.
This
It
is the
I agree.
pathway to greatness, Hoy.
Pathway to world champions.
So interesting the way it's evolved over time, because it was a completely different setup when you started competing in professional events,
Oh,
surfing
completely
through
different.
trials
Yeah.
at each venue.
Anyone could enter too. You just had to pay the ASP fees and the entry fee. Anyone. Didn't matter who you were, what you did, you could just enter. It was pretty classic. Only, well, I don't even know how many rounds. 3 rounds of 4. And then a final round. So there wasn't even that many people. Really, that was the thing. There was hardly any people competing. Probably 100 people touring.
Yeah, we know that in Australia on the women's side, it's the top 4. So again, looking at the big names who were sitting in that top 4 position coming into the event, one of them's fallen out of the mix. That's Nixie Ryan. She was in that 4th position. So that place is now up for grabs if someone can get on a bit of a run. And it's likely that that's going to happen. There's a lot of surfers within the top 10 still alive in the mix here.
That's what I was going to ask you. It seems you've got all the numbers there. How many are left in the top 10?
Let's have a look here.
Because they're the only
Willow
ones.
Willow Hardy just progressed through. She was in 7th position, so she's likely making a bit of a jump. So there's one who's definitely within reach. Elise Cooper is in that 9th position. But, looking at surfers who are right there, you've got Zali Kelly sitting in 6th. Ellie Harrison's in 3rd place. They're coming up in Heat 8, serving against one another. So that's kind of an opportunity for Ellie Harrison to ward off one of the threats and give herself a better chance at getting in. Mia Huppert, she's in 8th position. But then you've got to remember that there's surfers at the top end of the Asian rankings too that are looking to solidify their position.
Yeah,
so
true.
the race is on for points here. As we see in the green, Kobe Enright looking to back up that 5.33. Should do it there.
I reckon she bettered a 2.87 she had, so I reckon she's done that. Realistically, it's only the top 10 that are really going to be in the mix, aren't they? 'Cause looking at those Asian ratings, the point difference it was 5,000 points between 1st and 10th.
That's right,
there, so
but most of the names that we'd kind of mentioned in that previous heat are in that top 10.
Yeah.
Anyone that's kind of still alive in the mix. So
it'd be the same with the Australian ratings, though, right? There's literally just the top 10 would be able to make it.
what I noticed on the Asian ratings is there was a big gap between 3rd and 2nd. So
Yes, there
1
was.
and 2 are kind of powering at the moment and are still moving through the draw. So
I think one's out, though, wasn't she? Ratings leader was out. She had a red dot next to her name, anyway.
11 and a half minutes remaining here. And Kobe Enright. 4.13 on that last wave. And Raya Campbell in 2nd spot, looking for a 4.97. Elise Cooper, the requirement is growing for her as the time winds down. So it's gone from next to nothing to now needing a 5.1. And as we mentioned before, she is right there. She's within reach. So she'll be feeling it. Have a look. Head's on a swivel. And looking around. And now being pushed back down into 4th place. Because Sasha Baker's just put away a number to get herself a little bit closer, chipping away at the requirement here. She had a 4.3.
Kobe did better a score on that left too, which was good.
Yeah, Sasha's one of those surfers who's actually, couldn't disrupt things. She's probably she's out of reach of those top spots, but a great surfer who's on a bit of a run through this contest at the moment.
Spoiler.
There's plenty of them in the mix on both the men's and women's sides. So, it's going to be fun to see what unfolds over these next few days, Hoy.
Yeah, and the waves are looking pretty good for the next few days too. It looks a bit smaller in the morning, and then the swell comes again on Saturday, Arvo Sunday. So hopefully, we get a good showdown at the end and get the right people in those right positions to qualify. When is Snapper? Does it go the CTs at first? Right? For sure. Yeah,
you've got Bells and then Margaret's, and then there's a small break before the event gets underway over there, the first Challenger Series event of the season, as Kobe taps into another. She's just robbing all the best waves from everyone out there. That was a really unique, cool line that she took on the shore break section there.
Super smooth.
And now we're seeing Ray up at the moment.
Two nice lefts there. Two good scores, I reckon, there. But Kobe just picking the eyes out of it. That was so smooth how she surfed that wave.
She's got a really smooth style. Kobe, you can tell that she's, taken notes from her hometown hero, Stephanie Gilmore.
Everyone should take notes.
Yeah, so that's your favourite surfer,
Yeah,
right?
pretty much. To watch, up there. Top 5. Top 3, maybe.
Who's your favourite on the qualifying series? I mean, I'm putting you on the spot here because there's a lot of newcomers coming through, but who's someone that's been standing out to you in the QS ranks?
This is that smooth left. Watch this last bit. Just flows into this bit. Nice. And this one, I like this turn. Wow. Oh, that was like a full carve, an off the phone carve. Sick. This is the next one after. That was 2 good lefts. It's a good wave as well. Nice and smooth as well. 2 well-surfed waves. It's going to go into both their scores for sure. Finishes it.
Yeah, you sort of highlighted anyone on the women's QS ranks whose style kind of stands out to you and
here
who you've been appreciating?
Yes. Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, we've seen her surf and she's been looking really sharp. And she'll be coming up in Heat 8. Yeah, Bronzy McCall. I thought that you might have picked her. Just the big individual turns, eh?
Yeah, just a couple of turns this morning were really good, and yesterday. And then Sarah Bourne, local girl, well, half local.
Yeah, I've been kind of shaking the pom-poms for Sarah Bourne for some time because she's just got such a great line and has big turns.
Yeah, big turns, powerful too.
She had a decent run too on the Challenger Series last year. She got to 10th position. She's already on there. So, agreed. She's sort of made that jump onto the Challenger Series now as we see True Starling on screen.
That's a stacked heat. We've got Emily Burke in that one as well. Local girl. She'll be looking at hunting those Fs. She surfed really well yesterday too, I thought.
Yeah, going through the strategy there with a coach, the Dufner. He's working with a lot of the up-and-coming Australian talent.
Yeah,
does a fantastic job.
Doing the men's as well, eh? A few guys in the men's.
Definitely. Here we go. This is starting to become a bit of a runner at second position here, especially for Elise Cooper. She's definitely within reach here, but Ray Campbell's just kind of got the head down and she's just chipping away and building. Is finding room and building on her scores.
That was the last left. It only got a 3.87. I thought it might have been a little bit better than that, but
we'll see if that right actually works in her favour here because Elise has got to stay on par here. She's got to keep within reach.
Here it is again. It's probably about the same. This is the first turn's nice. Throw some spray. Nice little hack. This might be better than
I think
the
it
left.
is.
Yeah. Bit more
this is
critical turns, wasn't it?
Spot on, Hoy. And this is definitely
it
danger signs for Elise Cooper now. Sasha Baker a little bit further back on those regional rankings, but Elise is in 9th place. So, she's come into this thinking, I've got a chance here with a big finish of getting myself onto the Challenger Series. But Rhea Campbell's, she's trying to end that, 4.7. And the requirement now for Cooper is a 6.6. That's a big score today.
It is a big score, and it would be the highest scoring wave of the heat, so it's even harder to do.
And when you
Red's
think
still
about
in this too, only needing a 4.9, so she's still in it with 5 minutes to go. They're all still in it, but it's so much harder to get the highest scoring wave of the heat to get your score.
Well, just forget the number for a moment and think about the surfing that Kobe Enright's done. And it's been, on the forehand, it's been a big individual turn, like a proper move. And on the left, it was multiple manoeuvres on a wave that just flowed beautifully. So, she does need kind of something special. She needs...
For sure.
She probably needs a big combo on the outside to have any sort of chance.
And here comes a set by look. You can see that subtly just put some chops in the face. It's not good for those lefts, but it's good for the swell because that's the best swell wind direction for the swell to come up. So
here we go. Elise loading up. So flowing nicely. Just you can see there's some desperation there and just trying to put it all together. But the body language suggests, and the lack of commitment to taking that way through to the insiders, that she knows that it's not going to be enough.
Wasn't enough, was it?
She bailed on that one. She might better her situation, though. It might narrow the requirement. It's going to be close.
She did, I think.
Yeah, so she got a 3, but it didn't take too much off the requirements after a 6.2 now. But priority's starting to really work against her too.
Sasha's been really patient. She's had only 2 waves, so she's had priority for a long time.
It might just be the second coffee, Hoy, but it feels like butterflies. It really does. Do you get it for these younger competitors?
For sure. Imagine how they're feeling.
There's a
if
lot
you've
on the
got
line
butterflies, yeah, exactly. And like I said, she's waited a lot. She's got priority, so she's waited 2 waves, and they've all had. Like there's been 8 waves, 5 and 4. So she's waited nearly 20 minutes more. That's crazy. And she's still sitting patiently, 3 minutes to go. She only needs it 4.9. She got a 4.3 on her last wave, so she just needs to better that by a little bit. But mate, she's been sitting for ages.
Take me to that place, the internal, the mental battle where you have a slow start and at the beginning you're saying, you've still got time, get to halfway in the heat, you've still got time. You get to this point.
You're going, I've got no time.
It must be so hard, but
frustrating as anything.
It definitely, as we see Kobe on a wave that's got no energy, it must definitely, though, be the greatest feeling in these high-pressure moments when you do deliver. And Elise Cooper's a great surfer.
The pressure just builds the whole time. That was the first. That was a wave that was 20 minutes ago. That's crazy. She sat and she's not like she's in the wrong spot either. She's just been very selective.
And Sasha Baker's, while she's no doubt chasing a big result in one of the biggest QS events one of the biggest events she's probably ever surfed in, there's not quite as much pressure on her to get the big result as Elise. But this is danger for Elise Cooper here, because Raya Campbell, she's just ripped this one, and she's trying to better a 4.5 and probably has.
I reckon she did too. That was a good, clean wave. That's where the lefts are, right, going over to the rocks, like I've been saying, but that was good. Nice set wave too.
So Raya's just really putting the torch under Elise Cooper here. This is going to be a big requirement, you'd think. She's chasing with just over a minute to go now. Set wave's coming though.
She's sort of out of position. She's got to move.
Well, she heard you, Hoy. She's on the move.
Oh, here we go.
It was only a 4.3 for Raya, so it didn't go into the top 2. So the requirement's still a 6.2, but
get up.
It is the surfer in red, Sasha Baker, giving herself a chance. She actually only needs a 4.9 after logging a 4.3 on her last wave. So even though she's further back on the rating, she's got a chance to get up into one of those qualifying positions. 50 seconds to go. Elise Cooper's got that priority. This is her chance to stand up and claim her place in that next round, but she does need the biggest number of this heat. And so far, there hasn't been too many signs of her getting to that level. She's, by her standards, it's been a bit of a shocker.
This is a good little double up.
Get to it. She only needs a 4.9. Nice start. This wave does offer another section. She glides through a nice little carve. Might even get a finish here on the shore break. Taps it. Steps off onto the sand.
Be close, isn't it? Sat with priority for 20 minutes. In 4th priority, gets the insider and maybe gets through the heat. This would be really close.
Needs a 4.9.
Did she need another turn, another big turn on the outside?
There'll be some comparisons to the work that Raya Campbell did earlier, because she had some similar rides, Raya.
I think she needed a bigger turn there. It's a good turn, though. Nice carve. And that was it. What do you reckon? They could give it to her, but
I'm not sure. I think it's right there. It's really close. The focus for us was Elise Cooper, being that she was like in that position to make a strike for the top 4.
Yeah.
But she didn't get the opportunity in the end. Sasha Baker's scores starting to roll through. They're right there on the line,
No way.
but just falling under. 4.67.
No, that's heavy.
Raya Campbell's going to hang on to that second position. And we are going to see Kobe Enright through to that next rounder and getting one step closer to locking up a position in the top 4 and potentially a place on the Challenger Series. We'll take a quick break here at the Speaking in Colour Pro, and we'll be back with Vaughan Blakey and Mitch Ross in just a moment.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds until Michael's. Get to the Royal.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back, folks. Surfest 2023, Merriweather Beach. The Speaking in Colour Pro is far out. It's getting tense now as we move into the round of 32, heat number 5, and some big question marks here for the Asia qualifying series rankings, mate. We've got True Starling out there who's looking to climb from 19th up into a strong position on the Australasian Oceanic ratings, but our other 3 competitors, Saru Wakita, Anon Matsuoka, and Nao Amura, are all battling for that top 3 on the Asia qualifying series. Mate, there's been a lot of talk about the Japanese contingent at this event. You can see how well they're doing because we're into the round of 32, and this is a stacked heat for that Asia Pacific region.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge opportunities for 3 of the 4 girls in this one. And a lot of talent out there too, Vaughno. Not just making up the numbers, some really good performances in the past for some of these Japanese girls. As we see the lone Aussie up and riding, this is True Starling, just waiting maybe a little too long. Might have been a good idea to maybe get a little sort of...
just a little speed shiv or something.
Yep. Yeah, but will be a throwaway score as we check out a replay here for the surfer in white. This is Sarah Akita.
Oh, snap. That was really nice. I mean, you have got to be able to time that off the lip perfectly. There's a little bit of lump in the face here. You know, I've seen so many waves flatten out, Mitchie, but when it stands up, you've got to be off the bottom and ready for it.
Yeah, and the conditions that we're seeing right now as we watch a whole lot of sort of action that happened in the break. There was so many waves surfed. Nothing of real consequence, though. It was the surfer in white who got a 4.67. So right now, she's in the best position, a couple of scores in for True. But yeah, as I was saying, the conditions right now, a little bit tricky. There's a lot of lulls, tide's coming in. Wind is south right now. Yeah, it's kind of challenging. I think this is the hardest sort of period of the day. I think this morning when it was lower, probably a little bit better. And after the high, it's going to get better again. But right now is it's sort of a tricky time to have your heat.
This is the toughest of it, isn't it? This is really going to ask a lot of questions of our competitors here. Yesterday, Mitchie, it was nor'east, the wind. And you could see that anyone with a bit of an air game, especially the regular footers, were really rubbing their hands together before they surf their heats. But, I mean, we really bring the goof air game into play here today.
Yeah, absolutely. The left-handers will be the premium sort of waves for those competitors go to the air. We saw
Jarvis Earl this morning throwing a few helicopters.
This is built for him.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Scary for everyone. The World Junior Champ on a mad roll. He's already qualified for the Challenger Series, so he's not surfing with any pressure.
I actually asked him a few weeks
you
ago, like, why are you doing them? Like, it wasn't even a question, because he obviously won the World Junior and booked a spot in the Challenger Series as a wild card, but he actually wanted to do really good on this because he wanted to have a better seed. So if he uses his wild card into the Challenger, he'd be a bottom seed. So if he finishes around the top, his seed will be pretty good.
Clever.
So yeah, thinking on his feet.
Very nice. And Louis got in his ear about that?
Yeah,
He's working with Luke Egan. I mean, one of the great competitors.
Absolutely. Local legend, Luke Egan, for the last decade or so, has been living down in Cronulla, though, in the same suburb as Jarvis Earl.
How does the town cope with a local legend relocating?
Ah,
Are they always a local legend, or do you start getting a little bit looking down your nose at people who leave the area?
when you're at that sort of stature, I don't think...
You get away with it.
Yeah. I think if you were, middle of the road, you'd nearly be forgotten about. But Luke is, he's, as they say, bleeds black and blue.
He does. Yeah, he's always up here for the Merriweather Board Riders whenever the ABB's on. So here goes True. And this young surfer from Narrabeen, Mitchie, has been on these qualifying series events for a while now. She's sitting at number 19 on those Australasian rankings. So she's kind of had a pretty good year. Couple of thirds at Port Stephens and Maroubra. Got a second at the Gold Coast Open. Fortunately, those events are kind of 1,000s, so not moving up those rankings as much as she would like, even though she's been getting into that pointy end of each event. We'll stick here with the surfer in white, Sarah Wakita, daughter of the great Takayuki Wakita. Spends a lot of time in Hawaii and snaps it off the lip there. Yeah, wow. Imagine if Wakita was your dad. Pretty cool. What a legend.
Or scary.
Yeah, scary as well. Slicing. Now, this is a non-Matsuoka Rossi, currently third, so she's in a qualifying position. Every single time she makes a heat, she makes it harder for the crew underneath her to try and chase it down. And she's got a bit of a gap on her nearest rival in this heat. So Sarah Wakita is currently number 6 on the Asia rankings. And she's 2,000 points behind, so she's got a lot of work to do. So if they can somehow get on top of a non here, they'll do well to, make some ground on that third place. But 2,000, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, a little bit of breathing space, right?
It is. And if she gets through this heat, she adds another whole heap of points to her tally. So it's going to be tricky. But Sarah and Nao, they probably spoke before the heat going, hey, let's take her out. Let's do this.
They should. If they didn't, they should have.
Now is 12th on the rankings, so a further sort of 3,000 points behind. There's a big, big spread on those Asian rankings on the women's side of things. And some of these women are actually just surfing in their very first ever Rossi Australian event. Nao surfing in her first ever Australian event.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Doesn't look
Well,
like
not
it.
first ever for this year, I should say.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because I'm telling you, she looks really comfortable.
She's been around for a while.
Yeah, that's what.
She's surfed a lot of heats in her career, but apparently she's sort of taken on a bit of a mentor role for a lot of the Japanese surfers, but she's still in the heats. It's weird, isn't it? Like you see sometimes, Conor O'Leary, for example, on the Challenger Series, he was a real leader. All the Australian crew who were coming through really leaned on him a lot for advice, for inspiration, for a bit of a pepper. But then every now and then he's got to surf against them as well. It's a weird role to inhabit, mentor / opposition.
Is it the Yurikajis?
Yurikanjis is the
he was one of the
surfer
leaders.
Australia.
He was one of the leaders of that sort of movement, yeah.
He's also one of the, he surfs he's kind of got a dual thing going on with Japan as well, because his mum, I believe, was a high-level pro surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. Big snap there. But the event that he sort of...
She'll get a bonus here, Mott Rossi. Oh. This is True Starling from Narrabeen, so she knows how to work this backhand over. Doesn't get the completion. I feel like you really need to ride up the sand if you're going to tap that end section. Thoughts?
Just a little off on that wave. It was a good one too, as we look at the replay. A wave, pretty good speed, sort of, as you can see, just got caught in the lip on that one as the Wade sort of races down the line. Gives her another opportunity here, but it wasn't a great wave, to be honest. That end section was pretty tricky. Would have been hard to get a real clean major in with the sort of backwash and as it laps on the shore.
It's so hard when you've got this sort of surf, because if you just place the board up there, sometimes that's the right thing to do. It gives it a little kick and it can snap it back down and look kind of cool. But if you overcook it, it doesn't have enough juice to push you back down the face. So there's a real balancing act between attacking the lip and just sort of putting it up there. And this is sort of the decision-making that True's got to just get a little bit more right, I think.
Yeah, hasn't really connected on a wave yet, but still sitting in third position. Current heat leader is on your screen. That is Sarah Wakita. I want to say she made the challenges last year. Really good surfer. When she gets going, she's as good as any of them.
She did. Yeah, she was on the Challenge Series. Finished 37th, so not too bad. Got a couple of wins under her belt this year, Rossi, at the Hyuga Pro, which was a 3,000, and also at the Asia Open, which was a 1,000. So that's why she's sitting at number 6 on the ratings. But far out, the Challenger Series, it transforms you as a competitor, transforms you as a surfer. I mean, you've seen crew get on there and disappear. They sort of almost leave as a child and come back as a fully formed beast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. As you see, surfer in the blue, that's why she's up atop the ratings, looking really good. But yeah, sometimes it makes you and sometimes it breaks you. You know, some of these surfers, once they get on the big tours.
It's like Origin.
Exactly.
Some players step up and others just completely melt. Remember the Wolfman? Should offer the cap to the Wolfman, David Williams.
Melted?
Yeah, fortunately, yeah.
Handsome bugger.
He was handsome. That all-time player just got into the Origin arena. You know, that's what the Challenger Series can do to you too. You feel like you're the big fish in the little pond when you leave Australia, and all of a sudden you've got to step up against all these other regions. And I heard Ronnie talking to Hoyo about it before, mate. You can leave Australia and go, gosh, this has got to be the hardest region. And you get on tour and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, hang on a minute. Everywhere's good. Here goes True. So nice up and over. Just looking to really open up a bit and gets the fins out over the back. Geez, it does look tough out there. It's wobbly.
A lot of board under her feet. Really wide and buoyant and really floaty.
She seems to be like skating across these dead sections really well. Just needs to find that connection into a meaningful manoeuvre. So you can see here, gets across this. Look at that. That looks like South Curl Curl. Where's Bemmy?
Yeah, it does.
You need Bemmy here.
So look how
Bit of advice.
the board just flies through this dead section here. Interesting little thing. Unfortunately, can't complete that last manoeuvre. It's funny what the southerly does to like 1 or 2 foot sort of peaks. You know, especially on the rights, they go away from you and ribs.
Yeah.
You know, it's unusual to find a wave that stands up perfectly in a sort of southerly wind at about this size. You know, you'd never sort of pass an opportunity up when you see a nice wall, but they're not really going to sort of come at you quite as well as the left-handers with the southerly.
But these are the days that you turn up to the beach, just frothing to go surfing, and you look at it and you're like, no.
If you don't have your wetsuit,
think about it.
Yeah, if you don't have your wetsuit on, you don't go out.
Or if your wetsuit's wet.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I really love that Anon is out here just really giving it some. She's, she's not waiting for the wave to give her anything. She's just attacking it.
Really tight at the moment with 11 to go. Look at the scores on the board. They're all around the same sort of zone. We've got Sarah with a 4.67. True's been catching a lot of waves like that. And it's probably what you do under priority.
I was going to say, like, if you're under priority and you're not really getting big scores, why wouldn't you? Just go on the attack and just try and get... Because you never know. Something could just stand up perfectly. You just get that one little section that lets you fire off something meaningful.
Yeah, it's a real lucky dip, as we see a nice shot there from the drone.
Beautiful.
The current heat leader, natural footer, Wakita. Yeah, circling back to the father-daughter deal.
Yeah.
Wakita, if you don't know who we're talking about, yeah, YouTube him. Unbelievable.
Well, how's this? Okay, he's Japanese, obviously. He goes over to Hawaii, and he just parks himself on the most difficult part of the Pipeline Reef. It's not quite Pipeline. It's not quite backdoor. It just sits in its own little pocket, and he just pulls into everything for, what, 30, 40 years? To the point where he gets that part of the reef named after him in Hawaii. Like, deep respect there from the Hawaiian surfers to call that part of Pipeline the Wakita Bowl. And, oh, my God, when he gets a good one, how deep does he get? Damon Harvey used to sit on the Wakita Bowl a fair bit.
Really?
Yeah, from the Gold Coast. He used to get some drainers across there. It's a special kind of surfer who sits on that part of the reef. There's not a lot there.
Yeah, I've never understood it.
Nah.
Too scary.
It is scary. But, so Sarah has done a lot of travel. She's grown up in Hawaii and Japan. And
Wonder if she sat on Dad's peak.
I reckon she would have. Yeah. I actually read an interview with her where she said that, big waves aren't really her thing, and it's been a bit of a process to kind of, have to live with this name of this hard-charging family. And I think in the past few years, she's really settled into it, begun to enjoy the big wave thing. It's amazing. Like, if you're a little grom in Hawaii, I'm sure you go through the same fear cycle as every kid around the world, but you just have that consistency over the winter to just keep throwing yourself in that sort of surf. Naomura. One turn, Rossi.
Not a bad turn.
Okay, we're going to watch this wave, and then we'll have a chat to Kobe, but Sarah Wakita snaps, just overcooks this one, Rossi. Let's have a chat to Kobe Enright, winner of the last heat and doing some wonderful things here at Merriweather. Tricky conditions, Kobe, but getting the job done.
Yeah, it's pretty slow out there. It's pretty hard to read where to sit and catch right waves, but I needed to make that heat, so yeah, I'm stoked that I did.
When you say you needed to make that heat, is that you need to make more heats, or was that heat really important to sneak by?
No, I need to make all the heats.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious that you might have known something that we didn't know, that you might have locked it up or something. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
No, yeah. I know that it's going to be close at the end, and I'd love to make the challenges again. So, yeah, just one heat at a time. But yeah, got to be making it through them. Yeah,
you're having a great year, and you've got such wonderful experience down here at Newey. I know you've surfed in this event a few times, and you're always down here for the ABB. Do you enjoy it? Do you love coming down to Newcastle? And do you feel like you've kind of got this joint on lock as far as the surfing goes?
Yeah, I love it down here. This is the one event where I kind of feel at home. It's such a beautiful town. I come down here at least once a year, twice if I'm lucky for the ABB, which is such a fun event. So it is such a good place. There's always waves. It's tricky when it's like this, but it's okay. There's something out there, so we'll take it.
Can I ask you a question about your stance? Because I just love where you place your feet on your board. Who are your favourite surfers? Who are the surfers who inspire you?
Well, I've grown up on the Gold Coast, so definitely all my favourite cars are Steph, Joel, Mick. I've watched them since I could surf, so I try to mimic them where I can, but yeah, they're amazing to watch.
Yeah, we can actually tell the inspirations for sure. Well, look, you'll have the rest of the day off. What are you going to do in this fine city?
I don't know. I was just talking about it. I think we're going to go play some tennis. I know that there's a tennis wall here and a couple courts, so that's been like our downtime lately during the contest. So we're going to head there, I think.
And Kobe, are you a baseline player, or do you like to chip it over the net, run down to the net and start playing your power game?
I'm a baseline player, but I wouldn't say I'm good at either. So as long as I can hit it, I'm stoked.
Hate to put you on the spot, but Vaughan was saying Cooper Davies might be a really good tennis player. Could have actually had the opportunity to be a pro. Can you clarify or no?
I don't know, but if he could have, he should have, because I know there's a lot more money in that sport.
It's not all about the money.
No.
That's true.
Passion first.
Yeah. Well, just remember, keep your eye on the ball, follow through with your swing, and I'm sure you'll have a wonderful arvo on the court.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy your afternoon.
On you, Kobe. Congratulations. That's a great result here, going deep. Round of 16 for the Snapper Rock surfer. Ooh, you start feeling it once you start getting there. The quarters just right there within reach.
Does she have a look at the ratings and go, ooh, Nixie lost, Philippa lost?
Well, puts a bit of space between her and everyone else, right? So, because she's right up there at the moment. So, yeah, that would feel good. I mean, locking away that Challenger Series, I'm sure at some point she's going to get the news, but if she can keep going through this event She's going to get the news at some point. You're in. You're sweet. You're safe. And then, that's danger for anyone who's in that final.
You see Mirai then?
Yeah.
Camera shy.
Oh, really?
It looked like it.
Ran away. Are you one of
All
those
about the
people who,
business.
if someone pulls out a camera, you're not one of those people who puts your hand over your face or turns your head or...
As I get older, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Because I don't like what the picture that pops out.
But there's filters,
when I
Rossi.
was young with long hair, I posed for photos.
Did you?
Nah.
I remember your hair. It was blonde.
Long time ago.
luscious. Here we are on the inside. Speedy. Nice little snap to slide here from Nao. It was not a very steep face, Rossi, but adds that little bit of extra, something extra, a little bit of salt.
Real battle happening right now for second.
Isn't it?
Really tight. And you know what? The form here's been really nice. The timing's been good, but unfortunately the surfer in green hasn't had, a steep section, a really steep section, or maybe even two sections like that, which will conjure up a bit of a number. Still looking for a 3.55 after that one, which was a 3.73. So a whole lot of threes on the scoreboard at the moment. Just the 1-4, which is owned by the current heat leader. We've got 4 minutes remaining. As you can see, beautiful day down here at Merewether for the Speak In Colour Pro, a crowd-funded event.
It is.
It's owned by the community and all the
Local businesses that chip in to make sure that it retains its 5,000 status. And it's a big part of, not just the Australian surfing calendar, as we always say, but, Newcastle. It's part of the fabric, mate. Surfest it's up there with the Knights. It's up there with Silverchair. It's up there with...
the Screaming Jets.
The Screaming Jets are up there, are they?
Yeah.
Wow.
Who else?
I don't know. Well, you tell me, what's Newcastle famous? Well, if you had to list the 5 things that Newcastle just fully hangs its hat on, what would they be?
Mark Richards. He's the iconic figure.
Daniel Johns.
Daniel Johns.
Andrew Johns.
Maynard.
Maynard.
Remember the comedian? Used to be on the morning show. You don't remember him?
Jeez.
The Knights would have to be up there. Have you heard of the Jets? They're a local soccer team.
Oh, of course. Yeah, the
there you go.
Jets. They're great. Newcastle, it's the jewel in New South Wales. That's what I like to think of it as, the jewel in the crown of New South Wales. Sydney's all right. It's pretty good. But Newcastle is awesome. And destination New South Wales. If you want to come, check out the Hunter Valley, the vibrant retail dining, stunning coastlines, world-class vineyards. Oh, my goodness. Sarah Wakita just whacking a big one on the inside. Visit newsouthwales.com and plan your next holiday. Look at this out the back. Anon gets a good finish here. So True Starling is going to be under the pump here, Rossi, with 2 minutes remaining. And look at this for just little bonus sections right throughout the inside and even a good little tap to finish. Judges do like that. I know it wasn't much, but they do like, finishing with intent.
Yeah, it was cool. As we see True Starling trying to answer back. Here we go, an opportunity. Surfer in red looking for a section.
Oh, look out.
Just open up the shoulders.
Well, that's what I've been waiting for from True. All her waves have been kind of frustrating. She hasn't been able to really let the body just do the talking. And that time she gets a good hack in, but nothing on the end of it.
Was there an opening turn? I don't think so.
I think it was a lot of racing. Needs a 3.71 though. Do you think there's enough meat in that one carve?
Oh, it's going to be tight.
She kind of needed to come straight into a bottom turn and find something else to hit. But look at this.
Current heat leader. Quick snap there.
So that was nice. That was done with a bit of speed.
And this is, okay. This is, well, it's all happening because True catches a wave in a moment as well. So 3 of the 4 surfers up. I love this part here.
Yeah,
when it
me
looks
too.
like it was over and big rebound snap.
And then just gets to town on this inside section. See how she's right on the apex of the peak and gets that little bit of acceleration into the shorey section.
You're
This
right.
turn looks nice.
But it was only the one turn.
I
You're
know,
right.
a 3.4. It's going to be a tricky one.
Even if it was performed out the back, might have been a bit more of a chance to get the score. We'll have to see what the judges think. It's going to be close. Is that it?
It is it. 40 seconds. She needed a 3.41.
Oh, gosh.
She got a 3.4. Not enough. And that is the difference we were talking about. Those little tiny tags through the shorey, they just make a little bit of difference. 25 seconds to go here So True Starling falls agonisingly short, a 3.4, and now she needs a 3.71. Here she goes. She's found one, Rossi. It's a left. Hammers the first section up under the lip. A little bit mistimed if we're going to be critical, but does get through, and this board's starting to work through the inside section. Now she's on the apex. Gets a snap. Can't ride out of it. The hooter is going to blast, and she is left in the sand saying, what do you think? Is there a 3.7 in that one?
So it changed a little bit, Vorno. The score required went up a little bit because the surfer in blue got herself a 3.77. So a low 4 on this one. I think it's close.
Oh, it's going to be really close. That turn was nice. Just caught a little bit of rail if you're going to be critical. Gets a second turn in, but then she stays with the power. Oh, man, I think maybe this finish might be the difference.
4.23 is the requirement. The judges have put in a 3.5. Unfortunately, not enough there for True.
Oh, that was tense, wasn't it?
Got an opportunity. Couldn't knock it over.
Okay, well, it's Sarah Wakita with a pretty commanding performance there to get through with a non-Matsuoka, keeping their Asian qualifying series dreams alive. True Starling will finish the year with a 19th, and we're going to take a quick break here and be back with more from the Speaking in Colour Pro Surfest 2023. Don't go anywhere.
Where for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds in St. Michael's. Get to the Royal.
High drama here at the Speaking in Colours Pro. This is Surfest 2023, and we are seeing some pretty major upsets go down here, and also some pretty big wins, important wins, as surfers try to rack up the big points in the final qualifying series for the regions of not just Australasia, Oceanic region, but also the Asia region. And these last two heats have featured a battle within a battle. Vaughan Blakey and Mitch Ross in the commentary box, and Mitchie, 3 Japanese surfers in that last heat, and we saw 1 be eliminated. So 2 surfers who are on a completely different ranking system, the Asia rankings, keeping their dream alive of Challenger Series qualification. And in this heat, a similar situation, 3 Japanese surfers, 1 Aussie, and that Aussie is Rosie Smart from Coffs Harbour. So she'll be taking on Mirai Akita from Japan, Sai Maniwa, and Shino Matsuda, also from Japan. So it's Mirai Akita with all the pressure, really, in this one. She's 7th on the Asia ratings. It's a big mountain to climb. She needs a lot of points to get up into 3rd. I don't even think she can qualify now that we just saw Anon get through that last heat, because Anon was in 3rd and she already had 5,000 points on Mirai. So really, I guess these women from the Asia region are surfing for seeding points in next year's qualifying series, the regional.
It's pretty creative, the qualifying systems for different regions at one event. Like, there's a lot of thinking that goes into that, isn't there?
It sort of sounds convoluted, but it's not.
But yeah,
it's just like you've got 2 different ranking systems. The only thing,
not 2. You know, got different, more. You know, it's not just, you know, the Asian qualifiers. There's, you know, the South Africans.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I mean, in this particular heat, there's just the 2, and I think that, you know, the real challenge is that for people looking to keep their own qualifying dreams alive, you've got this whole other region that are really intense battles for those last spots as well. So it just ramps up the pressure. And this is Shino, who was really impressive yesterday afternoon, Rossi. Oh, my goodness. Or it might have been the afternoon before, but she was putting on some big, beautiful, sweeping turns.
Forehand or backhand?
It was little right-handed, so she was on the backhand and really, drivey, fast turns. Let's go down to Sarah Wakita. Congratulations, Sarah, and you're 6th at the moment on the Asia ranking, so this is an important result. How did you feel out there?
I was really nervous. It was really slow out there, and I was watching the couple other heats, and they were having some good lefts out there. So I was trying to find the one, but it was pretty slow, so I got really nervous.
You got to chase that Challenger Series last year. You finished 37th, which is a pretty good result. What did you learn on that tour, and how has that sort of transformed you coming back to the regional qualifiers?
Yeah, I learned so much experience, and yeah, it was my second year on the CS, and I didn't get the result I wanted because I got lower than the year before. So, but yeah, to get a couple heats in with the girls that are top level surfers out there gets me so much experience, and yeah, to be out here again to qualify for the CS it's like it's a dream, and surfing is always fun. So
yeah, that's so cool. I've got some news for you. You've moved up to 4th on the rankings at the moment. So we saw, we rubbed those hands together. We did see Anon get through that heat as well. So that's who you're chasing down. But that's a great result. Tell us a little bit about your life. I know that you spent a fair bit of time growing up in Hawaii, and do you get to sort of surf your dad's section of the reef? Mitchie and I were talking about it just during the heat.
Not really, not yet, but my dad sits way too deep, I think. So I was out there on a small day at backdoor, and then he was so excited that I was sitting on the same position as him. So yeah, but I'm going the opposite way. So yeah, I'm not too sure, but yeah, hopefully I can get some sessions out there with him.
Oh gosh, really? What's are you
not on like a big day, but.
And how's your time been in Merida? Enjoying yourself? And if you wouldn't mind letting us know, who do you travel with over here?
I'm traveling with my mom. I travel a lot with her, and yeah, to have her, it's amazing. She surfs every day too, so yeah, it's fun to have her here.
And is there a little bit of a gang of the Japanese contingent? Who are some of the surfers that you're sort of free surfing with and getting fired up with?
There's a lot of Japanese people I actually surf with, but Roy Kanazawa, I've been surfing with him the couple last days, and yeah, he's been getting some good scores out here, so just trying to learn off of him.
Unreal. Well, really cool to watch you rip, and we wish you nothing but the best once you get out there for the next round, which more than likely will happen tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sarah Wakita, in fine form and making a huge move on those ratings up to 4th. So that qualification spot is right there, Rossi, and far out there's going to be a really good battle playing out between Sarah and Anon as they move through the draw here.
I love what the production team has come up with.
Yeah, what have they got?
Once we see that graphic of the live leaderboard, that's when we can really sort of
start breaking it down.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's awesome.
Yep. So there's going to be a battle royale happening in that, the rest of this heat, the Speaking in Colour Pro. And I'm just, I want to talk about Rosie Smart for a second. I went to the Coffs Harbour Board Riders Club Challenge last weekend.
What were you doing up there?
I went down there to interview Julian Wilson. He was a special guest of the club. He went and did a Q&A with all the local grommets. Talking about his life, talking about winning the Pipe Masters, talking about his battles with Gabe Medina. 5 or 6 finals they surfed. All of Julian's finals, I think, in his career, bar one, was against Gabby. So he surfed 2 Pipe Masters finals, Chopu final, France final, and a Portugal final. CTs, mate. That's mind-blowing. That's a rivalry on level with anything we've ever seen. And they hated each other.
And he was happy to say that?
Oh, yeah, he was pretty happy. And then he said that one day, I'm just veering off into tangent land here, but one day I think he was in Brazil for a QS when he was having a bit of a dud year on tour, and it was Gabe's hometown, and his dad, Charlie, called up Julian and said, come over for a barbie. They knew it was either Julian's birthday or Gabe's birthday. I think it was actually Joyce's birthday. It was away from home. They said, we're going to put a barbie on for you. And then they became firm friends after that. And I don't know if you remember, but when they were both surfing in the Olympics, crack, you can see here. Sorry, I'm just drifting off. But Shino has that beautiful sting in her attack, Rossi, really on rail and snapping it. But yeah, so long story short, get to the Olympics. You know, everyone knows that Julian's going to take a break from competing for a while after that. And Gabe came up, they traded boards, rashies, and a real sign of respect. So cool stuff.
Nothing but love in the end.
Nothing but love in the end, and I think they both appreciate the fact they brought the best out of each other. But this young lady, Rosie Smart, she was surfing in that club challenge. It's an all-in. You know, the grommets, the opens, the women, and the old fossils who call themselves the masters, they all go into the pot. And, oh, my God, I was blown away by some of the surfing I saw this young woman do. She's a star of the future, big time. Beautiful style. Destroyed a lot of big names on her way through that draw. I think she made the semis of that club challenge. And to give you an idea of who was in the final, it was Julian Wilson, Jake Sharp, Madison Williams, and Ethan Stocks. So
Wow.
that's the quality of the crew who were in that final. I mean, Rosie was right there in amongst it. So her young, I think it's her older brother, younger brother, Creed. He's got a brother who rips as well. So keep an eye out for them, Coffs Harbour.
Unreal.
Representing. And that's an area that's churned out some pretty cool talent over the years as well, mate. Sean Cansdell, a guy who you would have spent a fair bit of time with in your career. Far out, how good was he?
Yeah, he's still incredible.
Lee Winkler.
Yep.
From up that way,
Yep.
Munro, Trent Munro.
Yep.
That's that whole little Coffs Coast region has really churned out some talent. Sam Carrier, g'day Carrier.
Otis Carey.
Sock man.
Mm.
So some waves being ridden here, Rossi. Sorry, how did you like that? Was that too much?
No, it was good. I want you to keep going.
Just let me know if I'm rabbiting on too much. It's all right?
It was brilliant. Couple of your stories. There hasn't been too much happening in the lineup in the way of, big numbers. So all good, mate. 13 and a half minutes remaining. Bit of a replay here. Nice snap there. Really average section, but Shino just somehow got the board up vertical. Here's Rosie up and riding too. Little left-hand wedge here, hoping for a little bit more sort of steepness in the wall.
Do you think there's a touch of goofy-footed Steph about Rosie? Just in that one little pump along that section there? Like if you held that up to a mirror?
Yeah, we could do that later. But yeah, a little bit.
Maybe we can get the production team to flip it.
This is a good wave.
Don't ask for After Effects, mate.
I have a feeling that was the 3.83. That was the best number of the heat thus far. As we're now looking at Rosie, looking for a score to move up in the second spot.
Yeah.
A little bit Pam Burridge-ish too.
Rosie is a product of a really strong board rider system. And in the past few years, we have seen, board riders clubs in Australia really contribute not just to the pathway for junior development, but to their communities, mate. They're such important linchpins to communities now. They really give back a lot. There's a lot of fundraisers for crew, for institutions, for charities. I mean, you're a part of that system with the Merriweather Board Riders, a hugely successful club here in Australia. How important is it for young talent to cut their teeth, their very first experiences in a really safe environment, an encouraging environment, and what's it done for Australian surfing, do you think?
Well, I just think it's turned into be a really important stepping stone. I think at some point it was all about surfing your scholastics or regional titles and zone and state, but it feels like it's sort of what's more important than that sort of pathway is now actually getting a part of your local board riders club and just surfing rounds. And then, so many opportunities arise too, because there's the Kira's Teams Challenge, there's the ABB, there's all these teams events now that have turned out to be really, really important for a pathway system. And the other thing too is, which is a little bit different than the individuals' regional titles and zone titles and such, is that you're going on these teams event and you're rubbing shoulders with the legends of the 20-year-olds. There's guys like Dakota Walters, and so that can only be really good for the development of these young kids.
Yeah, because if you're on your Pat Malone and you're just heading off to these regionals,
Exactly.
you're not necessarily experiencing that sort of team element and learning on the run. And I think that's part of the system that's in Australia, at least, with the board riders clubs, is there are so many opportunities to surf. You do your club rounds, then you do like sort of little regional events against other clubs that are in your zone, and then you qualify for the ABB finals, and all of a sudden, someone like Rosie Smart is surfing for Coffs Harbour board riders, paddling out against Solly Bailey, Danny Wills, like Dakota Walters, as you say. I'm listing the Byron Club because they just won that most recent one. But
you could even go a step further and, Ethan Ewing, Point Lookout.
Exactly.
Adrian Buchan, Avoca Beach. Like, we're
Josh
talking,
Kerr, Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, it's actually, I know a lot of these young surfers pay coaches of that sort of stature. This is a free way of doing it, like competing in those events. So
Rosie is literally one of those products of that system at full effect. She has experienced road trips down to the ABB and been a part of that Coffs team for a long time. Big shout out to the Coffs Harbour Board Riders, a fantastic institution. And here she goes. They'll be watching on with interest as she tries to get through this heat. Currently sitting at 23rd on the regional qualifying series. Just a young star, mate. And she'll be looking to, get good seeding points out of this event. Sure, she'd love to go deep in the draw. Here is Sai Maniwa.
we saw Sai down here really early. She was, when we were having a coffee, she was out here practicing, warming up, as a lot of the girls do. That is the current heat leader. Really light on her feet on that one. Ikeda looking for to replace a 3.13 to move out in front. As we see the goofy foot, a perfect technique there. Oh, wow.
Such a good surfer, Shino Matsuada.
Yeah, she's dangerous.
Yeah, she did a backside re-entry in one of the later heats in the afternoon when the wind had really picked up. There wasn't a whole lot in it, and she just flew into this section and just whipped the biggest fan off it. And it was out of nowhere. And what tripped me out was just the way she was able to just generate speed out of nothing. Love that.
That's one of the, a lot of the Japanese competitors, like, you'd be silly to say that the best is the small stuff for them. And some of the speed they generate in the most gutless waves in the world, it's really impressive. You look at a lot of their legs, really strong. Hiroto Ahara, Hiroto Arai, just these short little nuggety legs generate so much power and speed through, waves that's like this. Right now it's actually backed off a lot out there, Vaughan. Just about dead high tide. And, yeah, really slow and kind of tricky. Inconsistent conditions at the minute. Just under 8 minutes remaining. Look at the scores required. A couple of threes.
It's all neck and neck here. Thinking of, or speaking of that power that the Japanese surfers are able to generate, my mind goes back to Taiwan World Junior titles, I think 2019. Oh, Rosie. This is a nice, how well did she do to keep her railing gauge through that real wobbly first turn?
You warned us.
And a good little second speed check. Comes through, doesn't get a bonus, but there's, what's she chasing here? A 3.96, Rossi?
Yeah, I think she gets that.
I think so, yeah. But my mind goes back. Let's have another closer look at this.
Wow, this one's better.
Look at this. So slices back to the inside. What do you think? Was there an opportunity for a little shory bash there, Rossi, or no?
Some of those shories, they sort of turn in on
nice.
themselves. Yeah, that was a pretty good turn. I think the work was done for Rosie. 3.96. I think it challenges the best heat of the heat. It was impressive.
Simon Niwa has had a bit of success in Australia. Rossi, she won the Tweed Coast Pro Junior a year ago.
Yes.
Lennox Smith and Cy.
Yes, that was it.
And she surfed really well. I think, just looking at conditions, there's a chance we'll be going on hold. In fact, think we are going to go on hold after this heat. So stay tuned. We'll give you the update on that in just a moment. But here we go again. Heat leader Shino Matsuda. Really nice style, but not able to get much out of that. Scores are in for Rosie Smart, Rossi, and I love it when this happens. Someone gets a good score and just paddles out straight into another one. You just start to build that momentum. Something clicks, and you're just like, yes, all right, I'm on here. Oh, that was a nice turn from the surfer who's actually been pushed down into third. She's looking for a 3.61. I think she's going to jump back up into it here. But we did see Rosie get another ride as well. So everyone has locked in waves in the last little bit. But a 4.43 for Rosie Smart's last ride did get her up into second momentarily.
Yeah, a few replays happening right now. Big snap there. This is the current heat leader. The wave just went into the dead section, but the first manoeuvre was strong. Looking to replace a 3-point ride on this one. It's going to be right there. Needs a 3.33 to move up into the lead. And this is a big jam. Difficult section to negotiate.
There's going to be a score on that. That's one of the more aggressive turns we've seen. I mean,
so the leaderboard might shake up a little bit.
She needs a 3.94. Ooh, I don't know, actually. What do you think? I mean, there was power in that turn. That's what I liked about it.
Yeah, it was big. That was all she really got out of the wave, though.
She's going to get a score for it.
You're right. They loved it.
Oh, they loved it.
They loved
5.23. So I guess the big difference really... Oh, look out. Hang on. Rosie Smart's banked a 4.67 and shot up into the lead here, Ross.
Wow.
Far out. That was just a 1-2 punch combo, wasn't it? Uppercut, uppercut, side swipe, done. Rosie Smart, yeah. I'm the kind of person who gets really excited when someone clicks on a wave, paddles straight back out with a head full of steam and gets an opportunity straight away to back it up. Some of my favourite competitive moments have happened just like that. And Rosie Smart, who had really struggled to find anything in this heat, suddenly finds herself in first with just a really quick 1-2 combo on wave after wave. What did you think of that?
Yeah, it's brilliant. So the first one was the 4.67 for a couple of calves. Then on the way back out, she locked in a 4.43 with two kind of snaps off the top. So moves up into the lead. Really tight this heat as we look at the first of the two scores. Great surfing here. Another carve there on the open green face, but really dug into it.
Yeah, she's slipping and sliding like she's on the Aquajet, which actually sadly isn't there at Park Beach Plaza in Coffs Harbour anymore. But good finish on this one. And yeah, wow, she's just built a heat in about 1.5 minutes, Rossi. And this is why Jake Patterson was the all-time competitor for me. He'd always back himself with 1.5 minutes to go. I can easily get 2 waves here. Easily. Never give up. And I used to watch him, when he was coaching, and he'd see someone's body language go all kind of, sour in the last 2 minutes, and it would just drive him nuts. What do you think?
He'd be proud of Rosie then.
He'd be really proud. So, off the bottom, Surfer in second. This is a good start on this one. Hacks back to the power.
Oof. She's good. She's really good.
Whoa, that was well done. And hits the eject button. Ragdolled into the shorey.
The situation's going to get really tough for surfers in 3rd and 4th place, I reckon. That's going to be a big score here for the surfer in blue. This first turn was perfect. Big snap. Really aggressive out of the lip, and was lucky enough to find another rebound on the inside before going down. Boom. 2 minutes remaining. Big score on the way there for blue. I dare say she will go up into the lead. And Rose will be pushed back in a second. We'll see what the judges are thinking. We're looking for a... Well, she got it. There you go. A 4.47. The judges rewarding that power turn.
Okay, so back in the lead. Mirai and Rosie Smart down into second. We're going to watch this closely because Shino only needs a 4.77. She's got the firepower, Rossi. That's the thing. If she gets an opportunity, hold on to your hat because she's going to go at it.
Has got priority.
And has got priority. Simon Maniwa there, just wave selection. She's going to have to get back out there if she wants another shot. just while we're counting down in this last minute, straight off the top of your head, most treacherous shorey in the world to surf with it in a contest? Sunset Beach?
Yeah.
People don't talk about it enough. They don't talk about it enough. I've seen the best surfers in the world get rinsed on that inside shorey. They need a full-time camera there. During the event.
The caddies get hammered.
Oh, the caddies get flogged.
40 seconds remaining. As you can see, the surfer in the green looking for a pretty decent number, a 4.77 to get up into the second spot. And White is also looking for a decent number, a 5, mid-range 5, a 5.37. Looks like a few little lumps coming through.
20 seconds, pressure building.
I think there's going to be enough time for Green to get one.
Oh, she's found something here, Rossi. Nervous times for Coffs as they watch Shino now go to work on the inside and doesn't get the link up, and the body language says no chance.
That's not the score.
No, it's not a 4.77. So Rosie Smart has done enough to get through second, but it was Mariah Akita who has done the job here. Wonderful stuff. And we're going to go on hold, Mitchell Ross.
Take a break.
We're going to hang. We're going to cross down to, I believe, Mirai is going to come in to the beach and we'll have a chat to her. But, you know, it's funny, isn't it? That heat didn't have great waves. That's why the event's gone on hold, but it was tense.
You know what happened? As soon as it got called off, a flurry of waves.
Oh, it's always the way.
I want to say that's when Rosie got her best 2 rides. Then it was also when she got her 2 best rides. Oh, well. The reason for going on hold, Vaughan, we're at the top of the tide right now, and the smart people behind this event believe maybe half an hour or so will start to get a little bit more consistent.
They know.
Warren Smith and the crew, they've been doing it since '85. I think they know the special sauce. What do you reckon?
I agree. If anyone knows the special sauce, it's Wazza, mate. Because he...
85,
that's what I was going to say, 85, you know. Newcastle, it was a pretty industrial town once upon a time.
Known as the Steel City.
The Steel City, and it became cosmopolitan. It became a real go-to, a real destination. You know, people started, as they do, coming here and thinking, this place is actually beautiful. Wouldn't mind setting up a little cafe here or a nice restaurant. Next thing you know, you've got one of the most happening cities in Australia, if not the world. And New South Wales, you know, there's lots to love in New South Wales. But for me, coming to Newcastle is right at the top of the tree. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, I love it.
Cool, mate. So, yeah, wonderful scenes down here, Merriweather Beach, and a lot of moving and shaking going on with these rankings. Can't wait to get that leaderboard up and see, you know, who's jumped up, who's fallen away, who's nervous. We know there's, you know, been a couple of big boilovers this morning, but let's take a quick break here, Rossi, from the Speaking in Colour Pro. We'll be back with some more action from Surfest in just a moment and a chat with Mariah Akita.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds, we know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to Surfest. And the Speaking in Colour Pro has just gone on hold, believe it or not. Vaughan Blakey and Mitch Ross in the commentary booth. Mitch, it's been a tricky morning. It was a huge storm last night. It really rattled the scaffolding. Oh, g'day. How you going, folks? Yeah, so we were on hold for a little bit while we tried to get power back into the event site. And when things resumed, a couple of big upsets and a couple of big leaps up the ratings in the women's side of this Australasian.
What was the biggest upset for you?
Oh, wow.
Well, you think I'm going to say Nixie Ryan.
I think that was the biggest one for me too. It was a really sad result. You could see the heartbreak because she's right on the bubble. The cut line is the top 4 in the Australasian region for the women's side of things, and Nixie is 4th on the rankings. There's so many great surfers who are chomping at the bit to leapfrog Nixie and get onto that Challenger Series. So, you know, yeah, a sad result there, but Nixie is, I think she's still holding down 4th at the moment. So we'll keep you up to date with the live ratings. Right now, let's have a chat, Rossi, with Mirai Akita. Mirai, tricky conditions, but it looks like you were having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, how did you find the conditions out there?
Yes, it was tricky condition, difficult for me, but yeah, I can enjoy this heat.
Well, it looked like you did such a good job, and does it feel good to progress through the round and get more points?
Yeah. First, I can get 3-point waves, two waves, 3-point waves. So more, I need more highest point. So I found 5-point wave.
Yeah, it was a good wave too. Would you like to say hello to your friends and family in Japan and who might be watching?
Japanese?
Yes, please.
応援ありがとうございます。ラウンド32も勝ち上がることができました。次のヒートも頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigato and congratulations there to Mirai Akita. A great performance, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Well done. So there it is, Surfest 2023. Stay with us because I think the next call is at
12:10.
12:10. We'll be back at 12:10 for the next call here at the Speaking in Colour Pro. And we'll see you then.
That are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Igniting my soul.
Another in Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
You know, I'd say like the true great memory is, I don't know what that old lady's name was that was there every year, but when you first rocked up at the contest, she was always there to say hello to everyone. And so for me, Newcastle is all about surfing family and that feeling. It's just a really special place. You know, when I rocked up here yesterday, I went straight to the beach and Osha Curtis was out there. And I just felt so proud that what we fought for, the women today, are getting acceptance. It's just one more step, and that's to have equal amounts of men and women is what I'd love to see. The way things are going, I don't think it's far off. It's very true, like you said about the Girls Can't Surf movie. There's a saying in there that says, if you can't see it, you can't be it. And so now women around the world are seeing other women do amazing things. And so everyone's excited to see rising women reaching this point.
welcome back, folks. We are here at Surfest Merriweather Beach as the Speaking in Colours Pro takes off again after a small period of respite while the ocean took a little breather at the peak of the tide. And we're straight back into things here. The round of 32, heat number 7, and what a ripper heat it is. Sarah Baum, who has been probably one of the form surfers of this year so far, you would have to say. Out there from East End Board Riders, just over the hill, Newcastle Main Beach. And she will be a real force in this one, up against Mia Huppatz, Oceana Rogers, and Kailani Johnson. So another big heat to kick off. You can see the southerly wind up today. We had a couple of days of northerlies, but now it is from the south. And usually when you see the wind come in from the south, you get swell on the back of it. Newcastle just sucks in that south swell like a big old vacuum cleaner. And Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth with the 3-time Surfest champion. Very good friend of mine. Love sitting here with you, Beck Woods. What are you expecting to see here in this round of 32? Because this morning there's been some big upsets. Philippa Anderson out. Paige Harab out. So that's number 1 and number 4 on the Australasian rankings. And there's a real opportunity here for some surfers who are within striking distance to leapfrog Philippa and steal, one of the last remaining qualifying positions.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the wire for all of these surfers in this hit and the next, actually. And the whole round has had a lot on the line. So Kailani Johnson is sitting in 4th on the QS Asian regional point scoring system. So they take the top 3, so a big result from her needed in this contest. We've got Oceana Rogers, young whippersnapper, up and coming from the South Coast. She'll be looking to make a big stamp on this event. It's probably one of the first majors that she's been in, so good for her to have a good showing. We just saw a bit of a strategic move there from the surfer in red. She just sat a bit deeper there, Sarah Baum. So Sarah, she got 10th on the Challenger last year, equal 10th, and took out the Tweed Coast Pro. So that was a huge event win for her. And where are we at with that? And Mia Huppatz has been shredding through these opening rounds as well. So Mia is sitting in 8th on the qualifying series as well. So there's a lot on the line for Mia in this event too. She's had a 5th up at NEAS and a 5th at the Taiwan Open. So strong showing for Mia this year too. It's all happening out there. There have been a few knockouts from higher seeds in this contest, and I'm sure they'd be a little bit disappointed, but always can go back to the drawing board, learn a lot from that, and come out firing next year. As we see a little bit of a paddle there from the surfer in white, Oceana Rogers. I think Oceana she got a 2nd at Junior Nationals, and she also has been a previous state champ, so I love this event because you can come into it and watch the next gen, take it to the more experienced competitors, and it's been a really good opportunity for me to see how the standard is and who's going to take on those big names who are out there in the Challenger Series and who are on the World Tour. And there's a whole plethora of frothing groms coming through from Australia.
There sure is. And as we have a look at the live ratings, you can see that the climb is starting to happen for some of those surfers sitting just outside that qualification mark. Coco Cairns has jumped up a few spots. Mia Huppatz is on the way up as well. And she's out there with a big opportunity at the moment. Mia, the 17-year-old, we'll see how she fares. But this is Kailani Johnson, and she's surfing for that Asian region, and we'll see how she fares. She's pretty well positioned at the moment.
Yeah, sitting in 4th from my last, had a quick look online. And sitting in that 4th position. Looking like a bit of a set coming through the lineup. It's tricky out there at the moment. The tide's just started to turn and going back down again. So surfer in blue, looking to find a right-hander here. Big bottom turn, a little bit late to that section, but manages to bank a turn, and I've just given her the commentator's curse. So Mia just warming up.
She is, yeah. It's you can tell that wind's kicked up a bit. So, there's got to be some extra attention paid to those lumps and bumps, and when you choose to commit to that rail off the bottom and obviously get that timing right in those most critical sections. Of course, the format for the modern day WSL event is your 2 best rides. You can catch as many waves as you like. That's not an issue at all. Priority is a factor in these heats with the 4 surfers out there. And then that just means that at some stage, you know, that your wave selection is really a big focus. But while you're roaming around in Mia's position at the moment with no priority, you are basically looking to keep busy and just rack up as many numbers as you can and try and build some kind of foundation out here.
Yeah, and I think I just went up and had a bit of a look from up the top, and as the tide goes down, you can see these little lefts where Sarah Baum is paddling in here at the moment, starting to form along the bank there. So a bit of a check turn there for Sarah, keeping her speed up, and a bit of a little flare there to finish that wave off. So I think tactically for some of these surfers, we saw Willow Hardy in her opening, her round of 32 heat. She was in rhythm with the ocean. It was like she went out with a game plan and she kind of moved around a bit from bank to bank. And there's kind of like 2 banks out there running where, there's a left down a bit further and then there's a right that comes through up near the rocks. But it seems to be the surfers who are kind of rapid firing and maintaining a bit of rhythm with the ocean are getting and building scores.
Sarah's always been a really solid competitor, and this year finds herself in a completely different situation to what she did last season in this final event of this region's run of QS contests, because she did get home to Africa to compete in their regional tour, and the events kind of got cut short. She was outside of qualifications, so she came to this event here at Surfest to really prove her worth and, you know, put herself into a position to maybe get a wildcard call-up. She almost won the contest, and I think that got the attention of the WSL. She definitely gave it a good nudge. She got to 10th position on the Challenger Series ranks, so she shored up her place already, and I think as a result just really freed up her surfing, and she kicked off her QS campaign, even though she didn't really need it, with a victory at the Tweed Coast Pro, that first QS 5000. So she's had a great year already and a confidence-building year. She's got that winning feeling before heading into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely. You can tell she's been working. I mean, she lives here now and I've seen her working really hard. She's out there every day honing her skills. We see the surfer in white, nice open face carve. Surfer in white, she's definitely got that little grommy vibe about her, super light on her feet, managing to negotiate these flatter sections super quickly. Coming through, Oceana Rogers is from the South Coast. She's had a few showings, second place at the National Junior titles. She's won a state title, so she's frothing. You can see it in the way that she's performing out there today.
Yeah, she looks sharp. I mean, she's the lowest seed left in the mix. Coming into this one in 85th position. Obviously, she's going to be making a big climb up the ladder and probably has already begun that sort of ascension, but she's just giving it her all, and I love it. You know, she's looking to really build some confidence, find a new level of comfort and build her seed heading into the next big QS season.
I liked the turn there. She didn't kind of just do, you know, like a half kind of rail turn. She really snapped it around and brought the fins out beyond. And for such a soft section, she's done well just to blast a little turn off.
A couple of quick rides there for Kailani Johnson and also Sarah. And Sarah's got the best of the numbers out there at the moment. Mia Huppert's just kind of struggling to put it together. And this is, you know, we have seen it a couple of times already in this round of 32. You know, those surfers who are right there on the edge just seem to be feeling that pressure a little bit. You know, Mia looks so strong in her opening round heat. She's got to settle into this one because she does have a massive opportunity with a couple of surfers above her falling out of the mix already. So she can really give herself a great chance. And she's proven that she's got incredible form and does compete with a lot of confidence. But this is, you know, probably at this point in the competition, the biggest heat she's ever surfed as far as her aspirations for getting onto the Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming into a QS 5000, straight into the open women's division, she's had a strong showing through her junior career. And yeah, that all, you know, it kind of goes out the window as soon as you step into the qualifying series. I remember just thinking, you know, you've won junior series events, you've won world junior events, and all of a sudden it's like you're starting back from square one when you hit a QS event. And yeah, it's like relearning again and negotiating a system with a whole bunch of the open women, as we see Mia up and riding. Just once again there, she's chosen to sit a little bit further down on the point. But yeah, I think their family was originally from down at Janjak and they moved up to the Gold Coast, family of 3 sisters. Basically, it seems like just to get them up into the warm waters up there. Really competitive region. We've seen a lot of sunny coast competitors, like a plethora of them in this event draw. So all making it through to round of 32. And yeah, like you think of the women recently, like Keely Andrew, Dimity Stoyle. We've got surfer who's just qualified. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a blank on her name as well, who just got 3rd in the last event.
Oh, man, they've got an amazing little cast of talented surfers moving through kind of all different generations.
Serena Brooke.
Serena Brooke, back in the day, she was one of the trailblazers for that region for sure.
The Energizer
Isabella Nichols as well.
Yeah, yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. So, yeah, Serena was an Energizer bunny.
Sophie McCulloch.
That's it.
The surfer you're thinking of.
Yeah, Sophie's, yeah.
What a great return for Soph, too. You know, missed a couple of events due to injury. But, yeah, that was a big showing over there in Portugal. So she's going to give herself a chance at surviving the cut.
Yeah, she did really well. I think, you know, it would be hard to watch on in your first year. I would definitely have struggled with that. So she came out swinging, heading over to Portugal. Looks like Sarah Baum has dropped a 5.0 on her opening wave, so she must have really done something strong to deserve that 5. We saw Bronte McCauley do 1 turn this morning at nearly a 7.5 for that. So judges really rewarding solid and strong surfing. So
big adjustment just in the conditions that, you know, obviously the crew out there at the moment would have got out there this morning and tried to get familiar with the lineup, but we had a big high tide, and then obviously that kind of killed the momentum killed the energy a little bit.
Yeah.
And now as it's starting to bottom out, there is a few big steep sections on that outer bank, and Sarah just connected with one nicely for a 5. So she's out in front. Mia's actually got herself into that 2nd position, which, you know, is where she wants to probably attack from in those qualifying positions. We've seen a few surfers come undone and look a little desperate when they are outside the top 2, and just sort of their wave selection sort of fell apart, and their patience for just waiting for priority and a shot at some bigger sets was gone. But we appear to have some energy rolling our way at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like a little set coming into the lineup. We see surfer in the next heat in blue.
Yeah.
Ellie Harrison, she's had a stellar year, stellar junior career too. I was doing a bit of reading about her. Nice little snap there from Oceania. But yeah, I think being able to hold your composure in waves like this, we saw the more experienced competitors, Dimity and Bronte, doing that. You know, they have been on the World Tour and they were able to hold their composure this morning and just pick the eyes out of what is on offer today. Knowing that those kind of bigger open face waves, even with Sarah on her first wave, are going to give them that, you know, at least one big section to hit and hopefully 2. But yeah, you can tell the ones who can hold their composure are really capitalising in these tricky conditions today.
So there we go. Oceania again, just up. Couldn't complete that one. Interesting note, Mia, her younger sisters are amazing surfers as well, Isla and Anna. So, you know, she's kind of been in sort of heats with 2 other surfers her entire surfing life. So, you know, I'm sure she's learnt how to sell her younger sisters on average waves when they're holding that inside position, and it's probably helped push her to new heights. She also, I think, connected originally with Brad Gerlach down there in Victoria, and then Brad relocated too up to the Gold Coast, and they've continued that wave key work. And we'll see her try and use her incredible form to get some big turns done on the outside, as we see Rogers rolling through to the inside once again. She's keeping busy. You can tell without that priority, she's just looking to build on her numbers. You know, you want to obviously drop a big score, but here we go on the outside. the surfer that's really feeling the pressure as far as their hopes of qualifying for the Challenger Series through the Australian region is Mia Huppatz, and she's just picked off a pretty decent ride there. Should go into the top 2 and push the requirement higher for Oceana and Kailani. So that was an important one for her, and using that priority wisely.
Yeah, having a little bit of a paddle, both surfer and green. We see a replay here. I really like the extension through that open face carve. It's a very mature turn there for Oceana. You can tell she's technically really advanced to be able to, fully flare at the end of that. I think sometimes people come out of those turns a little bit too early, so she's done well there. A little bit of a replay there for Kailani. Managed to get 3 turns in on that wave, and you see the girls pull off and have a bit of a paddle battle back out the back, but a nice turn there for Surfer in Blue. She's picked off a nice wave and managed to vertically hit that second section, so I would say best of that exchange there.
Which is really what her goal is. Obviously everyone wants to go through the rounds of these contests, getting the W, getting the post-heat interview and bathing in the glory, Beck. But you're happy to just survive these earlier rounds in second place, and it really counts when you start to get to those head-to-head matchups, getting the victory. But yeah, Mia will be, I think, pretty happy when this next score drops. It's only a slight increase in the size of the wave for a whole lot more energy. And she was able to really kind of go bottom to top and drive into her manoeuvres. Whereas when we watched Kailani Johnson's wave, a bit more sort of small wave groveling and still great, but a bit more manufactured, that her number, which came through at a 3.37, and Mia's just dropped the big one, 6.17. And that sees her jump up into the lead ahead of Sarah now. And Sarah, originally from Durban, living here in Newcastle, surfing for the East End Board Riders. She's going to be looking for a 4.11 to get back into the lead. But, that's just such a crucial ride there for Mia. You just can't overstate it enough. It's, her dreams are kind of on the line. She's done so well to get this high on the ratings coming into this final QS event. And she doesn't want to lose that opportunity now, as we see Oceana Rogers showing some great small wave form.
Sarah on the wave behind her. It looked like there was a bit of a swell pulse down there on that left-hander. But, yeah, I think Mia really holding composure well, considering that both surfers in white and green got waves right before her. So she seems like she's got the blinkers on, and she's done really well to find herself a 6.17 in this lineup, because it is pretty tricky out there today. But we see Oceana again. She's got this, she's got a little snap here that she's looking real, fins free, tail out. Love to see her get just a bit of a bigger wave, as we see Sarah here going nice vertical attack, coming through a little bit of a flat section there, but she does manage to ride out of it. So hopefully that for her will improve on the 3.73.
Yeah, Sarah coming from Durban, obviously knows the Smiths really well. Rides Graham Smith's boards, Geordie, the CT Surfers, father's creations. And, there's definitely talent in this lineup, but you can see that Sarah, just strategy-wise, is kind of in a different place. She's really only looked at the waves that have the energy to allow her to kind of open up her turns a little bit more. Every sort of time she leans that board over on rail, it's just done with a little bit more authority. Even though the best ride of the heat so far belongs to Mia, it feels like Sarah's really in control of what she's doing out there at the moment, and kind of in control of the lineup in some ways.
Yeah, and I think I was having a quick chat to her this morning, and we were watching it, and as that, the tide came in and it became quite tricky, we were just, discussing, and I just was like, today's going to be a workhorse heat. It's going to be, it's going to be work for them today. You're going to go out there and you're going to create some strategy, and you're going to have to create opportunities for yourself. We see Kailani having a bit of a paddle here for this one. And, she was super aware of that. She's like, I'm going to go to work today. And, nice open face slash there for Kailani. She is sitting in 4th on the Asia Regional. Nice little snap there for Oceana. We'll see if there was a first turn on that one. sitting in fourth, they only take 3 spots, so a lot on the line for a few of these women, as we see Oceana surfing all the way through to the inside here. Bit of a shory snap there for her. Not a nice shory, that one sometimes. Definitely had a few paddle outs and been pulverised by the newie shories. So, yeah, Sarah's, I think it was a kind of really good to see her take that event out on the Tweed Coast, at the Tweed Coast Pro, because sometimes it just takes one win to unlock that, belief. And she's really been working on a sports psych as well. And, yeah, to have it so many heats work out for you and to take a win out, it can change your whole philosophy, your whole belief system, and yeah, duly rewarded for the hard work she's been putting in. We see a replay here. This is one we wanted to see for White. 2-turn combo there for Oceana, so she's really throwing it down to these older women in her heat. That will be her best score, I think, for today. Yeah, so yeah, I think for Sarah, hard work's paying off, and it's really good to see, and this is a good warm-up for her for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I just see confidence. Often you'll hear competitors come in, post their interviews, I'm feeling good, my equipment's feeling good. And they're kind of surviving heats maybe, but it's not truly validated in the performance. Whereas, there's nothing frantic about what Sarah's doing at the moment. And obviously, the pressure's off. She's on the Challenger Series, but she's gotten to that good place. I don't think she was quite there this time last year, but
yeah.
She's, as you said, doing a lot of work, and it's paying off. Emily Burke, she's up in the next heat, and she'll be feeling the support of the hometown crowd. Got a tough draw. Ellie Harrison, Zali Kelly, 2 of the star performers on the QS this year, and Coral Durant, another one of those lower seeds who's been impressive on her road through to this round of 32. Oceana Rogers, just such a busy heat for her, and doing some great surfing. It feels like she just needs to get in that queue for priority and get herself on a bigger wave. Kailani Johnson may be suffering from the same thing. There's plenty of energy, but the game plan to ride a heap of waves has meant that she's not out there in the lineup when those slightly bigger set waves roll through with that extra kind of punch.
Yeah, I think for the 3 surfers in second, third and fourth, potentially a little bit of experience holding that composure now in the heat, coming down to under the 5-minute mark, if they could hold that composure. I think potentially Mia just got another score. She did take off on a smaller looking left, but yeah, I think now, and Mia does need to get rid of that 293 because it's leaving her a little bit exposed to the surfers underneath her. So yeah, I think getting one of these sets, if they could all just focus on getting one of these sets, it would change the structure of the heat so far. But we see great technique there from Oceana. She's super whippy, super fast, a little bit of fin flare there on that second section. But yeah, the wave a little bit flat, a little bit smaller. So she did get a 4.67 for her last wave, and that improved her situation a little bit. So surfer in blue, Mia. Again, the wave a little bit flat, a little bit smaller, but a little bit of a bauble there. So it'd be good if she can get back out the back, get another score on the board and improve on that 293 that she's carrying.
Well, she's kind of nailed the first part of the task in getting that big number, but she does find herself now in second spot with Sarah's last ride coming through at a 4.77. So as you said, just a little exposed at the moment. The numbers, they're not big. The requirement's not huge for Oceana and Kailani, and I guess the dangerous thing is both those competitors are doing great surfing on really much smaller waves.
Yeah.
So, but Mia, if she doesn't use her priority wisely, if she doesn't up the ante here at some point, she's in danger of not having an opportunity to kind of fight back if she does get pushed back into that third or fourth position. So this is kind of an interesting situation here. I still feel like this heat's kind of wide open for those final bottom 3 competitors at the moment.
Yeah, and I think Mia, with that 6, she's really got an advantage. She's in third priority, and she's moved a little bit closer down to her competitors there. So she might try and sell them on a few waves. She's up and riding. Nice open face carve there for Mia, and see if, a little bit of a snap. Bottom turn, top turn combo.
This is like juicing every single point on offer out of this ride.
She did well.
She's trying to better a 2.93. And I think in some ways she can kind of almost go to the that busy tactic that was employed by Oceana Rogers and Kailani Johnson earlier on, because if she can put up a similar score to Oceana Rogers' 4-point mid-range 4, then it's going to make it a pretty solid requirement.
Yeah, I would almost give that a little bit of a score, but it was a small wave. So again, I guess she is in third priority, so she's just going to try and keep chipping away here and putting more and more pressure on the other two. But looks like there's a bit of a flurry out the back.
Okay, so she got a 3.3. So she upped the requirement by almost half a point, which is, it's not a lot, but it's something. It's it's going to definitely make it a little bit more difficult here for Oceana Rogers and Kailani Johnson. But yeah, this is going to be a stressful finish to the heat for Mia. Also for Kailani, whose hopes of getting to the top end of the Asian ranks are on the line here as well.
Yeah, and I think with red sitting in priority, it's kind of a good thing for Surfer in Blue, because it means that if there is kind of a bigger wave, that Sarah will take it, because she knows she's also a little bit exposed there. There's not much separating all of the surfers at the moment. So yeah, I can tell that Sarah's kind of hunting and maintaining that priority whilst putting a little bit of pressure in and around the competitors too.
I'm just going to go ahead and shuffle to the edge of my seat because this is when you really start to think about each competitor and what they've put into this grueling QS schedule. I mean, there's 4 kind of major QS events, but then there's a handful of minor QS events as well, and they've turned up and put in a good showing at each of those contests, and it all comes down to this final 40 seconds. I mean, Kailani Johnson, she's out here. She's been battling away on the Asian regional tour.
Yep.
There's big points up for grabs here. She knows there's a bit of space at the top end of the ranks with some surfers falling out of the mix. She's not going to get anything out of this ride. But Oceana Rogers has found one. She might get a connection through to the inside. She might need a big finish here. Driving, manages to hold on to some speed. She stuffs the rail, though, and doesn't ride out of that one. Checks the clock, sees there's only 10 seconds to go.
Oh, there's
Mia
one coming
Huppert,
through.
she might just hang on here and get herself through to that next round. And we are getting to the point now on the live rankings where we're starting to see some movement. The surfers at the back end of that top 4 feeling very anxious at the moment.
Yeah, good surfing there from good heat strategy from Surfer in Red, Sarah Baum. We'll see what comes through for Oceana on this wave. Nice little backhand schwack.
That was pretty solid start, but we know that she failed to execute on the inside, and that's going to cost her, you'd think.
Yeah, I think Mia Huppert's performing really well under pressure there, managing to maintain her qualification for the Challenger Series alive.
Yeah, big props have to go out to Kailani Johnson, who had an amazing run on the Asian regional circuit, and then Oceana Rogers, who survived a couple of tough heats to get herself to this position. But you've got to give it up to the composure and just the fight from Mia Huppert's there, hanging on to second position to move through to the next round. And Sarah Baum is also going to be qualifying for the next round, just looking so confident. We're going to take a quick break here at the Speaking in Colour Pro, and we'll be back with the last heat of the round of 32 for the women right after this.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Speaking in Colour Pro. Great to have them on board for Surfest 2023. Fantastic organisation. But out there in the lineup, we've got another big heat. 2 of the QS front runners, Zali Kelly and Ellie Harrison, are out there. and they're fighting hard, and this is a big heat for Zali. She comes into this one in 6th position, and we know that there has been a bit of movement above her on the ranks. Philippa Anderson falling out of the mix early on in the event, and also Nixie Ryan vulnerable at the moment. But Zali needs to get out of this heat to keep her dreams alive. Ellie Harrison a little higher on the ranking, sitting in 3rd position. And, you know, she's obviously in that same kind of, she's in a different position. She's on the inside of the qualification mark at the moment, looking to really defend that position, Beck.
Yeah, I think for both of these competitors, they would have also, I mean, possibly have known that Mia has also just stepped on through to the next round. So some people choose not to know the ratings, and others are very well aware, depending on where they come from competitively.
Were you one of what side did you sit on?
I always knew what was going on, and I always knew, how close everything was and who needed what. So it was just like, when it was on, and you just flick a switch and you'd go out pretty hungry just to make it through, scratch your way through. And I think, Mia under pressure there did really well, sitting in 8th. She's probably maybe already improved her position. I'm not sure yet, but we will find out.
Probably you can speak to it, having sort of had success in all different stages of your career, and we'll get back to that in a moment as Zali looks to get things started. This is a really well-rounded, progressive surfer that never holds back from smashing a section, and she got a good one to play with there.
Just coming off a win, Zali. Down at Avoca.
She's a winner. You go through her list of achievements, and it's really long. She's had great success in a lot of these major QS events. So I see her stepping up here. Yeah,
starting pretty strong with a 4.5. Given in that last heat, that would have been a second wave, like backup score. So started strong. Again, the experienced competitors showing their experience really in these conditions.
Exactly. She's relieved a lot of pressure on herself already. 3 waves, a 4.5, a 3.5. She just improved on that with a 4.07. So, that's pretty healthy in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, replay here. Looking for that bottom turn, top turn, strong combo there. She managed to bank that pretty hard. This is Sarah, I think, just coming in from the last heat. But local girl Emily Burke, she had a good, strong showing yesterday, so she's out in the lineup. We see, looks like Ellie Harrison up and riding here. That wave just a little bit flat there. This might be Zali's second wave, a little quick hip snap, and second foam climb there. So she's done well to get through to the inside on this wave. I don't know how she did that, but I think that would be her 4.07. A little bit of a carve down there. Oh, this might be the 4.7. So, good read on those waves. Real small little waves, but she manages to keep her board moving and maintain speed through her turn. So technically looking pretty strong there for Zali. 2 quick pocket pairs of 4. Put pressure on the other competitors. Emily Burke, local girl, out in the lineup. She surfed really well in her opening round heat. I saw a few photos of that heat and a bit of footage, and it looks like she was throwing some serious fins in the air. So strong competitor. I haven't seen a hell of a lot of her. Just more so because I don't surf as much as the Groms these days. But I've been hearing a lot about her in and around the Newcastle region, and I heard that she's starting to get on a bit of a run and through some rounds in this qualifying series. Which is great. I think once you start building momentum without it, you just, once it starts rolling, it just never stops. So she's had a really good showing so far. Hopefully she can get her feet in the wax in this heat.
Yeah, she's going to be definitely feeling love from the hometown crowd, but you're right, she is building towards a special finish. Already placed pretty well.
Oh, bit of fin 3 action there from Zali Kelly.
Yeah, Zali's really just running away with it here early in the heat. But Emily, just quickly, comes into this one in 15th position. So like Dimity Stoyle, probably needs a victory to get all the way to that top 4. And this is a big test because as we mentioned earlier on, Zali Kelly right up there near the top of the ranks, and Ellie Harrison sitting in the number 3 position at the moment. Coral Durant, she's a bit further back on the ratings in 53rd spot.
Yeah.
But the surfer from WA just seems to be kind of buzzing and has a good, fun approach to this final major QS event, as we see Ellie up at the moment, rolling her way through. A bit of action on the outside. Here goes Coral. Has a look at this one. And she can't get into it just on 17.5 minutes to go. A little medium-sized set rolling through here. Not too much happening on the right, but on the left, Zali connects with a couple of sections here. Already banked some scores on the forehand. A couple of hits there on the backhand too. As I said earlier, very well-rounded. Joining us now, though, with a really confident performance is Sarah Barmer. And Sarah, you just look like you're in a really good place at the moment. Obviously, not feeling too much stress in having to chase down a big result, but I know you've got a big one in mind.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still pretty nervous going into these heats. I'm just trying to calm myself. And yeah, I was talking to Woodsy yesterday saying how nervous I was, and she was like, yeah, that just means you care. So yeah, I definitely want to get a good result here, maybe back up a second or a first like last year. And yeah, that was a proper grovel session, but you know, got to do what you got to do and make it through these heats.
We love that. Yeah, just talk to us about that. Totally different situation for you this year compared to last year. You're on a mission to prove to people that you're worthy of a place in those Challenger Series events, and you did it. But you had a great run on the Challenger Series. How different is it when you get to that next level?
Yeah, like I've just found a major belief in myself just recently, and I think that's something that I was lacking for so many years, especially when I was younger, and then when I stopped competing, a lot of self-doubt, and yeah, just kind of just started believing myself, and yeah, kind of the switch just clicked, and I got results on the Challenger Series, and then I started to believe in myself more, and made it known that I deserve to be there, and I feel like I deserve to be at the top level. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, and it's still in these regional events. It's what I'm thinking. I'm pretending these are Challenger Series events, and yeah, we'll just keep the ball rolling and keep going.
Yeah, how did you feel after your first event win up there on the Tweed Coast Pro? Did you feel like that made a difference to your mental state as well?
Yeah, definitely. It made a nice big dent in my bank account after Hawaii last year. I was kind of struggling a little bit. Yeah, Hawaii is so expensive, so just to win that event under the stress of financial stress, it felt so good, and just the fact that I can do that and carry the stress and get results, it feels great and really rewarding.
We're loving to see you're well supported, and I know those Smith shapes are going really well. What model were you riding out there?
This is a volume that I got from Graham last June when I was back home. It's actually made for Huntington, and it was perfect for out there. Just carry speed through any sort of dead section. I actually rode this in tweed as well. It's just an inch smaller than what I'm used to riding, so it fits in the pocket really nicely. And yeah, this is a keeper. I don't touch this until it's contest time.
Awesome, Sarah. Well, congratulations on another big heat win here. And yeah, like I said earlier, we're thrilled to see you back on the Challenger Series this year, and hope you can do what you've been doing and just basically narrow in on one of those top finishes. So close last season.
We'll get there. Thanks, guys.
Well done, Bommy.
14 minutes to go here. And she's established herself as one of the surfers to beat in this contest. I think she just hasn't even had to really reveal her best surfing just yet. She's kind of progressing through the heats with a sharp strategy, using priority wisely, and just making those individual sections on the outside count. So, yeah, I think she's sort of setting herself up for potentially a run at a second victory in a QS 5000 this year.
Yeah, that would be a nice little dent in the bank account again for her. And yeah, it is hard and challenging for some of these competitors, just even getting to the next event. They are supported, but yeah, traveling to certain countries on the Australian dollar, but even, more so on the South African dollar and things like that. Yeah, as she said, it really helped her to plan her year, basically. Huge turn there from Zali Kelly. That was a replay of one of her last waves. And we see Surfer in blue. Got a really nice, Zali, this is a replay of the left. Again, she manages to get 2 turns on that one up near the rocks there, and she's been hunting. Zali's played a smart heat. She stayed away from her other competitors. Bit of a replay there for Surfer in green. Nice little combo of turns, but it is a nice flaring snap there for the surfer in blue, Ellie Harrison. I like the way Ellie's got a lot of flow in her surfing. She seems to kind of power out of turns, but she hasn't had a heap of opportunity. Zali's really just taken a stranglehold on this heat and stayed away from the other competitors, made sure she's got a couple of turns in on each wave. So it is still really close, though. Zali's holding down 2-4s. We've got 12.5 minutes in this heat, so a couple of sets rolling through the lineup, Ronnie.
Yeah, I think Zali's just had an incredible read on where the scoring opportunity is. To get out there and get all those numbers so quickly and to rack up those totals, even with her throwaways, she'd be leading this heat. So she's identified a place in this lineup, and I think for that reason, Ellie Harrison's gone, you know what? I'm not having too much luck. I'm going to go sit where Zali is and just ride off that and wait for my opportunities with priority. Because you put Ellie Harrison on Zali's waves, and I think you see the same kind of results, the same sort of surfing. Emily Burke and Coral Durant, great surfers, not quite on Ellie and Zali's level just yet.
Yeah.
But so it means for them that wrestling away the best waves in this heat is absolutely crucial. And up until this stage, they haven't been able to do that. And it was a similar story in the last heat too. I mean, the form surfers, the surfers with the real performance edge were also on the best waves. And that's a killer, you know. You've done some coaching, Beck, and obviously competed at the elite level yourself. If you're coming up against someone who's, you know, you've got to be a realist. You've got to back yourself, but you've got to say if a person is a better surfer than you at this point in your career, you're going to have to get the best waves to beat them.
Yeah, definitely. I think give yourself the best opportunities that you can. And yeah, I think that's why people return to surfing. We see a little bit of a paddle here from Surfer in Blue. Ellie, just, not an amazing wave there for her, but she did have fourth priority. So, yeah, she's going to get back out the back. I think it's part of being, a next level surfer is picking the best waves as well. You see the more experienced competitors giving themselves the opportunity, and that goes hand in hand. I think we've seen a few kind of less experienced surfers in the last few heats just make those mistakes. And when you are experienced, you're kind of relying on surfers. But definitely when I had the experience, but there was a lot of young surfers coming up, and I know that their standard was rising, you kind of want them to beat you because it is the next gen, they should be beating you, as we see Ellie up and riding here. Nice bit of a two-turn combo. She's going to pull off that one. I think there's some rocks on the inside there. Looks like someone else got a wave at the same time. But yeah, like they should be beating you, But if you can go out and get the best waves, put yourself in the best position and really pick the eyes out of it, then, you can definitely win and keep winning for another couple of years whilst everyone else is learning those tactics.
Yeah, just on 9.5 minutes to go. That was an important ride for Ellie because she was, as you said in that last heat, she's in the spot that she wants to be in, a qualifying position for the next round, but she is exposed with her low numbers. As you can see, Coral Durant and Emily Burke need next to nothing to overtake her at the moment. And that last wave's going to really help Ellie's chances, you'd think. Couple of swoops. It was just a bigger wave, so it gave her speed. As we see her on the replay there, heading left. Just a couple of hits. It did fade away, but it is probably going to go into a top two, that one.
Yeah, she did well to get nice and vertical on that first section because it looked like it was kind of backing off a little bit, but yeah, then just doing a little bit of a wrapping carve. She did carry a 2.13, so.
I think if that's the sort of the last couple of last minutes, say, of the heat, she's chasing a score. She beaches that board into the rocks. But at this stage of the game, 8.5 minutes to go, she's saying, I don't want to do a board change. I don't want to risk it. No. I'm going to get back out there. And, we'll see. We'll see where that number falls. But I definitely see it going into a top two and pushing the requirement a little bit higher for her rivals here. Just over 8 minutes to go. And the Speaking in Colour organisation getting right behind women's surfing this year. In fact, a lot of the local businesses are behind this contest, which is fantastic to see. It was Speaking in Colour that got that naming right sponsorship, an Aboriginal-owned, women-led business connecting people to the rich Aboriginal culture, which obviously we love to celebrate.
Yeah, they did. Speaking in colour, managed to get another 4 sponsors involved, and then they were able to again run the Indigenous Classic, which is really, it's really positive. You see I think there's about 90 local sponsors who have chipped in for this event, so the women's event can run. It's an amazing setup. They all come down to the contest and check it out, and it really creates kind of a level, I guess, an event where people can come down and watch surfing and start to understand it a little bit more, as we see a little bit of a paddle here from Surfing White Amelie Burke. Nice backside snap here, looking to connect this one through to the inside, and she's definitely going to work there. The Surfer in White, small little wave, but she did manage to get a small turn in. I'd love to see Amelie go back out the back and just bank a massive turn off one of those lefts, potentially now that she's in 4th priority. Just stay away from her competitors. But yeah, community. Newcastle's definitely known for the power of the community, and 90 businesses coming on board. It's crazy.
It's amazing. I love it. And, I think there's a lot of regions that could employ that same kind of system to get events up and running in their area. As we see now, Coral Durant, nice hit there, draws off the bottom into that section. Putting a couple of decent turns together here. Only needs a 3.96 to get herself up into 2nd place.
Yeah, Coral doing really well there. I almost thought that she'd potentially miss the wave and miss the section, and that it was going to close out, but she was just kind of biding her time and utilising the wave speed to hold her composure and do some turns. Ellie Harrison, big snap off the top there for her.
You could see Ellie's MO there. She almost looked left, but she went left on her last ride, and it kind of faded away to nothing. And she went, you know what? I've got big individual turns. I'm going to try and throw one down here. Didn't tee off the way she would have liked, so I don't think it's going to go into a top 2. Amelie Burke's starting to make her move. She doesn't need a whole lot to get into 2nd spot. Zali's still out in front with a couple of mid-range 4s. And Coral's about to turn in her best number here.
Yeah, really nice snap off the top there, and she managed to just carve through that 2nd section. So she really read that wave well, Coral. Looks like there might be a mid-range 3 or a 3.8 or high-range 3 there for her, making a little bit less, but we'll see what scores drop here for the Surfer in Blue. Ellie Harrison, she's, she did better her position.
She might have better a score here. She did. So 4.3. So I've got a feeling now you're going to see Ellie just shift her focus onto those rights, and also maybe just onto those bigger oncoming sections. She won't even mind taking a closeout, because that's her best score, and she only really had one opportunity to chase it down. So the requirement, it didn't really change too much, because Coral got herself a wave and Amelie got herself a good ride too. So 5.2 required for the Surfer in White, who's got priority out there. Yeah. Coral's only after a 3.94. It's another one of those heats where anyone could kind of get it. Zali, though, she looks like she's starting to get into that pretty comfortable place. That was a nice combination.
Yeah, she managed to pick off a nice-looking left-hander there. I think did well to negotiate that section. We saw a set coming into the lineup, and you definitely want to be on them when they do come through, because there isn't too many of them. So women all negotiating these tricky conditions really well.
They are. Yeah, it's just, and dealing with the pressure so beautifully. I mean, this is huge for Amelie. She's in front of her hometown crowd. She does have a mathematical chance. It's a long shot, and as long as the surfers above her keep moving too, the chances of her, even with a victory, getting to that top 4 are becoming a little less. But she's still got that shot at the moment, and she's going to try and take that opportunity. But it's interesting to me, you look at Zali Kelly, Ellie Harrison, that they're at the top for a reason.
Yeah.
To me, these are Challenger Series talents. These are surfers that should be vying for a spot on the CT. But you've still got to overcome savvy competitors and rising stars to do that. And in tricky conditions, you can trip over.
Definitely. I think we saw a few surfers exposed in those early round heats just from slight tactical errors. And then, the younger competitors just making the most of that and kind of taking them out of the contest. But it is Zali Kelly. She did better her position with a 5.33. Zali got, what did she get? 18th on the Challenger last year. I think possibly for Zali, she's seen a few of her friends and rivals, crack the code and jump into the World Tour. And I think for her, I'd like to see her kind of up in that top 10, definitely. I think she's got the ability to do that. It's just kind of creating a really strong campaign on the Challenger Series. And sometimes that can be hard. The first years are always challenging. I know my first year on the QS, I really struggled. I got homesick. I didn't eat well. I didn't sleep well. There was a few parties on. I got distracted.
Oh,
and
that
then
sounds like the fun part.
Yeah. And then the second year I came through. I was a bit angry at myself when I qualified. So it was like you needed to build on your ratings in the first year. And it was a lot. I hadn't really been out of Australia, and all of a sudden you're in the adult world of the QS. And now it's, I guess, the Challenger Series. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot of distractions.
That's such a cool anecdote. That's such a great story for young rising stars to hear, because you had the amazing junior career. You got that big junior world title. But to hear that even a junior world champion can kind of struggle through their first year on the QS, but before sort of identifying where they can clean things up, I think it's, that kind of honesty is appreciated. And a lot of the surfers in the field, even those that have been close before and bombed out earlier in this contest, should maintain that faith, because you've got so many factors working against you with the ocean. You can have, like, we all have bad surfs.
Yeah.
And that can happen with the jersey on as well. So
yeah, definitely.
even if you have a bulletproof strategy for going out there and getting it done, it can be flipped on its head.
Definitely, yeah. My first year at the US Open, it was really tricky. I bowed out in the first heat there, and we see Amelie up and riding on a bigger looking wave. Nice bottom turn, top turn combo, and again.
Oh, man. Look out. She only needs a 5.2, and I think she's right there. She might have even done it without that final move, but Amelie Burke, she needs a bit more size. She's a tall surfer, and you can see when she finds that room, she's got that great leverage. She gets that board up into the pocket a couple of times. 30 seconds to go. Ellie Harrison might be in trouble here.
Yeah, she's a little bit exposed. Good, really strong top turn combos there from Amelie Burke. She's got really good leg strength, and it's going to come close, depending on where the judges see that. But managing to stay nice and vertical and in the pocket on that last little right-hander. We see Zali having a little sniff there.
That was some of the cleanest face that we've seen in this heat, and that was, pretty well surfed. She would have loved to have finished off that last turn on the inside, and it might have really sealed the deal for her, but I think it's going to be right there on the line. The heat is over, so we're still waiting on that score to come through for Amelie Burke. But Novocastrians have a habit of putting in big performances here at home. I bet you the crowd there on the beach is thinking, surely she's done enough here. But this is, nervous times for Ellie Harrison. As we mentioned earlier, four places in the ranks to make the jump onto the Challenger Series. And Ellie was sitting in third position. So, almost exposed there. There's some numbers rolling through. Remember, Ellie had a ride to drop as well.
Yeah.
That came through at a 5, and that actually pushed the requirement up a little bit for Amelie Burke. And unfortunately, she fell short. But it's good news for Ellie Harrison, because that was a crucial heat win. Zali Kelly, too, is going to be making a big climb up the QS ratings. Beck, that was a lot of fun.
That was great.
We'll do it again. And we'll be back with more action in just a moment. We're going to be getting the round of 32 underway in the Burton Automotive Pro. And we'll bring in the stellar cast of Vaughn Blakey and Matt Hoy for the call.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. Excuse me. It's Goons Doing Friday. That's what's going on. The world has gone topsy-turvy up here at Surfest. It's a wonderful afternoon, though. Vaughan Blakey and Matt Hoy in the commentary booth. G'day, mate.
How are you, mate?
How frothing are you?
We're
into
very frothing.
I know. The round of 32. Heat number 1. We just saw the last heat of the women's. And a good result there for Zali Kelly and Ellie Harrison holding off a fast-finishing Emily Burke. Coral Durant out there as well from WA.
Oh, Emily just come
I
on.
know you had eyes
spewing.
for Emily in this one, a local surfer.
Yeah.
He's done a wonderful job. But the Burton Automotive Pro, mate, I mean, Burton Automotive, first of all, you know, long time naming sponsors here in
Legends.
Newcastle, the Surfest. What's behind this incredible local company?
Kim Burton. He's the man.
He's the man.
He loves surfing.
He loves it.
Got one of the best old surfboard collections you've ever seen. as
Fair
well.
dinkum.
Yeah, really good.
And I
he
saw
just
that-
loves surfing. Loves anything to do with surfing.
See a lot of surfers getting around in the Burton
Yeah.
Automotive sort of stick-it-up vehicles.
Yeah.
Jacko Baker's got one.
Yeah, I've got
Mark
one.
Richards has got one. You got one?
Yeah, I got one.
You've got one?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
And
the man, mate.
You know who else got one?
Who?
Tezza.
Tez has got one.
And
He's
it-
got a Havel,
like-
brand new Havel.
He's one of the only people who gets, you know when you accidentally leave your high beam on
Yeah.
and people flick their lights at you?
Yeah.
Well, he gets that
All
when
the
he
time.
doesn't even have his lights on because his teeth are that bright.
Oh, you'll be listening at home.
I love him. He's he's as much an institution in this event as Burton
exactly.
Automotive. All right, mate. Let's load this one up. 21 minutes remaining in this. Kalani Ball. Wow, what a crazy run this guy has had in the back half of last year into this year. He really found his form on that Challenger Series towards the end of last year. A couple of huge results, but, you know, I thought when he was going into Haleiwa he could go all the way. He was just ripping. He's up against Kais King, who had a little bit of a break due to injury. This is Kalani, a little replay, so nice backside snap. And a good little combo. Stinging turns from the Stanwell Park surfer, Billy Stammen from New Zealand. Also on the Challenger
There he
Series
is.
last year. Didn't have a great run, but has already qualified for the Olympics for New Zealand. I know, it's tripping you out. We'll come back to that. And Xavier Huxtable in the red. So plenty of action in the starting moments of this heat. Kalani just loses the fins a bit there.
I think he's got the right idea going those lefts into the rocks for sure. There it is. Look at that rock shelf straight over the top.
Super busy. Yeah, it reminds me of the inside of Margaret River where they all have to, you know, come out real tentative. Oh, Billy Stammen finding some good opportunities. And isn't this a cracking start to the heat? Thought for a second, just during the high tide, it almost stopped breaking. And now we're back. Looks like Kalani's ridden out of some sort of flary manoeuvre. Mate, Goons are doing Friday. Here we are.
Here we are. Wish it was Friday the 13th. It'd be even better. But it's not. Anyway, it's going to be great.
It's hard not to get excited.
I bet.
Here we go. Let's take a look at this thing of Kalani's. Oh, yeah, throws the fins.
Oh,
Bit of,
that's like a bottom turn these days, isn't
nice. Way back in the day when the Momentum generation first came on tour, I would have sat down at the beach all day to see one of those.
All day?
All day, happily, because I was buying what they were selling. And you guys were all sitting there going, this is rank surfing. What is it?
Oh, my God. I hated it.
All right, let's get down to, hang on, we'll stick with Billy here. Far out, lots of waves being ridden. Oh, tail drift. See, Hoy?
Oh, and
That's what
rode
I
out,
liked when I was a
yeah.
grom. I like that stuff.
All day at the beach for it.
Xavier Huxtable getting a power game here on the backhand.
These heats are stacked from here on, aren't they?
Yeah, this is a really busy heat.
Oh, it's non-stop.
Hang tight, Zali. We'll come down to you in a second. All right, Kais King's finished a flurry of activity.
Wasn't it?
Zali Kelly, a really grindy heat, that last one, and you did really well to hold off some fast finishing performers there in Ellie, Amelie and Coral. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. The waves were so hard, but I was just happy to get a couple of wiggles.
A couple of wiggles, that's good.
Did you get the wiggles fingers cranking as you were coming in?
Yep, definitely.
That's great. So, tell us a little bit about sort of what you're hoping to achieve at this event. I know you've got a win on the Australasian qualifying series already this year, but, I mean, this is a big one, isn't it? Surfest, 5,000 points up for grabs.
Oh, yeah, it's a huge one. I've always loved Surfest. I got my first ever big result here in a QS. And, yeah, I'd love to obviously this would be like such an amazing event to win. So I'm just going to try my hardest in every heat, and hopefully I can get there.
Is there, like, I don't know, I'd like to get both your takes on this, Matthew and Zali, but is there something kind of satisfying about getting through a grindy one? Do you feel like you only have 1 or 2 heats like that in an event?
Yeah, they're the hardest ones to get through.
Yeah.
And if you get through those, you feel confident in the next one because
Yeah.
if you didn't put that performance in.
Yeah, they're definitely the most stressful ones. It's usually low scores, so yeah, they definitely put your heart to the test.
And I guess once you do kind of grind through those sorts of heats, you know you've got plenty in the tank performance-wise to showcase to the judges.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know, they're hard, but they're also satisfying that you know you can go out there in pretty bad waves and get a mid-4 for one turn. Like, that feels pretty nice.
It does. And sort of, have you been keeping an eye on who's getting through rounds and who's falling off? I know we saw Philippa Anderson fall out of the draw, and that's really opened a bit of a door here for, you know, people to get the jump on Philippa. Are you keeping an eye on that sort of thing, or do you just focus on what's in front of you?
Sort of. My family's definitely keeping an eye on it. I'm just trying to, my goal every event just been make it to the quarters, and then whatever from there is a bonus. So that's my goal again, just quarters, and then anything after that's good.
Well, well on the way into the round of 16, so just the one heat from the quarters, and then, you know, I guess things kind of start again when you get to the quarters, because you know that win is only a couple of heat wins away. We wish you all the best, Zali. Well done on getting through that last one, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Zali Kelly performing so strong there, Hoy, and, you know, sometimes if the waves don't show up, you just got to find a way to win. That's what the champions do.
Yeah, the dog heats, they're the ones. Like I said, if you get through those heats, I think you get a lot of confidence out of it. You always have, you don't go through many events having a good heat every heat. Like, you always got to scrape through a couple.
So just looking at those rankings, Zali Kelly was on 7,705 points. Philippa Anderson, who was just above her, was on 8,362 points. So, I'll tell you, Zali is going to get a fair whack of points already just from moving into that round of 16. So Philippa will be chewing her nails. Nixie Ryan also out.
Oh,
there's another. There's another one. I think we're going to get some live rankings here. If my earphones don't deceive me. Look at this. Zali Kelly has already leapfrogged Philippa. And Nixie Ryan is in her sights. So if you'd imagine if she gets through another round or two, she'll steal that final qualifying position off Nixie. And actually, Ellie Harrison, who I do believe got through that last heat as well, will sort of increase.
And Paige is out too, eh?
Paige is out, yeah, but so I mean, Paige can be leapfrogged, but
yeah,
I think
she's pretty safe.
I think the worst you can do when we did all the maths was third.
Yeah, right.
That's kind of what I heard, but
yeah. There's two right below us still in it, so. Oh, wow.
It's tense, mate. It's tense.
It must be.
I thought we were meant to be cruising on a Friday afternoon in Newcastle.
Well,
Not getting all anxious about things.
Yeah,
okay. So, mate,
imagine how anxious they are. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, they'd be looking at that, especially the people who are in there. Well, like you said, Paige can't really get knocked out of it, so she's fine. And then the girl in fourth, she'd be just going, oh, my God, it's sort of over with. Dream's falling away, slipping away as I'm watching.
Yeah, well, mate.
That's heavy.
The tension we're not getting any free rides here. It's ramping up, if anything. We've got the ratchet out and we're just going, rip, because out here right now, we've got Xavier Huxtable. Check this out.
Oh, here it is.
There he is in 10th spot, right? So
Yep.
he's got to get through this heat. He has to. Mikey Clayton-Brown, already out.
Oh, and
huge upset. Billy Stammond, who's in this heat, he is on that cut line as well. So he wants to get through. Anything he can do to get more points is going to make it harder for, Zave, Kalani, and Kais, who are all within striking distance. Kais is 18th at the ratings right now, and Kalani is 17th. We spoke to Kalani yesterday. He said, I didn't get the double qualification. I've got to do it the hard way. I've got to get a big result here at Newcastle. So, Kais and Kalani, experienced competitors.
Yeah, I thought Kais was up there last year.
Well, he suffered a pretty horrendous back injury.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
That knocked him out for a little while. He came straight back into things. He almost defended his title at the Tweed Coast Pro. He got a third in a 5,000, which is a big deal.
Yep.
And he backed that up with a
Huge point.
quarterfinal at the Great Lakes, which I believe is a 3,000.
Yep.
Zave also made the quarters in that event as well. Kalani is coming off a win in the Sunny Coast Pro. So all these guys are, they're in form.
Aren't
Exactly,
they?
mate. Exactly.
In form, on a roll. When you get on a roll too in surfing, it's you got to get as much out of it as you can because you can go the other way real quickly.
Oh, Billy's got plenty happening on this wave.
Oh.
Jams it on the inside.
He's going to go again. Geez, he's getting some speed off that extension off the bottom there.
Well, even if these guys say that they're not looking at the ratings.
They are.
Do you reckon they are?
100%.
Yeah, everyone knows.
Everyone's looking at it after every heat, probably.
Oh.
Al Hunt told us yesterday you can't look at it till after the round is finished. That's what he kept telling us yesterday, remember?
Yeah, well, I mean, the points weren't sort of stacking up enough. All the crew who are at the top end aren't really replacing anything.
Yeah, right. Not yet.
Dodgy. They've got to load up here. But that was a really sharp-looking wave from Kalani Ball.
Those lefts at the go.
Let's see what Zave got up to here, Hoy.
It's not bad either. 2-2. Oh, no. I thought this way
the
was
one.
white. Billy
just went to
bit
work
of spray. Little cut down there. This one's the move. Throw some spray. Bit of a flat wave, though. No real open face, was there? It gets it through the... What's the extension he gets on these two turns? They've got so much speed to hit that last section.
And then this was really impressive. Like, not much of a section, but he times it beautifully to really get the maximum amount of spray off that little lump. And the little vert.
Yeah.
Pocket
Love
snap.
it.
Good stuff. Gets out of those rocks, doesn't want to know about it. I was asking Rossi before. Worst place to finish up on the rocks on completion of a ride? What do you reckon on tour?
On tour?
Oh, hang on. Kai's King gets the first jam in. Nice little upside down re-entry. Oh, this is heavy, mate. I don't want to see any of these guys get knocked out of the running just at this stage of the event.
He's Kai's a little left again. First turn was good. This second turn gets vert. Yeah, this just fits two in. I don't know if it's going to go.
Don't you think all four of these guys are Challenger Series worthy surfers?
Well, they are. He just said he got a third, 1-1, and a quarters. So they're top 4 or 5, top 8 in the last few events. So, mate, you got to. They're informed surfers of the tour of the series.
Yeah, Xavier Huxtable. He's a guy who a lot of people have had eyes on for a long time. Such a powerful surfer. All his just foundation skills are so solid, man. Like when he takes off on a 6 to 8 foot open faced wall, you just know there's going to be some serious searing rail turns going down.
Mate,
but he can throw them as well and release the fins. Let's see what he's got.
Speak of the devil.
Taps the first section, gets a pretty classic vert up on that whitewash.
Oh, nice.
Rose the fins, yep.
He did a 6.34 though. That's a big score for out here today. That's up there with the highest scoring ride to the heat.
Look how many waves have been ridden
I know,
this heat so
it's
far.
crazy.
It's 10 minutes to go.
We were saying that, maybe they're going to look at the conditions, but it's been non-stop and there's been some good scores.
It's reminding me of like the 6th at Dapto, just a bunch of greyhounds going at it.
The 6th.
Well, that's the big money race, isn't it? But you know how like they open the gates and they just, out come all these dish lickers at 1,000 miles an hour. It's kind of been a bit like that.
At the start.
Kalani Ball holding priority, 6.67 and a 5.17. Billy Stammond. Wow, was that for that? No, okay, so Billy got that 6.33. It was a 4.33.
Yeah.
And that was a fully manufactured score, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it was a 4.23, wasn't it? The last one, maybe. Yeah, that was the one before.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that last one was the manufactured.
Yeah, well, he worked his
it was like
knee joints to
like
bone on that one.
It was like a closeout, but like a foam closeout. Didn't even have a curl to it. It was just like foam.
When he started, all these joints and everything was just nice and rubbery, and by the end it was just bone on bone going
just creaking.
Because he just worked all those joints to the
I definitely think that the lefts have got, as you can see with the scores in this heat, that the lefts have got more scoring potential. It's a bit bowlier, it comes at you a bit more.
And
That's
with
why
the
it's a
wind
bit
puffing
flat.
up the face, holding it up a little bit.
Yeah. The swell hasn't really kicked in, has it? I thought it might
What's
have
the
been.
deal with that? Because normally a south wind here,
Yeah.
what, 1 or 2 hours, and all of a sudden you get sort of shoulder high sets.
Yeah, like the other day. It picks
dead
up
flat.
so quick. And it picks up a lot of south swell, Mariella. Probably the most on the east coast, I reckon. Up there. Would have to be top 5 beaches on the east coast for the south swell. It's usually a couple of feet bigger every time.
What are you up to this evening, mate? I know that Newcastle, it fires up on Friday when Surfest is in town. And there's a few, lots of the local businesses support this event.
You know
none
exactly
better
what
than
I'm
the
doing.
Prince of Merriweather.
You know exactly what I'm doing, mate. I got the shirt on to prove it. Goons of Doom at the Prince tonight. It's going to be radical. It's been a while too since I've seen this too. I can't wait.
Yeah, mate.
It's going to be a good crew and it'll be good. Steel City beers on tap.
It's the official watering hole of Surfest.
Yeah, exactly.
Prince of Merriweather. If you're in Newcastle, come check it out.
Formerly the Prince of Wales.
Yeah.
Why did it change? I don't know.
People just don't like Prince Charles anymore.
I thought, well,
Well, hang on.
it used to
Isn't
be-
William the Prince of Wales now?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
He is.
He is. Yeah. Prince of. I don't know why they changed it. Actually, good question.
Xavier Huxtable on the inside. Yeah, well, we might have to ask him when he comes in. Is he a monarchist or a
Anarchist.
republic? Yeah. Oh, he's trying to get busy, and it's tricky. It's really tricky. I mean, he's surfing the waves. He's getting well. We'd love to see him get a little more opportunity, but it's Kalani Ball out in front. Billy Stairman from New Zealand in second. Billy is at 7th on these Australasian ratings. Finished last year at 82 on the Challenger Series. That's Jacob Wilcox. I think he's surfing in this event just to kickstart his year. Surfest, even though Jacob has already qualified for the Challenger Series, Hoy, he's come here to Surfest, mate, because he knows the history.
Yeah, well,
you want to win that trophy. You want to kickstart your year.
You want your
Big
name
win.
on that list.
You do.
It's a pretty honourable list of surfers.
When you look at that list and you don't see your name on it in your hometown, does it grind your bones a bit?
Not really. Sort of.
Grind
It'd be
your
nice
gears.
to be up there, but well.
How close did you get?
No, I went nowhere near it.
Really?
Ever, no. I don't think I got to the quarters once.
How come? Just
I
too
don't
much
know.
fun.
I don't know. It was weird. It was harder back then too. We had man-on-man heats and versus, I get beat by Dummer all the time up here.
Oh,
I think he beat me 3 times up here. He beat me 7 times the first year on tour. Damien Hardman.
I
flogged me.
interviewed Duma for Ain't That Swell once. And I was like, what's the secret to success? Was it just that you were so icy and you could just, freeze people out of feeling confident? And he went, no. He said, I just did the math. I was like, all right, this guy's average heat score is 6. If I get 2 4s, I've beaten him. And it's just pure maths. He downplayed the Iceman thing heavily. He was just going, it's just maths, mate. It's easy. Maths. I was going, maths? It's the uncoolest thing I've ever heard. I knew I should have paid more attention.
Yeah, and maths. I'm good at maths, and I was hopeless about that.
Yeah, well, far out. What a legend.
Yeah,
He's
the
the most
legend.
underrated world champ
I agree.
in history. He's such a good surfer, and he was a full-blown,
Iceman, they
surgeon.
called him the Iceman because he used to just sit, and he'd just sit it, wait it out. If it didn't come, it didn't come, but he'd just wait it out. And some of the surfing, I've been seeing some of the old clips. His surfing was crazy, man.
Amazing. Don't think anyone...
On rail, biggest calves.
Did anyone have a
Back
better
in.
backside bottom turn to vert? Like, I'm talking Nooner. Like, Occy had a backside bottom turn that no one could beat.
To hack, though.
To hook.
Yeah.
But Duma just 12 o'clock.
Yeah, every time. And the forehand hacks, cutties, mate, as good as anyone. Crazy. The footage is crazy. Like, as good as, everyone goes.
Here we go. Kai's King on the backhand. Smooth surfing here from the Byron Bay surfer. We just caught up with a mate Magoo, who I think played a pretty integral role in that Byron Bay win.
He was
at the
claiming
ABB.
he did.
Yeah, well, he came down with a whole bunch of charged crystals and said that was
Got him
part of
on.
the secret.
Yeah.
Kais wasn't surfing in that one, but I'm sure he enjoyed the win nonetheless. And a couple of nice turns.
Dakota Waddles was surfing in it from Angari.
Yeah.
But as a Merriweather person, we can't say much about that. We've had people from all over the place.
Yeah,
I think he's
Morgan's
living up
from up that way, is it? So you just swap Dakota for...
Yeah. Now Morgan's from...
Or is everyone just leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But Morgie does surf for Merriweather.
Yeah, he lives here.
3
But
minutes
I think
to go.
Dakota's living at Byron.
He is.
Yeah.
He definitely is. And we wish him all the best for a speedy recovery. He was on a real tear this year.
I know.
3 minutes to go, Hoy. It's... this is a crazy heat and a wild situation playing out here. Zave Huxtable, the Challenger Series is in reach. And he's sitting there at 10th place on the ratings. We just saw that.
Here he goes.
But he
Look,
needs
Billy's
a score,
just all
and
over
Billy
him.
is using his experience. You know, he's been on the QS for a long time, and the Kiwi isn't going to give him an inch here.
No way he is.
He's got priority, so he's going to keep Zave off, anything that he thinks is a 6.34 or better.
You can have that one, he's saying, yeah.
And Kai's King is out there. Where's Kai? Look, Billy's going to want to watch himself here because Kai's only needs a 6.63.
That's right. He could do that easily.
What's the go? What do you do if you're Billy and you've got two surfers capable of getting the score? You just go after the guy with the lowest number.
I think.
But Kalani Ball's
yeah,
had a good heat. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know what you do with the two here.
Different bank. This is Kai's up the beach. Hoy, he's trying to find something on this left that goes fat. He's got time to get back out there.
Yeah, you just sit next to the guy in third if you're in second.
If you were Xavier, would you be saying to Billy, hey, mate, look, Kais is just up there?
Like I said, I'd be going straight to where Kais is sort of in a different spot to them, but I'd be going straight there so he doesn't know who to hassle.
Look at this spread. There's Kais on the left of your screen. Zave and Billy right in the middle. And Billy's going to pull the trigger. So Zave has sold him.
Sold.
And this thing is a dud. So Zave has done a perfect job here to just get rid of the little Kiwi. Chomping on him.
Doesn't care. He's going to win the heat no matter what.
Kalani's styling out there with a 6.67.
Wow.
That was a good sell. 1 minute 15. What Zave needs now is a wave. Desperately.
He needs a huge score. He needs second highest score of the...
What's he need to do? What was your wave summoning technique? Did you have one? Kelly kind of slaps the water and other people do things. Like, have you got a summoning power?
I can't swear.
Oh, is that that's all you do?
Come on. Please, I didn't have one.
Well, Zave, his face does not look
Do you reckon
overly
Kelly
frothing.
does it like a dolphin one?
Just sort of flaps his
the water.
tail.
Oh, yeah, like a whale.
Like, I've never seen him do it. Are you saying he gets off his board and just starts kicking his feet at the same time? 30 seconds. Xavier Huxtable is desperately seeking an opportunity here. And Billy Stamond, oh no, there's lumps coming in here, Hoy.
They're not going to make it.
You don't think so? 20 seconds?
It looks flat on that.
It does look flat.
On that view, but that other view looked like there was a couple coming from the...
14 seconds.
Look, there you go.
Oh,
Is that-
no,
oh,
this is
it a
so
wave?
tense. The whole of Torquay would be tuning in
He's a
right
little-
now.
He's got a little double up here.
my
Right here,
goodness,
he's got to go.
5 seconds, he has to go.
This is a little double up.
Here we go. He gets up. He's on here.
whack.
Snaps the first one off the bottom.
Oh, no.
Cracks it, and that wave peters out.
Too small a wave. Oh, man.
Wow, this is just, it's so heavy to watch a whole campaign come down to these dying seconds, and Zave Huxtable waiting on scores to drop in. It's not going to be enough.
No.
And so it looks like Kalani Ball will run away with this one. 6.67 and a 5.17. Billy Stamond does enough to get through. We're going to have a look at this replay.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, so Billy actually got the right, and he's watching carefully. And he gives himself an applause. You know why? You know why I did that? Because he got sold.
Yeah.
He was like, I've blown this. And much to his delight.
Billy's a nice bloke too. He wouldn't have liked sitting on him like that. I don't think, you don't like doing it to other competitors, but you have to. It's not a nice thing to do.
Huxtable, that's a tough loss though. Sitting at 10th, it was right there for him.
You going to fight?
No. Look at this. That is such a cool
good.
moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Zave
Good on
knows.
him. Yeah,
He knows the
they
game.
both know, yeah.
All right, let's take a quick break, Hoy, here from the Burton Automotive Pro Surfest 2023. We'll be back in a moment.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Take a test drive today. Wait!
Oh, far out. We're sucking in the deep ones here at Surfest. It is the Burton Automotive Pro, and we have just seen a really tense heat. Kalani Ball, Billy Stammen getting through, Xavier Huxtable from Victoria, and Kais King from Byron Bay. Both those surfers needing some pretty solid results. They needed to go deep in the draw to keep that Challenger Series dream alive, and unfortunately, they have failed to make it through the round of 32. So it is Kalani and Billy keeping the dream alive. Right now, out in the water, we have Saxon Reba from North Stain. And that was him right there. Jacob Wilcox, the West Australian, who went agonisingly close to qualifying for the CT last year. He's already going to appear on the Challenger Series for 23. He's out there in the red. Roy Kanazawa, who has been in some fine form throughout this event, surfing for points on that Asia region qualifying standings. And look how fast Wilcox is going. What is on his board here?
What? That was...
Wow. High-speed surfing.
Wasn't it?
And
quick in and out for White.
Darcy Crump from North Ave out there as well.
North Ave.
NASA represent, former event champion, Micro Melcy. Doffer the cap to you, son. Rommel, a Triple Crown winner.
Avcat.
Won the World Cup at Sunset. Who are your favourite Av surfers? Hoya?
Ramelsi.
That's it.
Yeah. Cole. Bainey.
Cole Bernasconi.
No, Bainey only lives out there now. He's manly.
I think he surfs for NASA.
Oh, nah, mate. He's a manly surfer. Isn't he? Queenscliff board riders, mate.
Oh, tricky from Saxon Reba. Saxon's, he's having a good shot at this regional qualifier. Cess Wilson. Graham. You know, I love surfing with Cess.
He's a good bloke.
A real light-footed surfer, natural footer, and part of that hot tuna clan from way back in the day.
Look at this.
Look at this for a tricky little move.
Mate, he makes it and then just falls. That's not a ride out, is it? That's a bummer.
Reba is...
That would have been sick.
He's doing very well in this event too, Hoyo. Backing up a third at the Port Stephens. And, you know, North Stain well represented here. Georgie Patar, Saxon Reba.
North Stain.
And, there's a crew of them at the moment.
That's like, isn't it just Manly Beach? We do the same here.
Well, I mean, you know, they split it into 9 different beaches. There's a pipe that runs out between Queenie and North Stain, and you're not allowed to surf on either side.
Oh, I heard that. That's the same as here.
Like,
it's all Merriman.
Bainey's a Queenie boy.
Yeah, a Queenie, yeah, that's what I said.
I thought you said Stain.
No, Queenie board riders.
Don't go back down there before.
No, I won't. I don't really want to. No, but yeah, I said that Queenie boy, man. I knew that.
Look at
Wilcox.
Wilcox. He is flying on this little DHD. How's how fast it's going. Dropped an incredible clip to start the year too. Of just another one of those, far out. I mean, this guy can tube ride.
He has to in the waves. I'd say.
Well, I was talking to Dave McCauley about it, and he was saying the way that he and Jack Robbo in particular surf Toomies now, or up there at Nalu.
Yeah.
They just take off as far up the reef as they possibly can, and they just fang it the whole way across. And like back in the day, it was kind of like only a handful of crew would even attempt it.
Yeah, Ant-Man only, wasn't it?
Ant-Man only. And now these guys are just getting rainers. And far out, I've seen some career-defining waves up there.
That's a gnarly wave too. It's not like a beautiful, crystal.
How's the
clear.
spread here on the Banks, Hoy? No, it's not. It's
No.
not a dream wave.
No.
Not
It's a
my cup
dream
of tea.
wave, but it's gnarly. Yeah, the spread, they're sitting a long way apart. Look, that's probably 100 metres. One end of the bank to the other. I think to the right is the spot to be, where those lefts going back into the rock shelf. It's got a bit more definition. But you just got to hope. Look, yeah, just to the right where Red is sitting, I reckon he's in the spot. Wilcox is in the spot, if you ask me.
And many people do, Hoy, I believe.
What?
Ask you.
No, they don't, which is all right by me.
Yeah.
Then I got no pressure. Imagine that's what you'd feel better. Oh yeah, just sit there. That's where the waves have go. They just don't get away. Matthew, what did you say to me?
Coaching is a fool's game.
Oh, it is. It's gnarly, scary. Couldn't do it.
You feel like,
Don't wanna do it.
how does Louis go? You're good mates with Louis. He's been in
Louis
camp
been trying
with
to
Julian Wilson. He's been in camp with Joel Parkinson. He's in camp right now with Carolyn Marks and Jarvis Earl, the junior world champ. How does he go?
He's
Does he
leading the
like it?
ratings.
Does he enjoy it?
He loves it. He's been trying to coach me for years. It just didn't work.
Oh, yeah. Well, part of coaching is that if you're going to open your mouth, you need the other person to open their ears.
True.
Check out Darcy Crump here. So he's tapped into that Rommel energy and he has blasted this thing. And you've been saying it all morning, mate. Keep an eye out for those long winding lefts. And Darcy's found a beauty. He's already put a couple of threes away, 3.85, 3.53. He's definitely going to better that.
Yeah, no, Louis loves it. And he's good at it. He's calm.
That's what you need.
Until he gets angry.
Oh.
Like everyone. But it's calmness. And he speaks well.
Nice snap off the top here, Darcy Crump. And big shout out to all the crew at AV. Spent a lot of time in AV myself as
wow,
I
that
see
was a
Darcy
good
snap
wave.
that, wasn't it? You know that this Surfest broadcast is going straight into the beach without sound. G'day, Kong. And snapping it, Roy on the inside. Institution there.
Yep, literally, yep. Been there.
North Ave.
North Ave Cats, mate.
Yeah.
They get some good
I remember
waves,
this. I remember the media, the Australian media, was trying to, at one stage in the 90s, beat up this giant gang culture that was infiltrating Sydney. And they listed all the different gangs that were around Sydney. And they actually listed the Avcats as a gang in Sydney. So good. I think Cole B and Matty G were frothing on that.
Oh,
Snap
yeah,
off the lip.
Would have been.
And Roy. Well, the Avcats, they're a gang, all right, but they're just a gang of surfies.
President and Sergeant in Arms right
Shredders. Saxon Reba. Wow, he's just so nimble, isn't he? He just gets so much glide over these dead sections. And Roy Kanazawa.
I want to see Wilcox get one of those open face ones to see the speed he's getting. Oh, he's just flying, man. But he's not really getting the waves to do anything on. He's had two just like quick runners, but it's no like open face. Oh, he's moved too. He was down to the right before, so he's moved spot. He mustn't have liked it up there. I think Blue's in the spot. Comes a couple of ways for him too, but look. There you go. Zoom out. There's that little left. You can just see it now. I can see the
Sort of
clip.
breaking in towards the rocks, you think?
Yeah. It's where the actual rock shelf is the peak of the rock shelf, right at the tip of it.
Yeah, we were talking before. I was just thinking about, while we're on the AV thing and talking about Mike Ramelski, former champion here at Surfest. But we were also talking about treacherous shories. And I remember after he won the World Cup at Sunset, he was coming in and, we're all in the stands there on the beach and we're cheering and he gets kind of mistimes his run up the shoreline there at Sunset and just grinded all the skin off both knuckles as he was coming in.
No way.
On that, it looks like sand, but it's actually
on valve.
rock at valves there.
Yeah.
Just shredded his fingers.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I can't hold the trophy up because I've shredded my hands to pieces.
Oh, wow, that's sharp in there, that reef too. Oh, secret spot in the northern beaches.
Yeah, straight under Shane Stedman's house.
Oh, I know where it is.
Yeah, you know where it is.
I've been there.
Okay,
I've
so...
surfed the Womp.
Yeah, have you actually surfed it? Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
I
I've been
mean, if
there
you
a
like
few
getting
times.
sand in your undies for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's a great place to surf.
John's used to live above there too.
He did. All right, so let's have a chat with Kalani Ball, winner of that last heat. Kalani, I know that when you paddled down that one, you just looked around and it was on because all three of your competitors were right in the mix to qualify for the Challenger Series. Did well to take that one out, mate.
Yeah, that was a super gnarly heat. All those guys are really good, and yeah, like you said, everyone's on the bubbles. Really stoked to win that one and keep moving through the rounds.
What was your strategy paddling out? Because it just felt like, it honestly did feel like the start of a greyhound race. The boxes opened and all of a sudden you guys were just flying everywhere. But the rabbit had gone off the tracks and flipped out into a paddock and you just were running around everywhere. It was crazy how many waves were surfed in the start of that heat.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, we were all just trying to get busy, try to get a few scores on the board early because, yeah, the conditions are super tough and, yeah, it was nice to get like a 5 on one of my first waves and then sneak that little right going back the other way and, yeah, and then kind of just try and wait for something to stand up. But, yeah, after my first 2, I didn't really get anything else.
You surfed that little left going into the rocks. That's where Matt Hoy has been sitting up here going, why isn't anyone sitting there? That's where the steep part of the bank is. Did you identify that before your heat?
Not really. Me and Jacob were just watching it and just kind of going, oh, where am I going to sit? So I just kind of saw the women in the last heat before mine and they kind of got a couple of waves from there. So, yeah, I just figured I'd sit there and hope for the best.
Mate, you really came on in the back half of last year's Challenger Series. It was a bit of a slow start, but built a lot of momentum. Do you feel like you've still got that momentum coming into the regional qualifying series here?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel really good. I actually won the event down the coast last week, so that was cool, and then made the quarters up at Cabba. So, yeah, I'm feeling good and just trying to keep it going till the Challengers are on later in the year.
Fantastic, mate. Well, you're into the round of 16, so big points on offer, and we really are cheering you on. We'd love to see you go all the way to the final of this one at Surfest.
Yeah, me too, mate. Cheers.
Good on you, K-Ball. So a big result there, Hoy, and I know you were loving what K-Ball was bringing to the table.
Yeah, those good backhand snaps. Good to watch.
If K-Ball was actually bringing something to the table,
what would it be?
Well, what would you like to see him bring?
You don't want to know. Case of Steel City.
There you go. That'll do.
Yeah.
I was thinking you might
Dinner.
say, yeah, like just, are you a straight up barbecue man or do you want something?
There's another good wave for
Oh,
Blue.
Crumpy.
What did he get for that other one?
He's flaring. He got a
Oh,
decent
5,
score,
yeah.
yeah.
5.
And
So there's another one. That's another about the same score, maybe even higher.
yeah, he really got a chance to give that one some stick. There's Huey Vaughan. I think he must be coming up pretty soon. Oh, he's got a heat on his head. Well, he's
got no hair in his head.
Well, he's going to be up against another guy who's doesn't mind a bit of a shine coming off the noggin. Nathan Hedge.
Oh, what a heat. So he'd probably be the youngest left in the draw, and Hedge is the oldest.
Yep. And he might learn a thing or two about what it's like to surf against someone who's been at the top level.
Yeah.
And he paddles out against Nathan Hedge.
And he, like I said yesterday when he was surfing, he's got a good head on his shoulders for a young kid.
He does. But that's a beast of a heat. Alistair
Yeah.
Reginato's second on the ranks at the moment, so he's going to be looking to...
He's blew up and riding again.
Put it away, but yeah, we'll come back to that.
4.73 for his last one, so he's taken the lead. What a nice snap he just did then too.
He's in good rhythm, isn't he? Darcy Crump.
Just average scores, but he's done a lot of manoeuvres on both those waves. Here it is again. This last wave just fly. His board looks like it's flying around too. Nice turn at the end there. He needed one of them on his other waves. They look good. I wonder if they'd... I would like to ask the next interview if they're riding epoxy. Jack Wilcox's is for sure, you can tell.
Yeah, it's so light.
Bouncing above the water and flying along. They probably all are today. They're with the chop though. I don't like them at all.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday. Have you ridden them at all?
Yeah, I've had a few.
Have you had a good one?
Yeah, I got a good one. I kept the good one, but it's really thin. I can't paddle it anymore.
Oh.
Got too fat. But it goes good when you're on a wave.
Here's Saxon Reaver. He's holding down second. Big tail high into the reverse.
Oh,
no make.
no.
No make.
Oh,
no soup
mate.
for you.
Oh, no, that was sick too. That was high and lofty.
How's his
That word?
technique too, you
Yeah,
know?
That was good. He hit it late too. Watch this. His phone's
Flying
already
on.
like, boom. That was sick.
That is just flawless air rev technique. You can see him talking to himself then saying,
No, he'd be filthy.
what was he saying to himself, do you think? Could you read his lips?
Expletives.
Here goes Jacob Wilcox. Now this is
Gotta get
this
his
is the
act
wave
together.
that Hoy you've been wanting to see. Snap off the top, and this is a zippy little board. Well, I'm gonna get the model. We'll have to find out. Yeah,
Oh, there's his comeback
good.
wave. Yep, that was his comeback.
3.17, 2.17 in Jacob's scores. He's coming fourth.
Yeah.
He's definitely looking lively though.
Needs a 5.96. Yeah, he needs it. That was it. Eight minutes to go, so that's his real only score put on the board there. But I reckon they're going to give him a good score.
Jacob's 79th on these rankings at the moment. It's inconsequential. He's here to build momentum into the Challenger Series. He's back on already.
Here it is again. What do you reckon? Good first turn. Whack. It's a little bit stuck. Nice cutty there.
Cutty. It's a three-turn wave, isn't
Yeah.
it? So, yeah, there's going to be points.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's
Threw some spray.
That's a jam.
Mm.
So, last year, Wilcox didn't go too shabby on the Challenger Series. He got a fifth quarterfinal at Bolito and then another quarterfinal in Ericeira. But that just goes to show you how hard it is, Hoy. Getting consistent results on that tour is tricky. The level of surf is just so high. Saxon, I could feel my ribs creaking.
I could feel my knees.
You could feel the knees.
snapping.
I could feel the ribs between us.
We were injured.
A bag of bones, aren't we?
Yep. 4.93, so just below the high scoring wave of the heat for Wilcox. He's back in the game though. He only needs a 4.2 now. It's game on again. This is a close heat. There's only 1 point between everyone nearly.
I think the waves are
1
keeping
point
things
point and a
pretty.
half,
They're really leveling the playing field here. There's not much opportunity. We're not seeing a whole lot of sets come in. We're not seeing waves that are obviously different to any other stage of the heat.
Yeah.
And so all these scores are landing around the mid-fours. And it's Darcy Crump who's sitting on the lone 5-point ride out there at the moment. So he's
Average
holding it down.
waves for average scores.
Yeah. But at some point, you know, if Saxon Reba, for example, had cleanly cushed out of that little air rev, which wasn't so little, he got the loft, he got the tail high.
Yeah.
Just didn't get the ride out. And
He surfed 10 waves as well. He's having a go. Yeah, he
remember the old
makes
days, you get disqualified if you caught
Oh
more
no,
than 10
it was
waves.
torture.
Isn't that a weird rule?
Oh mate, there was some weird, and you could only. Yeah,
It's almost like you know, in Oliver Twist. Remember that film?
Yeah, but I
when he
don't
walks up with his bowl and he says, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" It's like, no,
you can't.
It's a weird rule.
It was a very weird rule.
Oh,
he's
wow,
back.
Wilcox getting it done, and Roy Kanazawa with a bit of work to do.
You wouldn't get fined. You'd get like a
Disqualified.
Yeah, an interference. You're out of the comp because you surfed too many waves.
I remember.
And you had to get four waves counted. You can only get 10. It was ridiculous.
That's just, mate. I'm glad we've whittled it
moved
down
on.
to this two-wave system.
100%.
Here's Roy Kanazawa, the replay. This thing didn't really give him a whole lot. Couple of nice snaps.
At the end, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, it's better than I remembered. But I do remember Tom Carroll. I'm going to say it was the 87 Billabong Pro at Sunset. He got disqualified for catching more than 10 waves at Sunset Beach in huge, stormy West Peak craziness.
Frothing.
Oh, the froth was real that day. Mate, it's hard enough to catch 2 waves in an hour out there. 11.
I know. Wow, got disqualified. Wouldn't have even known either, probably.
I think it was in a semi too, so it was right there.
That was a dumb rule.
I think Kong won that one.
Kong won a couple. I witnessed a couple that was mad. 86.
I remember Sam.
I think 86 and 87 he won 2 in a row, didn't he? 2 years in a row.
He did, yeah. And I remember Sam Carrier. That's when he basically he took the crown, the king of Sunset.
Yeah.
But I remember Sam Carrier and Navra and Fox. You remember that morning when Munga Barry got that shot in that big TP and terrifying huge? They turned up in the dark that morning. You know, really amped to go and get a piece of it as young, upcoming Aussies. And they reckon they got there in the dark Wasn't light enough to surf. They were too scared to paddle out, and they just saw this white line just streaking across something miles out to sea. And they paddled out going, what was that? And as they paddle out, they get miles out the back, and Kong's just sitting out there by himself going, yes, the Aussies, yeah, the Aussie boys.
How good's that?
Yeah. Out there in the dark by himself catching 18-footers.
Fat boy Slim.
So 3.5 minutes remaining, and now we turn our attention to these last few moments as Jacob Wilcox launches himself into a progressive state here. Got a 4.93 and a 4.43. Darcy Crump hammers the lip. So Wilcox has done the work with those last couple of waves. Hoyo and Saxon Reba and Roy Kanazawa now needing scores to progress. Wilcox will be pretty happy with the way that he's responded here. It was a bit of a frustrating, slow start, a lot of sort of nothing waves. He was going fast.
Wasn't he? But just not going
fanging
in it. No, the waves didn't really allow him to do anything those first couple. He was just flying down the line. But those last couple, he got a bit of an open face and tore into pieces.
But Darcy Crump's put a good heat.
It's good he just didn't give up too. A lot of times people just go, oh, well, look, heat's over. It's in ways like this, you can get back out there so quick and get waves really easy if they come through. It's no like 5-minute paddles or whatever it is, you know.
Yeah.
You're back out there in a minute.
Yep. Well, Jacob's going to have to keep an eye on Saxon Reba because...
Yeah, he's not even going.
Well, he's got fireworks, the thing is. Saxon can do one big turn. He's got a Hail Mary move.
He's got priority anyway. So
and he's got priority, that's right.
Yeah.
So, he's just got to keep an eye on things. It looks like he's just down the beach focusing on his own heat. Roy Kanazawa.
Roy's in the spot.
Yeah, well, he gets a nice re-entry on the end of that one. Hasn't been able to bust through those fours in this heat. Well, I mean, no one really has. Darcy Crump's sitting on a 5.
Then the next best of 4.93. It's a low-scoring heat, that's for sure.
But these low-scoring heats, they're so tense because everyone's in. If we get 4 waves on different parts of the bank, everyone's got a shot at leapfrogging the other person.
And it's not the surfing hasn't been bad at all.
No, the surfing's been good. Yeah.
For how the wave quality has been tearing it to pieces.
Burton Automotive Pro 2023 Surfest Friday.
Are you excited for tonight's gig?
I can't wait. Newcastle gigs are always our worst. Well, we have too much fun. No, they're the best. They're the best, I mean. They're the worst. They're the worst the next day, for sure.
Bet.
So here's Wilcox.
What's he got?
Speed. He's going to throw a big air rev and overcooks it. Tail pivot into the trough. And he won't ride out of that one.
He backflipped.
Here's Saxon Reba. Danger. Snap. So it's a good first turn. Little shimmy. Is he going to get a finishing turn here? 4.54 Hoy.
What? That's going to be real close.
He didn't sell it to me. He wasn't convinced himself. I thought he might look to the judges and just give him a little bit more of a question mark because there was some nice surfing there.
Yeah, but I think it was just short, though.
Was the wave too gutless or something?
It was just short. It was real...
15 seconds. This is going to be a really interesting score. 12 seconds remaining. Darcy Crump is out in the lead. We know that.
Yeah.
Jacob Wilcox had a chance to improve on one of his scores, didn't make the air reverse. So he leaves the door just slightly ajar here for Saxon Reba. We're waiting on a score.
Here it is.
Let's have a look at this thing. Snap. That's nice. Little hack.
And then finishes.
Gets the finish. Oh, my goodness.
Ronnie's nodding.
This is...
what do you reckon?
This cool. I think
he's got it.
I think he might get this. It's a small wave. All the waves have been pretty small. It's been surfed really nice.
Yeah.
What do you think, Hoy? Come on. Put your judging hat on.
I think it was short, you know what I mean? That 3 maneuvers in a really short distance, which might hinder him a little bit. There had to been a longer period, but it's close. He could go either way, obviously.
25th on the rankings. I think qualification for the Challenger probably has escaped him, but far out, it would be pretty awesome to get into that round of 16.
Yeah, just to do it, right? And he could have made that big air too. He would have probably he probably deserves to get through this heat.
Hey, the judges are looking really closely
They
at
are.
this week.
What are
'cause
they- what
they're
are
going
they-
back. They're looking at everyone's waves.
What are they looking at?
Well, they've got to be looking at Jacob's waves, right? The
Yeah.
4.93, the 4.43.
Yeah.
Well, that's
See,
the one. The 4.43 is what they're going to look at because he needs a 4.54. You know, is it
Looking
better?
at that, I don't reckon it's better.
Oh, this is
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
classic. Jacob's laughing.
He mightn't be in a minute. He's laughing for now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 4.
He needs a 4.54.
Nah.
It's not going to happen.
No.
He's right on it too.
Oh, that's just frustrating as anything.
So Saxon, one score to lock in, I think. And, oh, it is so close. And I think Jacob Wilcox will get some good news here. It's a 4.37, not enough. Jacob Wilcox hangs on, but it's Darcy Crump from North Ave who gets it done with some really nice, powerful frontside snaps. We're going to take a break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. Woo! Tense times. Be back with Ronnie Blake.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. Some really close heats unfolding here today, and there is plenty on the line as these upcoming talents chase down their position for a spot in the finals and potentially a jump up into the top 7 and maybe get themselves into those Challenger Series events. Nathan Hedge out there in the lineup in the red, the veteran, cracked the final here last year, had a runner-up finish. He's up against the Grom, 16-year-old Huey Vaughan from the Central Coast. He'll be out there in the blue. The Sunshine Coaster, who's been on a real tear this year, had a couple of runner-up finishes in these big QS events. Alistair Reginato's out there in the white, and the flashy surfer from the Gold Coast, Thomas Cavallo, is going to be surfing in the green. It's going to be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey, still joined by Matt Hoy.
Yeah, mate, we're missing someone, so I'll take over.
Oh, it's good. Hang about.
Yeah, I like it. I wanted to watch this heat anyway, so it's good. What a spot to watch it from with you,
mate. Thanks, Hoy.
No worries, mate.
Absolute joy. Thanks for having us up here too.
It's good, mate. It's all good.
So, yeah, this is going to be a great heat. I'm actually going to set you free in a moment because
right.
Nathan Hedge, he's a guy that, you know, you've travelled the world with at different stages, and he's in vintage form at the moment. Vintage.
Yeah, mate, he's ripping. He's just serving as good as he's ever served. It's so good to see. That's what we're talking about. That the old bull and the young bull right here.
Oh, the young stud.
Probably the oldest in the comp and the youngest, right?
Oh, the old stud and the young bull, I should say. Will he challenge you? Oh, I'm having a look at a replay here of Nathan Hedge's opening ride as we allow Hoy to step out after a couple of tough heats on the call. And we'll bring Mitch Ross into the fold. And Rossi, big heat this one. Alistair Reginato, he's been looking really sharp throughout this qualifying series rankings. In second position. Oof. But just the way that Reef Hazelwood's progressed through and the result that he's dropping, he's kind of jumped ahead of Alistair Reginato. So he wants to get that second spot back. So we'll see if he can.
Gosh, I love it. I love the business end of this draw.
Huey Vaughan there finishing off a nice little ride. Hedge with a wave coming through. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Couple of the big dogs falling out of the mix in those first couple of heats here of the round of 32.
Yeah, for sure. But it's good to note that last heat, I was watching it down beachside. Jacob Wilcox, gosh, he should get himself a lotto ticket tonight.
That was close.
Oh, Saxon got that wave, the opportunity, and I think if you asked everyone watching, I think it'd be probably split 50-50.
It would be, and it was really close with the panel as well, right there.
Because Jacob's right there too, right? He's trying to get a spot on the CS.
He's sweet because he finished in the top 20 on the Challenger Series last year. So, yeah, not quite as much on the line for him. But, yeah, Saxon will be heartbroken. But, yeah, a bit of a break in the action here. I mean, the story was the battle for second spot there. But the man that took the heat with a stellar performance, the stylish goofy footer from Sydney's Northern Beaches, Darcy Crumpy joins us now. Congratulations, Darcy. How good does that feel, mate?
Yeah, that was a clutch one. I'm pretty stoked to get a win in that one. I've had a bit of a slow start to this year in these events, but yeah, that one felt good.
Mate, coming home with a wet sail, looking good, and up against probably one of the most regarded surfers in this event in Jacob Wilcox. Big confidence boost that must be for you getting a win over someone like him.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of knew coming into that heat I'd have to, try ramp it up a little bit, knowing that Saxon's so good and deadly in small waves, as well as Wilcox being so fast and sharp. Like it was a tough heat to go into, but I kind of just tried to put myself in position as best as I could, and it paid off. So I'm stoked.
Sometimes in these conditions, is it a bit of a lucky dip? Like I know you said you came up clutch, but I kind of disagree. You kind of won that heat from start to finish because you found the best waves. You linked them up, exceptionally well, but it just felt like you were in a great rhythm, and those guys are always fighting to get in that rhythm that you were kind of in.
Yeah, I actually went for a little free surf when the comp went on hold, and I kind of got to figure that bank out a little bit. So I kind of knew where I wanted to sit and what waves I was after, so I think that might have helped out a little bit. But I just went into that heat just wanting to get a quick start and, kind of try and build, and I did that, so I'm stoked it paid off, and yeah, I'm really happy with that result just then.
Das, I've seen you jump onto some different equipment. You're on the Solacuses. How are they feeling?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, they're going good. The Solacus mode is my kind of go-to at the moment, but yeah, always trying to mix it up. I'm getting looked after the boys at Rhino Laminating down there, so I'm riding bonzers, longboards, whatever I can to kind of keep surfing fun and, read waves a little bit different, which is always a blessing. So, yeah, I'm stoked.
Unreal, mate. Well, yeah, you had a fantastic read in that last heat, and on your way to a big result in this last QS 5000. Keep the roll going.
Yeah, thank you. And just a quick shout out to everyone back home and Lord's Coffee for firing me up with a cappuccino before that heat.
Oh, yeah. He's been checking in with
the
mullet.
all about him.
The mullet Lord. And,
yeah, you know all about it.
Best coffee in Newcastle, according to some. It's still up for debate. I'm still reviewing a few cafes, Mitch, but I have been enjoying it.
Mate, come on, be honest. Every morning.
It's really good. Yeah, I haven't been anywhere else yet.
Every morning we've been up in the dark, getting our Lord's coffee down there at Beaumont Street.
Yeah, it's good. Good stuff. And, yeah, they're firing up half the surface deck. Just over 17 minutes here remaining, and Alistair Reginato been building towards a big run. He got the opportunity in a couple of in the Australian Challenger Series events last year. Didn't do too bad. Got a 17th place finish at Snapper Rocks, but he's just looked. He's looked all the bit like a Challenger Series campaigner this year when he's put that jersey on, Reginato. He just looks so solid. He's got impeccable timing, and he's adding a couple more turns to his repertoire in competition these days.
And aerials, like when you think of Reggie, you think about exactly what you were talking about, big turns, power. But when we're at Cabarita, we also realise that he's got a couple of big airs in his back pocket. Some of those airs on his backhand were just phenomenal.
Always been a naturally kind of fit guy, but he's just looking just cut from stone at the moment. He's got a big fat neck on him, and he's just throwing so much meat behind those turns. And this guy doesn't have a lot of meat on his bones, but Huey Vaughan, with his impeccable timing and just ridiculously good form, matches it with the world's best in conditions this size. He's been throwing down some of the best airs. He's had some good rail turns himself. There's Reggie just trying to throw one of those airs out for us. But yeah, Huey Vaughan is so impressive, isn't he?
Did you see that backflip he did yesterday?
Yesterday afternoon, he went out in a warm-up session and he stomped an absolute beauty. This is a kid that, you know, is already doing the kind of turns at 16 that can overcome, you know, really seasoned campaigners here on the qualifying series. So, you know, his chances are elevated, I believe, with the conditions being, you know, anywhere from sort of 1 foot to maybe the 4 to 5 foot range. But once it kind of gets above that, maybe the other surfers will have the edge on just matching the wave with more power. But he's a phenom.
He might not have, you know, he's got a unique style. I don't think he generally surfs like a Jack Robbo or anything, but he's got a lot of Jack Robbo about him, you know. Like, remember Jack when he was 13 or 14, he was always getting big barrels, but it was small wave competition sort of stuff that he was always lagging in.
Yes.
But at some point, you know, the good discover how to get it done. And I dare say Huey over the next few years, he'll start to figure it.
He's just obviously not chasing, only really chasing the world-class barreling, slabbing waves like Jack kind of was for a while there. He already established himself as like such a good barrel rider at the box and North Point over there in WA, and that was really his focus. Last couple of years, though, turning his attention to high-performance surfing, he has just become one of the best. As we go back to live action here, Thomas Cavallo, he's a really sharp surfer, great whipping front side, but comes unstuck there. Coming into this one, sitting just outside a mathematical chance at getting himself up into that top 7, 31st position. So that qualifying spot is out of reach for him, but like every competitor in this draw, you know, Surfest is an event that all of these competitors have been watching for a long time. We've been watching it since the mid-'80s. And the honour roll, you want to throw your name on that perpetual trophy.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. If he was to win this thing, the stats would say that he would make the tour at some point. So
that's right. That's
big confidence point.
Yeah, we were touching on it yesterday. There hasn't been a surfer that's won this contest that hasn't gone on to make the championship tour. And yeah, it's always been a little bit of a crystal ball, this event. So let's see if we get a new winner from the qualifying series this year and see if they can't go on with it, or see if we get a repeat champ. Because Jackson Baker's after that honour and he'll be coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Last year's champion, Jacko Baker, out there. A couple of good surfers will be joining in the lineup. Of course, George Pitter will be out there, Mikey Madonna and Bronson Beatty. So that just might be the best heat of the round, that heat that's coming up next. 13 minutes time as we see a few scores get locked in. You can see Huey on screen is currently in 4th position, looking for a 5.27. Thomas Cavallo, that last score didn't factor in, still looking for a 4.61. And Nathan Hedge, the oldest surfer in the field, is in 2nd spot at the moment. Reggie's out in front as we see the man in blue up and riding.
Yeah, Huey just going to duck under this one. It shut down on him, unfortunately. But yeah, Nathan Hedge not only is the the most experienced surfer, we'll say, Mitchie, out there in the mix, but also the most accomplished in the draw. A number of years on the championship tour. His highest finish was in 2004. He had a 7th. He's finaled in CT events, Jeffreys Bay, Tahiti. And he even made the quarters last year at Chopu. But yeah, 43 years of age, the surfer from North Narrabeen, who's...
There's an aggressive quarters.
Yeah, spent some time living up on the New South Wales North Coast and now living on the South Coast. And looks like he's, getting plenty of opportunity to keep those wave riding skills nice and sharp as he goes after a big result. He knows that he's in a similar situation to last year here at Surfest 2023. You'll have to probably win the event to even have a shot at getting into the top 7. You wouldn't put it past him.
No, definitely a chance, especially if the swell picks up a little bit, which it's meant to do. What we're seeing now is a sort of fresh new swell. The wind's gone south and the tide still rolling out, anticipating a couple of feet bigger tomorrow.
all the competitors out there kind of at different stages. Huey Vaughan, obviously a turbo Grom who's just, on the rise, and he's done really well just to make this part of the competition. So the pressure's off Huey in some ways, but he's a danger man because he can push it. We mentioned that air that he did yesterday afternoon. Thomas Cavallo, he's been a bit of a grinder. He's kind of had a tough time wrestling away big results from these events in the last few years, but has done well to get himself to 31st position, so really looking to build a seed. Then you got Nathan Hedge. This guy's won massive contests. I mentioned that success on the CT. Alistair Reginato, as successful as he's been, he hasn't had a QS victory yet.
Really?
So
that's surprising.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, because you won on the QS. After you had your victory, did your mindset change? Did it kind of help you get to the end of the events more often?
Oh, I think you get more confidence, but I'm really surprised that Reggie hasn't won one of these things. The amount of times you see him in these events, he's a standout. As you see him here, the raw power he's got is incredible.
He's really pushing it out there at the moment. He's got a 5.17 and a 4.83, so he knows he's got to give it a little bit more if he's going to up the ante. But yeah, it's confidence is obviously key. But he's running on a couple of monster achievements as well, even though he hasn't broken through for a win. I mentioned that he's had a couple of runner-up finishes this season. But the other thing that he's done is he's gotten his Board Riders Club a national title before, North End Board Riders, and he also has had a Queensland state title, and I think he's had some big results in those regional events. So he's got some chops. We know he's a strong competitor. But yeah, I've been saying it for a while now, the last couple of years, but I feel like that first big major win, it could be, it's not far away. It could just be a couple of days away.
Yeah, and you know what? I think if he gets one, could get really tasty for him, and he might keep rolling and rolling, and yeah, he's one of the guys that could definitely be on the championship tour come the end of the year. There's Jackson Baker getting ready for that next heat. Of course, local surfer, one of the most beloved surfers down here at Merriweather Beach. It'd have to be, himself, Ryan Callanan, Trav Lynch.
Oh, Jacko's the champ. He's
Matt
just,
Hoy.
Such a friendly guy, and even though he can enter that competitive mindset and get himself right there in the zone to rip heads off in a competition, when you bump into him, he's just always so chilled and full of energy.
Yeah, absolutely, very bubbly.
Do you do that, wax the top of your feet before you paddle out for a heat, and watch the theory there?
No, I don't, but obviously he's the bottom. He wears, you know what? He actually wears, he's a bit of a sneakerhead, so he would have been wearing sort of some heavy shoes all day long, oily feet, right?
Okay.
And then so you paddle out, and sometimes the bottom of your feet a little bit oily. So the theory is to scrub it together.
We were talking about Alistair Reginato adding some tricks to his repertoire, and he's just stomped a nice backside rotation. But Huey Vaughan, not wanting to be outdone, I think maybe launches a bigger version of the same turn.
Yeah, I think Huey's just bigger. Let's have a look. It was really hard to understand who did a better aerial, but gosh, back-to-back scores here for Reggie and Vaughan.
Well, get ready for the replays. This is going to be spectacular. I think we'll see Huey make a big charge up into that top two here. So Alistair Reginato loading up, just sets himself up, gets the rotation, the majority of the rotation done above the lip, which the judges absolutely love. The drone angle there of Huey's was impressive too.
Wow. Okay, so both surfers having a chat now, arguing who got higher.
Well, the judges are going to let them know. But Huey Vaughan, it's rare for a Grom to get the call up to compete and stab high. And he put in a valiant performance for a youngster. As we see Thomas Cavallo there just whipping that tail.
Yeah, he wanted to get up there too, but unfortunately couldn't get it done. As you see Nathan Hedge favouring his backhand on that one, unfortunately for the man in red sliding out, losing control.
Well, we've heard Nathan Hedge say it before, you know, he doesn't really have those kind of moves, those airs. Certainly has plenty of power, and probably when you're talking or thinking about that traditional kind of approach, power surfing and smooth flowing combos, you know, he can put up some big scores, but, you know, this is going to be difficult for him now because we've got some good numbers rolling through for the competitors.
How good's this? Huey Vaughan just marching up the beach to sit nice and close to Nathan Hedge. But it looks like Hedge has found a little peak. Here we go. Nice little left-hander here before kicking out of that one.
Almost boosted his board into his own face. But numbers starting to roll through, and it does look like Huey Vaughan might get the edge here on Alistair Reginato on the exchange. He did outpoint him just by a small margin. 7.83 for the man in blue, or the Grom in blue, I should say. Alistair Reginato banks a 7.17, but with his 5.17 hangs on to the lead here. Huey Vaughan needs to get rid of this 3.63. Nathan Hedge after a 6.74, and Cavallo's after a 7.17. Let's have another look at it. One of the best scores we've seen all day.
Yeah, brilliant. Just a full rotation there from the man in blue. And now sitting nice and tight to the surfer in third, Nathan Hedge.
What a little animal.
He started sitting on it with like just under 6 minutes remaining, so definitely got a lot of confidence.
You know what? Hog's going to love this.
Well,
he's actually, if he doesn't get the jump on Huey, I bet you he gives him a big pat on the back. Because he's kind of been encouraging this next generation to fire up, to get that gritty performance happening. And, you know, he's not giving Nathan a lot of space here. He knows that he's the danger man. 6.74 is the requirement for Hedge. He's got fourth priority. So Huey, he's separated himself from the rest of the pack, and he's put the crosshairs on Nathan Hedge here.
Yeah, big time. Let's see. So 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes on the clock. Nathan Hedge looking for a huge score. That's a monster of a score.
He's like a mosquito in your ear out there at the moment. He's hanging around your head, not stinging you yet, but just annoying the hell out of you.
Look at him go.
Who was the person that you just couldn't shake, Mitch, in this situation back in the day when you were campaigning on the QS? Who used to drive?
Well, locally, it was probably Reece Smith.
Oh, really?
Warren's son. He was good at it. Yeah. I was just thinking about just local events back in the day. Reece was really good. He couldn't hide from him.
This is classic. You know, Nathan Hedge has sort of been willing this sort of behaviour out of these rising talents in this region. But he finds himself up against some of his own work here. And Huey Vaughan's just not giving him much space to move at all. But he'll probably have to make a decision here because we've got a couple of set waves approaching. Thomas Cavallo down the beach. Still really just trying to get himself in this heat. Couple of hits. Pokes the nose there. Ooh, Huey. What will the priority judge say there? Looks like they haven't crucified him. He's going to use his priority here. Loads up, finds a ramp, goes to the reverse. Again, stomps it. Trying to get rid of a 3.63. He'll do it there. The requirement's going to get bigger here for Nathan Hedge. Reginato. He's found another section two. Oh, that's an awkward fall. Back foot slipping off.
That shot before was incredible. His dad just putting his hands up in the air. Of course, his dad on the tools, filming all the action from Huey down there with Joel Vaughan as well, the big brother. What a gang. That's going to be another big score there. And Huey will go into the lead, no doubt, whilst Hoggy will be after a monster score.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to score as high as his, obviously, his previous rotation, but it'll definitely improve, you'd think, on his second score, the 3.63. Needs a 4.51 out of it to get to first. Geez, Alistair Reginato then had an awkward landing on the flats. Have you ever had that? Your front foot stays on, your back foot slips off. Hell on your groin.
Or medial ligament, the inside knee. It's a bit scary. As we see Hedge, you see his face there? He was trying to sort of, because there was a bit of a paddle battle on the previous wave, so Nathan was actually thinking that the priority might have switched, but the judges said no. It was still blue priority. And
oh, look at this. Wow, really well rewarded there. 7.07. And he is well out in front now, a two-wave total of 14.9.
Yeah, I think Huey could let up on Hedgie now.
He's back on him. Have a look at this.
Yeah, ain't letting him out of his sight. 1 minute remaining in this heat. It's been a doozy for North Shelley's Hugh Vaughan. An impressive performance from the little fella.
He's been buzzing in his post-heat interviews. He's surviving these heats. It's not just surviving them, he's kind of dominating them.
15
Alistair
points.
Reginato. Yeah, he's right up there. Alistair Reginato has kind of done the work he needed to do to push the requirement high. And he's making his way in. And yeah, I want to keep a camera on Alistair Reginato as he makes his way in if we can, because he had a really awkward landing out on the flats there. His back foot slipped off. He did the splits.
I can't imagine why he come in early.
Bit of banter happening out here between Nathan Hedge and Hugh Vaughan. I think it's all positive stuff, though. As Nathan Hedge goes after a 7.61. So Reginato returned to the beach early. And let's just hope he's okay. As Hoggy rides this one in. He needs a 7 out of it. He's not going to do it.
Wow. Big result there from the surfer in blue, Huey Vaughan.
Mate, he's into the round of 16. Unbelievable.
Yep.
Yeah, came into this event sitting in 110th position on the ratings. And I think it's fair to say he's already made a massive climb up the ladder. And who knows where he'll finish.
And you're right, Ron.
Yeah. I did a similar thing in January. Obviously, the turn was nothing like what Reggie attempted, but here it is, the replay. I didn't surf for a couple of months after I did mine. It was a groin and hamstring strain, and he looks like he's reaching to that inner thigh at the moment.
Yeah, let's hope it's not as bad as what it could be.
Good thing for Reginato there. Hopefully he's going to come good and be able to surf the next round. But the good thing for him is that was a crucial heat for him to progress through, because he's sitting in a qualifying position. Massive points jump. Huey Vaughan and Nathan Hedge making their way in. They're all smiles. And like we said, I think Nathan Hedge is actually commending him for getting in his grill with priority and taking control of that whole situation. That was impressive.
Yeah, just nothing but smiles there. An awesome performance. Another high five. Good stuff, Huey.
Oh, ramping it up. Yeah, he's just telling him, keep it going, mate. Maybe even saying, get closer to me next time.
I'm going to cheer him up.
Yeah, how good is this? Nathan Hedge is going to chair Huey Vaughan up the beach. The next generation coming through, ending Hedge's run, but he doesn't mind. He gets a high five from Reggie there as well. What a performance, and worthy of the chariot, the man chariot.
That was brilliant.
Riding the bucking hog all the way up the beach. You're watching the Burton Automotive Pro. We've got Heat 4 just around the corner.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Take a test drive today.
Probably 2 years ago, I was fighting for points just to make the top of the rankings, and now I'm just here enjoying it, being home on home turf.
Surfest
is a great platform for your juniors to your pro juniors to your QS athletes. I'm so lucky to have had that on my doorstep. I feel like for myself it's kind of shaped the competitor that I am. Just to be surfing against the best in the world on a regular basis is a dream come true, and I feel like it's huge for me and also for my family and just the local community as well. Now I get to be the top seed is a pretty special feeling, especially coming from the bottom. Yeah, it's been a very exciting journey, and I feel like the younger kids, they've still got the same platform that we all had, myself, Ryan, Morgan, hopefully put on a show and make it worthwhile for myself.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. Big heats unfolding and huge scores going down. The rising stars are on their way to the top. Huey Vaughan, 16 years of age, getting the jump on some experienced competitors in that last heat. This one is it's full of some pretty experienced competitors. It's got the champ from last year in the mix in that green jersey, Jackson Baker. Looking to defend his title. George Pittar from the Northern Beaches, the Manly area. He's out there in the white. Mikey Madonna is in the blue. And Bronson Matey, the exciting surfer from Indonesia, is going to be in the red jersey. And it's Jackson getting things started in the early stages, this one during the break.
Yeah, quick wave here from Jackson. Unfortunately, the wave didn't really steepen up. This was a better score for Mikey Madonna. Two nice re-entries off the top there. Good surfing from Mikey. Interesting to note, those two guys are really good friends. Known each other their whole lives. I know the Madonnas stay at the Baker's house for this event. So I would dare say that Jackson and Mikey will kind of, follow each other around the lineup. More so maybe Mikey. I could be wrong, because at the moment I am. But I kind of thought Mikey would maybe sit with him, because you would think that Jackson has a bit of an inside sort of track on where to sit out here today.
Oh, most definitely. He's spent more time in this lineup than any other competitor, probably in the draw. 19.5 minutes to go. We'll see if we can flex that experience and also go after a second victory. Newcastle will light up if he can. Mikey Madonna getting started pretty nicely here. A 5.17. George Pittar, a 3.83. George is up again. Seen him catch a couple of waves on this board. It's looked really sparky. He's had some great turns. We'll need to really flare up here. Here goes Bronson. This guy's got a lot of different tricks he can bring our way, but he's not going to get much out of this way. 19 minutes to go. Let's feel the buzz from the Grom. Huey Vaughan getting the jump, and I mean that. A couple of big airs, Huey. How good's that feel? And getting chaired up the beach by the hog.
Yeah, it feels so good. I knew I needed to do a couple of airs to win that heat, but Hoggy was just insisting to cheer me up, like the oldest and the youngest. So yeah, that's all he was saying.
What exactly was he saying? Was he saying "good for you, Grom," or give us an insight to the words as you were moving up the beach with the hog?
Yeah, like he was just like, "Oh yeah, let's just do it. Like I'm the oldest, you're the youngest, and I just want to cheer you up. Like I just got knocked out, I just want to cheer you up." Like it was so fun.
Well, that's so cool. Tell us what he was saying to you when you were just on his tail, chasing him around, on his curly little tail, chasing him around the lineup out there, giving him no space when you had priority. Was he telling you to beat it, or was he just encouraging you?
No, he didn't really say anything. Like I guess he knew that I was just holding him off, and it worked in the end. I got another air section, and it worked out. Yeah.
Mate, we know that you're not feeling any pressure. You were in 110th position on the QS rankings coming into this contest, but you're starting to make a big jump. Is your expectation changing with each heat win?
Sort of. I'm just still just having heaps of fun, and it's all I want to do, just have fun and just surf. Yeah.
Mate, two big air reverses in the one heat, but for the viewers online, I know a lot of people have checked the Instagram. What happened yesterday? You did a backflip. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I just came for a little surf with Saxon Rebar in the Arvo, and the air sections were just unbelievable, and that's all I wanted to do, just try a couple backflips, and first section got it done. I can't really believe it, but yeah.
Mate, you're turning into the star of the event. It's great to watch, buddy.
Thank you.
One request you might be able to make to the beach marshal is for a slightly smaller jersey there, mate. That thing's, there's plenty of room in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really mind it. Dad just does the tie at the back, and yeah, it works.
Good to see, mate. Great performance. Keep it rolling. We're enjoying your energy. We're loving the surfing that you're throwing at us, and yeah, it's great to see.
Yeah, thank you.
16 minutes to go. Huey Vaughan on to the round of 16. Out there in the lineup, George Pittar holding on to a 4.5 and a 3.83. Mikey Madonna, a 5.17 after a 3.16 at the moment. Bit of a slow start for Jackson here. Mitch, who's kind of wasn't sure whether he was going to compete, but once the event window sort of got a bit closer, I think he shook some sense into himself and went, there's an opportunity here to go back-to-back at home.
Yeah.
And everyone wants to see him surf.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when he got home from Portugal, he had a little light bulb moment. He was like, I'm going to be down the event every day anyway, cheering guys on. I thought I might as well give it a crack myself. So, yeah, I reckon it's really cool that he's a part of it.
He's got some work to do, Jackson, on the CT, but you've been obviously in his camp, following his progress really closely through those first 3 events. It feels like the surfing's there. It just hasn't had that breakthrough one yet.
Yeah, he's had a couple of, incredible sort of showings. His heat tails have been great. He's been getting massive scores, but, in the last event, he faced a really hard battle against Griffin Colin-Pinto, which is hard, particularly at an event that Griffin's won before. And at Sunset, he did the same against Kanoa Garashi. First event, he kind of made a bit of a mistake against Callum Robson. Got an incredible opportunity, a big barrel, but didn't quite come out. And I think he only needed like a 4 or something. So, yeah, two really good two good showings, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah. Well, he'll be in that group that's kind of, in danger of not making the cut. So he's going to need a big performance at Bells. One thing I think, though, will work in Jackson's favour is his brand of surfing at Bells Beach and at Main Break Margaret River. The guy's got big rail turns and he's super consistent. So I like his chances.
Bit of swell on the horizon down there too. I checked out the forecast a moment ago and it's looking pretty tasty.
We need it. It would be awesome to have a big year at Bells, especially considering it's going to be Owen Wright's last event. And make sure you get down there to Bells or tune in to watch him surf. It's going to be a massive celebration for one of the best ever.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see George Pitter, nice replay here. Big 2 turns there from George, who's the current heat leader. Now, a lot going on in this one, Ron. There's 2 surfers from the Australian area that really need results. Okay, that's George and Mikey. They need to get through this round to continue the dream of making the CS.
Yeah, it's huge. A lot on the line in every single heat at this point, with some of those top seeds progressing through and a lot of surfers from within that top 30 alive in the mix. We're going to see some shuffling around, that's for sure. Bronson is also looking to claim a big result. He comes into this event 12th on the Asian ratings. He's already bumped up into 11th position, but he needs to keep his role alive if he's going to get up into that top 4 on the Asian rankings and get himself onto the Challenger Series. Certainly talented enough to do that. I don't think we've seen his best yet here at this venue. This is a guy that's got radical airs and definitely can string together some big combos as well.
The conditions suit him this afternoon. I'm not saying it's probably the best conditions for Bronson, but 2-foot left-handers with a southerly sort of pretty strong breeze into the face just reeks of air sections. So yeah, watch out for him as we see the live rankings here, Ron.
Yeah.
Look at Mikey Clayton Brown. Guy should be disappointed.
Oh,
and Guy should be watching this heat with Mikey Madonna. Wow.
He's drifting. I tell you, Billy Stammen's done well, hasn't he? 7th position. He's already up in the 4th spot on the live ladder. Reginato doing really well. to really
He has to be
almost
safe,
consolidate his position. Yeah, it's only really the surfers at the back end of that top 7 that you think would be under threat. Yeah, Marlon Harrison, Mikey McDonough, they're still on the charge here. Even though Mikey did drop a place, that's because he was dropping quite a big or a better result than some of the people above him. So yeah, this is going to be an intense finish to this contest.
So pretty much say if Mikey makes this heat, he goes up into the qualifying situation. If he loses, he's done. Done for the year, just like that. As we saw a quick wave there for Jackson Baker. You can see Jackson paddling fast, has yet to lock in a big score.
Oh, here we go.
Good looking wave here, Ron.
Yeah, Mikey, well, he's almost gifted that section there. The surfer in red, that wave kind of stretched out any further. Mikey could have maybe made a case for an interference, but it kind of steepened that section up and gave him something to really lay into. I think it'll be better than his 217, obviously. Might even help his chances. Have a look at it.
Yeah, it was a good turn.
Bang.
Yeah.
Don't think it stands up that much without Bronson kind of pushing that whitewater down.
Yep, I totally agree. Have to buy him a can of Coke this afternoon to say thanks.
Just over 10 minutes remaining here. And Mikey is he's just waiting to hear that number drop. It's so critical for the competitors to get those updates live. The good news is they're counting on the expert beach commentary from 2 of the veterans of the game, Terry McKenna and Terry Tappatees. And they're onto it. They know the importance of getting these scores out to the surfers quickly. 4.77 for Mikey there. Jumps up into the lead now.
That is the easiest 4.77 you could ever get for Mikey. Like that maneuver, that's pretty easy for him. He hit the section at the perfect time, and it just created a big, a heap of water out the back. The judges loved it. They ate it up. Thus far, it's actually the second highest scoring wave in the heat. So puts himself in a good position here.
It's kind of been a heat that's been a little light on with those big kind of highlight moments. So the judges, I think, giving him credit for that. And we'll see if he can hang on here. It's Bronson that's got the work to do at the moment. Something's got to click for Bronson. He's had a couple of okay individual turns, but just hasn't really sort of shown us what he's truly capable of just yet. But he only needs a 4.9, and he's got an incredibly high strike rate with his airs. So, you'd have to say until every single second is wiped off this clock, as long as he's not comboed, he's going to have a shot at turning a heat.
Absolutely. It's interesting to note what's happening on the screen at the moment. You can see the surfers just moving around, keeping really busy. That's Bronson going south and that's Jackson going south and Bronson going north. But it looks like Jackson Baker might even be going to one of the reef breaks behind the rocks, as we see George Pitter. Nice little check turn there. Interesting decision to catch that wave. Didn't look very good, but I don't think he had priority, so thought he'd give it a crack. But yeah, very interesting. Surfers just breaking off with 8 minutes remaining.
Is Jackson taking himself out of the situation here, or has he just got that local edge and he's gone down to one of your favourite little parts of this break to find that magic wave that the other surfers aren't aware of?
Yeah, I think it's actually smart. Like it wasn't working for him down the beach, and I know prior to this heat he was identifying a couple of right-handers at the spot where he's at. So he just needs a bit of a set to roll on through. He has got second priority right now, and I don't think Bronson's going to come up and join him. So you could dare say that he's got priority where he's sitting.
It's funny, that little section too. You were kind enough to take me for a surf out there yesterday, kind enough to walk me over an open mine, and I fell down the shaft and cut my foot. Thanks for that, Rossi. I appreciate it. But we did. We jumped off there, and you do just get the odd little one that just sticks to that reef so beautifully. And just the whole event, we've looked out there and seen opportunity that not too many people have sort of had the guts to go and sort of seek out. Jackson looks like he might be ditching the idea. It does kind of pull you towards the reef, though, doesn't it?
It does, but it's funny just watching what goes through the mind of a surfer in a heat. You know, so many voices just telling them where to go in the inner mind, as we see Georgie.
Did you ever get control of your thoughts, your demons, Mitch, when you're out in the water, or did you have a pretty busy mind in heats?
Oh, I always you know, on the fly, I came up with different ideas. But look, it's 1 to 2 foot right now. It's howling on shore. I don't think it's a bad tactic to just roam around. In a minute, I bet you see Jackson paddle back there. You know, sometimes you see these surfers that they kind of just play with the ocean and try to trick it into to sort of making a set roll through. I dare say that's what he's trying to do right now.
Well, like you know, any beach break, you know, there is always that predominant section of the sandbar that's sort of serving up opportunity. But if you watch a line up long enough, you can see something in it that someone else might not spot. Maybe that's what Jackson's hanging down that southern end of the bank for. Just under 6 minutes to go here. Bronson needs a score, 4.9, loads up. Doesn't quite tee off the way he would have liked on that section, but forces a reverse out of the final closeout. Doesn't stick it though. Jackson finds some room to the south. Does always a great job of timing his hits. But we'll see if that one factors in. He needs a 5.5 at the moment to get up into a qualifying position.
Yeah, we only saw the end of that ride there for Jackson Baker. Let's have to look at what he did at the beginning of the ride. He did saw a wave for Bronson, which will be a throwaway, I dare say. So all eyes on the score for the man in green, Jackson Baker. 5 minutes remaining. It looks as though Mikey Madonna will join him. Here we go. Here's the replay. Up and riding. First turn. So it was only a quick wave there, Ron. I was thinking he might have got a section in earlier. So I thought it was 3 sections, but it was only 2. I don't think this is going to be a big score. Might be similar to his last wave. Another pretty average one there for Baker. As we see Bronson, big layback. Unbelievable turn, but pretty crummy section. I don't know how he did that.
Yeah, the way that Jackson surfed that wave was really strong. There was nothing in it. He's not going to get much of a score out of it just because there was sort of nothing pushing him along, but still great small wave surfing. But this is a little different. This is extracting and adding points to a wave that, you know, has nothing in it.
Is it a 4.33 for Bronson?
We're waiting on the number to come through for that one. But yeah, just somehow got the fins above the lip. He needs a 4.9. And you've got to remember Mikey Madonna earlier on, he had a 4.77 for a single turn. So we'll see where this one ends up as we see Reef Hazelwood making his way down for the next heat.
Just a throwaway score there for Bronson, a 2.3, so does not go, doesn't get Bronson up into a qualifying position. Reef Hazelwood, as you said, Ron, up next. He'll be identifying those little lefts as a score is on the way for Bronson. I got it wrong. We're waiting for one more score to get locked in as we see Baker, big turn.
Yeah, putting it on the back foot there. Big Jackson. And 4.4 for Bronson, so he chipped away a little bit there at the requirement, but it doesn't help him out too much. He needs a 4.83 still. Baker with the score on the way. Really does dig in, doesn't he? But yeah, probably going to be sort of in that same sort of realm as Bronson's last ride. And Jackson needs a bit more than that, 5.43 coming into the final stages. He'll chip away at the requirement. But George is still hanging on to that second spot at the moment.
Look, 2 of these guys need the result so bad, and that's one of them. Georgie Pitar.
3 of them.
Well, you're right. Bronson needs it too for his ratings. So 2.5 minutes remaining. It's coming down to the wire, and a decent number coming in for Jackson Baker, which will make the situation a little
stressful for George, you'd think.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, 4.77.
So look, Bronson and Jackson both looking for mid-range 4s, and here's Bronson. He's having a go.
Oh, he forced it, and he knows. You saw him throw his head back then. He knows he kind of stuffed up that final section there.
There's a bit of a set coming here too. Couple of lines rolling on through. It is Mikey Madonna with priority out in front, looking to ditch a 4.77. It looks as though he is having a look at this wave, or is it Jackson Baker? Here we go, up and riding. It's the local. Nice check snap there, trying to get some speed. Big turn. Is it going to be enough?
He needs a 4.46 out of that, a minute and a half to go. Is he going to bother heading back out? Is he going to back himself to turn the number in? Mikey Madonna should be okay. He's already got the lead. It's George Pittar that's in danger of being overtaken here.
What do you think? Does he get the score?
Oh, it just looked a little bit... I don't know. Let's have another look at it. I mean, he jams that one in there. Really, it's just a transition turn with some extras. Pretty strong finish. He did one turn on the previous wave for a 4.77. 4.46. It's right there. It's really close. Might just be enough to get him over the line.
Wow, 50 seconds remaining in this one.
When I reflect on what I've seen from George Pittar in this heat, like, there's nothing really memorable.
Yeah, true.
So it's almost very... He and Jackson are right there in that same realm. For me, I think he might get it.
Wow, okay. Scores starting to get locked in. And the judges disagree.
Yeah, well, that first turn didn't have a lot in it, did it? It was a transition turn. I'll moonwalk out of that one. But a 4.07 was the score. And how thrilled is George Pittar going to be? Because he's desperate to keep his dreams alive here of getting himself potentially a huge finish and into that top 7. Mikey Madonna, he also doesn't want to let that opportunity slip through his fingers, as we see Bronson up once again, but this wave just has nothing in it. The heat's come to a close. How exciting are the finishes at the moment? With so much on the line. Jackson had a good shot at it. George and Jackson, there was hardly anything separating those two competitors. But Mikey, he's been in that situation before where he wasn't able to maintain his position at the top of US ranks.
He goes into the qualifying spot now, I want to say. I think he just leapfrogged Mikey Clayton Brown. Knocked him out.
Well, there is a massive points advantage, but we'll have a look after the break when Vaughan Blakey and Beck Wood step into the booth. You're watching the Burton Automotive Pro.
Wait!
Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. Jackson Baker standing on the shore there. And the defending champ will not be defending this year. Unfortunately, eliminated from the event by Lennox head surfer Mikey McDonough and North Stain surfer Georgie Pittar. Bronson Matey also eliminated. Welcome to heat number 5 of the Burton Automotive Pro. Surfest, Friday, 2023. Newcastle lighting it up. Reef Hazelwood out in the water with Dylan Moffat, Kihu Butler, and Hiroto Arai. And I'll tell you what, there has been a lot of movement on these qualification rankings, and it looks like Mikey McDonough may have just leapfrogged into a qualifying position. Still plenty of heats to surf, but that's where you want to be. And a good result there from Mikey. We'll have a chat to him in a moment, but George Pittar also keeping in the running, the dream alive, the Challenger Series. That's the goal. And if you can get into that top 7, there it is. So Mikey McDonough, a huge mover. He's actually gone right up into the top 5, so a great result there. And Georgie Pitar is only just down the ratings. He is also gaining some valuable points. So Mike Leighton Brown at the start of Surfest, the Merriweather Surfer was in contention, and an early exit meant that he left the door open. But you can see on these ratings, Solly Bailey out in the water next, and Kehu Butler is in this heat. So Kehu is going to be, really looking to get deep into this event, seal up that spot. He was on the Challenger Series last year. He got some good experience. This is the man in green, the Kiwi surfer. He's a powerhouse. Vaughan Blakey in the booth. Beck Woods, good to see Beck, 3-time champ at Surfest. You know what it takes to win here. And this, straight off the bat from Narrabeen, Dylan Moffat, crack. 1-2, straight into an 8-point ride.
That's a huge score for Dylan. Yeah, really nice crisp second turn there. But yeah, the ratings are just crazy at the moment. I think even we're into round of 32, so making this round seems like it's just changed up so many
It's a
places.
big one. That's right. Yeah, making this round was big, but then getting into the round of 16 and the quarters, that's when your points just start to really amplify. Dylan Moffat off to a fly here. He's already qualified for the Challenger Series. He was 1 place away from the CT.
Oh,
he was the
wow.
first surfer.
Yeah.
So let's throw it down to Mikey McDonough. Well done, mate, with that result. You have leapfrogged into 5th position on the rankings. So great results for you so far in Surfest. In a qualifying position, but still got work to do.
Plenty of work to do yet, Vaughnie. But yeah, it feels so good to get through that heat. Little dip down at Avoca, and that was pretty crucial for me to get through some heats down there, and I managed to slip out early, which put a lot of pressure on me heading into this event, and I definitely have been feeling it. I'm not going to lie, I've been nervous. It's so hard to doing all I can to brush it off and just try and relax, but I was nervous those first 2 heats, but I'm stoked to get through a couple, and hopefully can just let my surfing free up a little bit into these next few rounds, and hopefully get through a few more. Yeah.
I was going to say that, mate. It must be frustrating in some ways when you can't really open up. That heat is just far out. You throw a blanket over you guys. The scores are that close. But it must be something also satisfying about winning in that sort of scenario where you've really got to grind it. It's kind of like all your training, all that, extra knowledge that you're pouring into yourself to try and get some, experience in these situations, and it all comes to the fore.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely will take a lot of confidence out of getting through a heat in conditions like that. I definitely wouldn't say it's my strength, these waves. I definitely probably pin it down as one of my weaknesses, so it definitely gives me a bit of confidence that I can conjure up scores out there and get through heats. Stoked.
I know, well, you live on a world-class point break. How hard is it to just ignore those pumping waves up on the point there and go down into the beaches and get yourself buried in the marsh?
Yeah, it's no Lennox Point out there, is it? These conditions are almost like my kryptonite. I feel like I've, I feel like maybe there's been events where the waves like this and I just have struggled to perform. So like I said, it just gives me a lot of confidence that I can get through heats out there, and to be honest, I'm just stoked to get through another heat. I knew, of course, I knew I had to get through that one.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, no worries. Look, we won't keep you, but mate, you're 5th on the ratings. I feel like we have yet to see the best that you can bring to Surfest, so you must be pretty jacked to get through. And what are you going to bring to these next rounds? Do you think you can shake those nerves off and hit them with a bit more aggro?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think those first 2 rounds are always probably especially the first round. I think for me is always probably the toughest mentally and also physically too, because when you wait around for a few days and you haven't surfed a heat yet and the comp's on, you sort of just want to get out there and rip the Band-Aid off. So it sort of just feels like you're shackled down by chains those first few days, and you really just want to get out there. You get the nerves build up, and I think, it just drains you a little bit mentally and also physically. So once I get through that first round, I feel like I start loosening up and, into the pointy end now, and hopefully can showcase some of my best surfing.
All
tomorrow.
time, mate. Well, I know that the whole North Coast will be rooting for you to go deep into the draw here and just solidify that place. You know, you got to taste that Challenger Series last year. I think if you hit it again, you'll just be 10 times the surfer you were. So best of luck, mate. And yeah, on behalf of everyone at Lennox, that's my little home spot as well. Cheering you on, Mikey.
Thanks, Warner. Cheers, guys.
Good on you, mate. Mikey McDonough gets it done. And yeah, we were talking to Zali Kelly this morning, Beck, and same sort of deal, you know. Like sometimes you just can't bring your best surf into these heats. The waves don't allow it. So you got to find another way to win. And there's something really satisfying about relying on your tactics, your wave selection, and just getting every little point that you can out of any little opportunity that shows itself. Mikey doing a good job there.
Yeah, it was really tough out there. Saw Jackson Baker go down, so he did well to get through that round. It sounded like, you know, very difficult. Nice blasting backhand finish there for the surfer in blue, Reef Hazelwood. A lot on the line in this heat as well. Surfer in blue is sitting, or was sitting in third previous to that last heat. So it just seems like there's lots of movement going on that rankings. It has been surfer in red, Dylan Moffat, though. He's got an 8 and then backed it up straight away with a 6.33.
Such a powerful surfer. I think, you know, Dill's one of those guys. He got a wild card into, I think it was the Narrabeen CT that year. It was a shortened season. We had a CT at Narrabeen. Both Reef and Dylan surfed in that event. And I think he just sort of really understood just how high the level of the CT is. He surfed against Medina in that one. And this is him just losing the fins. But Kehu Butler, beautiful backside snaps here. He's got a couple of 5s, a 5 and a 5.17. But Reef Hazelwood has dropped an 8.6. My goodness.
That's a huge
This
score for today.
is...
I wonder what happened on that
amazing.
one.
Yeah, this is a massive heat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on right now. So surfer in white, knowing he has to match these guys and stay with them. So huge backside tail slide there. Unfortunately comes unstuck for Hiroto Arai.
Hiroto is sitting at 8th on the Asian qualifying. He's got a couple of good results. A third in the Taiwan 3000. He's sitting on 4,208 points. Katuit Agus is on 6,000. So that's the guy who's coming first on those Asia rankings. So, you know, he's going to have to go deep, Hiroto. He needs to get through this round of 16 and maybe even through into the quarters to give himself a chance of qualifying in the Asia rankings. But, you know, Dylan Moffat, Reef Hazelwood, and Kehu Butler, these are 3 surfers who will be completely miserable with anything less than making the final here at Surfest. And, wow, Dylan Moffat has just...
Wow.
Completely destroyed this one. And he's making it look so easy. He's already got an 8. He's got a 6.33 as his backup. This is a bit of a heavyweight battle here because Reefy's matched those scores. In fact, he's bettered them. So nice wave here from Dylan Moffat. You can see a guy who grew up on the long, winding, dredgy lefts of North Narrabeen. He knows how to surf on his backhand. Kehu Butler now throws himself back into the mix at 6.7 for that rapid-fire last string of turns. How's that? Reefy's last wave at 5.63. That has been a top-scoring wave for almost the entire day. Doesn't even go into his top 2.
It's been at the moment smart surfing from Kehu to get a 6.7 and maintain, you know, some presence in this heat because the other 2 have just gone out and absolutely gone to town. Straight up, 8.6, 6.33 for Reef. That's just a heat total of the day that I would say almost would be up there with one of the best.
It's definitely up there. And Kehu Butler is, you know, he doesn't want to take his foot off the gas here. He's in 4th position on the rankings, which you would think, okay, cool, 4th, yeah, I'm right up there. Yeah. But there is a lot of quality surfer. There are a lot of quality surfers still in the draw, and you know, the leapfrogging that's going on and the movement, particularly because this is a 5,000. There's so many points, Beck. He's had a good year. He got a quarterfinal in 3 events in a row. That was the Great Lakes, Port Stephens, and the Sunny Coast Pros. A 2nd in Tweed.
Oh, that's big.
So Kehu has had good rhythm. But this guy, Hiroto, looking impressive as well.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a smaller wave For Hiroto, I think knowing what the other guys have in the heat with the bigger scores, that he probably needs to wait for a little bit of a bigger wave here. He, notoriously very good, really solid backhand attack there, and manages to get a third turn, but the wave just really not allowing a full power move there.
Reef would be loving this little wind blowing, puffing. What's the big bad wolf say? Huffing, puffing, blowing into the lefts. He is an air demon. He's got to be one of the best in the world, and this is just playing to his strengths big time. A little southerly, blowing into a little left. I mean, I am expecting some pretty spectacular aerials at some point in this heat from Reef Hazelwood, sorry. McIntosh, Hawaiian, big wave hellman.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know that name. Yeah, seen one of the Vaughan brothers earlier, getting a heat total of 14 and just going for speed and launching 2 huge frontside rotations. In Hedgie's heat, you saw new school meet old school, and it was, definitely the new school aerialists that seemed to be making the most of the conditions
Is that
today.
the moment of the event for you?
Yeah, it was.
Hoggy cheering little Huey Vaughan up the beach.
Yeah, that was great.
It's cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, did very well. But yeah, next gen, on fire.
It is. Kihu Butler on your screen. He's the man in green. And Dylan Moffat sitting next to him. Kihu's got a bit of a mountain to climb here. He's going to need a 7.64. In the Tweed Coast Pro, he was just racking the eights like you can't believe. Every heat, he was just putting such big numbers on the board. So we know he can do it. And whether it's front side or backside, Kihu's weapon is the vert. He really punches it hard into the lip, as you can see. Just whips it there. That's 2 big turns from Kihu. And he stays busy. You can see the determination on his face. He would have heard from the beach announcers that Dylan Moffat and Reef Hazelwood have both clocked 8s. An 8.6 for Reef, an 8 for Dylan. Their backup scores are even solid, but Kihu's in touch here. He needs a 7.64 to move into second.
Yeah, Kihu looks like he's just got man turns down pat. This is the first time I've actually watched him in a heat, so been hearing heaps about him in and around the Australian series and the qualifying series here. So put him on the right section. I think he's going to be very much capable of scoring well up into that 8 range. So
he's kind of got that Morgan thing,
yeah.
The Morgan Sibley thing, where he comes off the bottom and he hits the lip so hard that, sometimes it's a big carve or a big wrap that sends spray, but Morgan and Kihu can hit the lip vertically and send spray, and it really, it adds an element of explosiveness to the turns, and the judges really like it. But Kihu on that last wave, still waiting on a score for the left. So he is going to sit out there and just, reset. I think he'll be feeling pretty good. It's 5.73, so it's not enough to get into second, but he needs a 7.64.
How's that for a total as well? He probably would have gotten through most other heats, but
it happens like that, though, doesn't it?
Still 9 minutes on the clock, so waiting for a huge rotation or something, or some huge man hacks from Kihu. But Kihu has already qualified for the New Zealand team to go to the ISAs, him and Billy already. So there's the 3rd spot open. Is it 2-bit decided in this event potentially?
Yeah, that's right. There's been watching with interest, these battles within battles, because when you get to the last event of the year, there's so much riding on every single heat. And for the Kiwi surfers, it's a spot to the ISA and potentially into the Olympic team. Billy and Kihu have already locked away 2 of those spots. But, that's one mission accomplished. For Kihu and for Billy, the mission right now and the most urgent mission is to lock their place on the Challenger Series for 2023. And I think, if you think about carrots, Beck, surfing snapper rocks in your first Challenger Series with 3 people in the water, it doesn't get better than that.
No, that's the best. It's actually one of the best rewards, I think. When I saw the setup for the Challenger, I thought, oh, yeah, the difference between going from a QS jumping to somewhere like Snapper, it's such an amazing reward and such a good opportunity. obviously you either go in from snapper having the best wave of your life or coming in crying. That's kind of the, every time I go out there, I have to be like, okay, if you get angry, you have to send yourself in. So to be out there with only 3 other competitors is just, yeah, it's just a dream. I mean, it was realistically the reason why I wanted to make the World Tour, just to surf in a lineup with one other person.
Interesting. These 2 guys on your screen. Kehu, number 4 on the Australasian qualifying ratings. Reef Hazelwood, number 3. So they're neck and neck. And Reef is in the box seat here, an 8.6 and a 6.33. There they are. And we know that 5,000 points, you know, if you're outside that bubble, you can leapfrog these guys, no problem. So they're really going to have to be on their game. Kehu does not want to leave any chances for someone to overtake him. Reef looking down the beach, goes for the big tail whip to reverse and does not complete.
I thought he had
just
that.
about to give him the
Yeah,
old,
I thought he had
too
it.
easy.
Oh.
Thank God he can't blame me for that. No commentator's curse. But you can see, you know, some people just hit the lip and they just pop. They've got this amazing ability to get lofty altitude, you know, with almost
No speed.
well, and no section. Like
Yeah.
they've got no right to get that high.
That was, yeah, I'd like to see a replay of that actually, just technique-wise. But yeah, the amount of pop that he got off that, yeah, is pretty phenomenal. Considering, like, I didn't think he was going like
Oh, this will be a cool angle.
that fast, but
You'll really see the tail come
wow.
out. See how fast that was. Such a whipping turn. Definitely got the shot.
Yeah, especially from the drone.
Hiroto is having a heat to forget at the moment. 5 minutes 50 to go. You know, all the surfers around him are just locking away big scores. He needs a combo. Well, he doesn't actually. He can do it with one wave, but it is going to have to be something astounding because the only way you're going to get a 10 today is if you do a double backflip, I think. Something that's never been seen.
Possible.
Well, Huey did a backflip yesterday afternoon.
Really?
And his free surf jump on Huey Vaughan's Instagram.
Oh
And
my gosh.
you can see why a few of the goofy footers were really happy the wind changed overnight. Although I do believe that Huey's just as capable on the backhand with his airs as well.
Imagine growing up, there's 4 Vaughans, isn't there? Imagine growing up with like 3 other frothers. Every surf that you go for, it's a bit like the Wrights when I used to watch them when they'd go for a surf.
Yeah, there's 5 Wrights.
Yeah. You'd see Tyler
They all rip.
paddle out with the 2 brothers into like every lineup and they'd just be like yelling at each other and pushing each other to go bigger. So imagine 4 of them in the lineup.
How cool is this, right? So Mikey, Tyler and Owen, they need no introduction.
Yeah.
But did Kirby win Surfest?
Yeah. Yeah, she did. I forgot about that. Also did pretty well in the junior series too, Kirby. Yeah. And then they have an older brother too, don't they, that also shreds?
Tim?
Yeah.
Far out. What a family. Owen announcing his retirement. Big celebrations coming down there at Bells. He's going to try and have one last crack at ringing that thing. Can't wait to see that down there. I'm heading down. You going to go down?
I am not. Definitely spent a fair few years of my life down my Easters down there. And yeah, I always struggled with the bowl. It was a really hard wave for me to understand. But it is an event I do miss. I used to stay with a family down there, the Stewarts, and it used to just be like, you know, it was basically my Easter every year. It's like my Easter holiday. You can't really replicate the feeling from that event. So, yeah, these surfers vying for these amazing positions into these event spells has like been going for how many years? 50 plus years now. So, yeah. Yeah,
at least. Bit of quiet time here. 3 minutes 40 on the clock. Dylan Moffat is in second. Can you believe it? An 8 and a 6.33. Reef Hazelwood has an 8.6 and a 6.33. So they're really tight. Kehu Butler from New Zealand, he needs a 7.64. What a huge score. Must be sitting out there going, what?
Yeah, the fast
Far
rapid
out. I've
fire.
got a 6.7 and a 5.73. I would have made it through every other heat today.
Yeah.
But he's got work to do, and he's got to get it done now. 3 minutes to go. He's got second priority, so he's getting away from everyone. He wants to try and find something. And he's good. He's really good. He can read the ocean beautifully, this kid.
There have been a few sneaky lefts down deeper on this bank, and with the tide slowly going out again, he might be onto something. I saw Hedgie go down there earlier today. A bit shallower now that the tide's going out, and a couple of runners from pretty deep. So if he does get one that offers a couple of opportunities, 2 to 3 turns or wherever he goes with it. Yeah, I think it's a smart option at the moment to get away from the other two.
Yeah, well, he's way up the beach now. You can see him right on the top of the screen just motoring. And has he found something here? 7.64. That's the score he needs. It's got a little bit of a steep section. There's the vertical punch we were talking about. But the wave backs off. And down the beach now. This is Dylan Moffat. Throws the fins into the reverse. And that leaves Reef Hazelwood out the back. And I'm predicting an air. So let's see what he does. Lots of speed. Comes into the section, big rotator, and this one he'll try and ride out of, and he does.
My gosh.
Little bit of pooch padding as he comes through the inside, but the judges won't penalise him too much. That's a spectacular move.
Yeah, that was great. A little bit of freedom. I think having an 8.6 and a 6.33, it's really nice to be able to push yourself up into even the higher scoring range if you can. Take a bit of pressure off if you start the heat with an 8. Yeah, those guys must have just basically paddled out straight into waves to get those huge scores there. But
you can see this coming a mile away. He hits the section. That section wasn't perfect. It was a pretty dodgy one. It had a bit of a rib just where the lip line was, and he's still able to just project. That's just pure class. And he knows how to get the most out of these waves. Dylan Moffat on the inside now, about to answer back, but no, he'll just skitter out over the back. 1 minute remaining. 7.27 for one turn. Reef Hazelwood. He's starting to run away here.
yeah, that's pretty deserving score. Some of the scores we've seen coming for the full rotation aerials today, pretty on point. We see sort of maybe a bit of a victory lap here for Reef. It was almost like a perfect heat.
Yeah, he put it together beautifully, and that's a huge score. Combined total so far of 15.87. There hasn't been too many of those today.
You can see why he's sitting in third on the qualifying series, and yeah, definitely probably you don't want to be getting knocked out when you do have a lead like that as well. So you want to finish the year on a bit of a banger. So definitely Reef stamping his authority on the rest of the Australian circuit, Australian region, and unfortunately 5 seconds to go.
This is heavy for Kihu. It really is. I mean, 4th place on the rankings. You'd think you're safe, but you're not. There's just too many points up for grabs, and Kihu now is going to do what Mikey Clayton-Brown had to do in the last couple of days, and that's sit on the beach and wait to see how all the other surfers go, and Mikey already over-eclipsed. And now Kihu in a similar situation. He's a little further up the rankings, but he's still going to be disappointed. We're going to take a quick break here from the Burton Automotive Pro 2023 Surfest. Coming up next, another amazing heat. Heat 6 of the round of 32.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Wait!
Where for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro 2023. Big stories starting to unfold here on the sands at Merriweather as we see the number 4 rated surfer on the world, well, the Australasian qualifying series eliminated from competition. Kihu Butler, he just didn't have the answers for Reef Hazelwood and Dylan Moffat, who were on fire in that last one. Hiroto Arai, his campaign also coming to an end here as we cast our eyes over the lineup, and heat number 6 in the round of 32. And Solly Bailey from Byron Bay. He looking to get a quick start. He's up against Joel Vaughan. Jarvis Earl, the world junior champ in the water. And Tenchi Iwami out there as well. This is a huge heat because Solly Bailey is one of these guys who can also consolidate some big points here if he can get through. Sitting at number 6 on the ratings at the moment. Jarvis Earl at number 1. He gets those big 10,000 points for the World Junior title. But this is about his seeds.
Yeah.
It's all about the seeds.
Yeah, you never want to take your finger off the pulse, but it's been a pleasure watching Jarvis surf in this event, actually. I mean, all of the surfers, all of the juniors coming through, and good to see Solly Bailey out there, sitting in 6th, on the QS, so he's right up there as well, and he's had his year on the World Tour, Indigenous competitor, and I think, leaving Byron Bay is always difficult for anyone who's grown up there because it's just such a picturesque place, and like amazing waves, warm water. Yeah, so Solly's down here into this round of 32. It'd be great to see him surf another Vaughan out in the lineup. Looks like he's started very strong.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a replay of this wave. A 7.67 for Joel Vaughan, so he's just come firing out here. And I had a quick chat with him outside before, and he was just frothing. I said, what do you think of the surf? And he was like, oh, mate, get me out there. I'm ready. He was just really fired up. Did not want the comp to go on hold. Didn't want anything to stop. He's just feeling really light-footed. He needs a big result. He's sitting at 19th on these ratings. And, he got a taste of that Challenger Series last year. Had some really good results, actually, on the Challenger Series. He got a 5th in, I believe it was the US Open. I think that was the big comp, the breakthrough result after, kind of copping a few beatings. And then a 9th at Sakurima as well. So, he grew throughout that campaign.
Yeah, and Sakurima is a difficult wave to get a result at.
It is, yeah.
It
So
can be really
to go there and do well is huge.
Yeah.
But, 19th at the moment. I think he's he's quite a few points off. So he's got to make the final, and he's got to go close to winning if he wants to make the Challenger Series. But I think he's backing himself to do it.
Yeah.
Solly Bailey, he's in that sort of weird zone where, 6 on the ratings coming into Surfest, Beck.
Yeah.
And we have seen a few crew fall out, I think that it's been really tricky. It's the top 7 is who's going to qualify for the Challenger Series. So he was in a good position to mount an attack, but he won't be feeling safe.
Yeah, when you're right on the bubble, you basically just want to win and keep winning and just keep that going all the way through because, that goes for anyone. But, when you're on the bubble, I think you're looking a bit over your shoulder sometimes.
You don't want
to.
No, you definitely don't want to see what's coming up behind you. You only want to have eyes for the prize at the end of the line. And we're going to throw it down to Reefy. Far out, mate. That was a high-scoring heat. You and Dylan were really going at it, and Kihu was right on your heels as well. You feeling any nerves at this stage of the event, or you're looking pretty loose, I have to say?
I definitely had a couple nerves. Actually, kind of was anticipating that first air coming, so I was a little bit nervous about that. But as soon as I got in the wave, it just kind of zoned out and got in the zone. So yeah.
Oh mate, yeah. Look, once you kind of had those big scores on the board, you were able to sort of unleash the airs on us, and we loved watching that. So that was cool. But you and Kihu neck and neck on the rankings, 3rd and 4th. A big heat for both of you guys because, as we've seen already, Mikey Clayton-Brown was in 5th, just below you guys. He's already been overtaken, so you really can't afford to take your foot off the gas here, mate.
No, absolutely. I was coming 2nd before Voker, and then Al jumped me getting the 2nd there, and I was like, man, damn it. But yeah, definitely I was feeling pretty good before that event, and now it's definitely got to step it up and get a good result here still. And 5,000 points is a lot on offer, and I think quite a few guys are trying to make that jump up. So it's exciting and nerve-wracking, and I really hope that Kihu could maybe make it through that one. But he got done by Dylan and I. So it's tough conditions, and just got to make those heats to really solidify your spot.
You do, mate. Tell us about, your thoughts this morning when you woke up and you felt that little southerly puff up. You must have been rubbing your hands together.
Yeah, absolutely. Last couple of days have been northerly, and I'm like, oh man, like, come on, where's this southerly? And then it's here today, so yeah, super psyched. I was watching both Huey and Joel go for the Az yesterday. I was like, oh man, I want to go for some, and so stoked to have the opportunity to go for it today, and stoked to make a couple, and hopefully can just keep building from there and keep putting in some exciting performances.
Yeah, good one, mate. Surfest, you know, we're heading into the weekend. It's Goons are doing Friday, we're calling it. But no, look, we're heading into the weekend. We all know what this city, how it responds to Surfest. You get huge crowds down here. I mean, does that add any sort of tension or pressure for you, or do you actually enjoy performing in front of a big crowd with a great atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple events at the US Open where I made finals or quarters, and then even just like some kind of hometown crowds at events at home. So I love it. Feels like it just gets me fired up and trying to just push harder and stuff. So yeah, really stoked if there's a couple crowds coming down this weekend. It'll be really good and support everyone that's still in the events and yeah, see kind of crunch time with the qualification for the Challenger Series. It should be epic.
It's true, man. And I mean, there's the round of 16 coming up next. But are you the kind of guy who kind of gets to the quarters and change your game at all? Like, do you reset, or do you just like to keep things sort of cruising? You got your game plan all the way through?
Yeah, I think like really it's just each heat you got to have a just a strategy for whatever the conditions are doing. So I don't really change it. Just look at the conditions and yeah, go from there. So yeah, I guess maybe just like conserving energy towards finals day. But yeah, I've been pretty cruisy this event anyway, so not much will be changing for me.
And mate, we know that you enjoy Newcastle a fair bit, but have you found any secret spots you can tap us into for dinner tonight?
Oh, no, sorry, actually, I don't.
Stop keeping them to yourself. Yeah. Come on, I know you, Reef.
Nah, my sister just moved down here like kind of beginning of last year, so I'm just been having dinners with her, actually, so with family and stuff, which has been really nice, so yeah, not really been going out too much.
All right, mate, well, maybe if you lift the trophy at the end, we'll find a nice restaurant and go and have a celebration dinner.
Sounds good. Yeah, I like that.
Congratulations, mate. A fantastic heat.
So
one of the highest scoring heats of the event so far, 15.87. Look forward to seeing what you bring tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Far out. Cool customer. And really, deserves to be not just on that Challenger Series, but on the World Championship Tour. I think this guy has such an incredible full kit.
Yeah.
The full rail turns, the aerial theatrics. He's got a bit of everything, and I think he could challenge for that WSL CT top 5. I really do. He's the World Junior Champ. Jarvis Earl, far out. What a huge result that was at Seaside Reef in San Diego last year. 6 to 8 foot, just heavy surf. And this guy from the Shire, he got out there, he just had a blinder. I think he top scored the entire event for the high scoring wave. And in the final, he was just attacking the lips, going absolutely bonkers. Beat Levi Swanson, a really talented goof from over there in America, to take out that world title. And in doing so, gets the wild card onto the Challenger Series. Awesome. Far out, I'll tell you. You see some kids coming from a mile away, and Jarvis is one of those guys. He was the rising star for Surfing Australia 2 years running.
Okay.
Beck, and yeah, he was just... I've got this famous story that I like to tell about Jarvis. I was at the Skull Candy in Lennox Head, and he was a grom, real micro grom, tiny, and he surfed this heat. It was a 4 foot day, and he just did one little cut down on his backhand, just one little line. And I just remember thinking, whoa, not many kids do lines like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Really nice drive out of his sort of top turn to set up the next turn, and I just went, whoa, this is special. And yeah, he has not gone backwards from there. He's the World Junior Champ. He's currently in second here with a 5.17 in his back pocket. Jolie Vaughan, 7.67.
Something a little bit satisfying about going to America too and
winning over there.
Winning over there.
Did you do it?
Actually, I got second in the US Open final.
Oh, that's huge. That's a scary crowd to surf in front of. That's
it was,
massive.
but also I probably only surfed to get a 0.00 in the final.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, it was high tide and it didn't break. So
Did not break.
Did not break.
Who beat you?
An American, but.
Who was that?
Julia Christensen.
I remember her.
Yeah, she went and surfed the shorey and got 2 whippersnappers on the shorey, and
Sometimes that happens, doesn't it?
it was very frustrating. And then they wouldn't let me take my trophy on board, so I left it at the airport because it was a weapon at the time. So it was an interesting contest, but I think to go over there as a junior, especially...
What was the trophy, like a machine gun or something?
It was a giant wooden thing, so it was probably, it would be nice now, but travelling with it wasn't going to be very fun. But we see Surfer in red getting busy.
Tenchi, he's getting explosive. This guy's 13th on the rankings for Asia. And just thinking about it, I think that he's around 2,000 points behind the final place guy. So if he wants to qualify, he's pretty much got to make the final for the Challenger Series. So we'll keep an eye on Tenchi. He's kind of surfing a heat against crew who aren't out there, if that makes sense. He's got the Asian qualifiers who are ahead of him on the rankings to kind of leapfrog here at Surfest. Joel Vaughan out there already parked a 7.67 for his opening ride. I'm going to throw a little... Okay, I'm just going to... I'm going to throw it out there. I think he must have gone ballistic.
Yeah, he really, straight up off the bat. Solly did just get a wave as well, so Surfer in green. We'll see what his score comes through as, because he needs to get on the board and to keep up with these other competitors who do have a pretty solid wave each. So it looks like some solid scores coming through for Solly as well.
Solly Bailey surfed on the 2019 World Championship Tour. Got a couple of big QS wins, a great result in Bolito, but it was that 2017 Vulcan Pipe Pro where he really announced himself as, a heavy water beast mode Lord dog. He was just so impressive in huge pipeline. I don't know where someone from Byron Bay learns to surf second reef wash throughs that, stand up on that first reef and just detonate and chunder all
Did he spend some time
into
with
the channel and
Kieran
how are you
Perro?
supposed to surf it? Well, what's up with that? Why is Kieran and...
where does that come
going on up there?
Comes from Main Beach, Byron, does it?
Well, maybe it comes from just charging your crystals. You just go up into the hills there and on a full moon, put your crystals on a blanket under the full moon. That gives you the skills. Here he goes. This is nice. Oh, wow. 3 turns. Love the tweak on that backside Rio, the 3rd turn. So Solly Bailey on the board, and he'll be really happy with that. Because Jarvis Earls put a couple of scores away here too, a 5.17 and a 4.93. Joel Vaughan in second. Vaughnie, he's got a 7.67 and he hasn't got a backup yet. So he's going to jump straight back into the lead if he can get anything better than a 1.3. But it's Tenchi Iwami who's moved into second place now. So he's just been getting about his business here. And Tenchi's got a 5.07 and a 3.93. So we're in that similar situation here, Beck, where, a lot of mid-range scores.
Yeah.
And the big difference is Joel Vaughan. He's got the 7.67. So as soon as he locks away a second score, even if it's crud, he's going to jump into first place and the pressure will all go back onto Jarvis, Tenchi and Solly. But Solly's got to be feeling good. A 5.93, that's almost nudging that 6. And so he'll be out here in this last 9.5 minutes looking for another chance. As Tenchi, just a quick look at this one, Goons of Doom Friday.
Yeah, I actually think...
The Prince of Merriweather. Are you going back? Will I see you there?
I
heard you're a mad crowd surfer. Is it true?
I am pretty good, actually. Bring a surfboard.
Are you one of
I'll
those
be
people who just, grabs people's shoulders and treads on their knees and climbs up on top and then just rolls around on all those hands?
Maybe when I was a bit lighter. I think I might, land on a few people and might break their bones. But it does sound like an awesome evening. And tomorrow night as well?
Yeah, that's up in Tuncurry, though.
Tuncurry on the way back north.
Here we go. Little speedy one here.
Oh,
it's a nice little snap. Tenchi's doing well. He's just... It's a strange one. He is surfing to qualify for the Challenger Series. But if he goes deep here and he somehow racks up a lot of big points, he'll also announce himself because he's a little bit of an unknown quantity here in Australia. And I think that, a big result here at Surfest can really... you know what the slogan is. witness the rise of the world champs. You can really get on a roll here. Out the back, Jarvis Earl, I think we saw Solly and Joel both catch waves. So Joel is going to move here.
Yeah.
1.33, he definitely got that.
I feel like Solly's first wave was a little bit underscored, but I mean, it would be difficult with judging, but I feel like it should have been maybe a low 6-ish score. But
I'm with you.
yeah, Joel, he landed that. Joel probably, he's definitely going to improve his scores there.
The reason why Solly's score is a little surprising is because he actually attacked all 3 turns.
Yeah.
There was nothing tentative in any of them.
And there was also like a little bit of like fin flare on 2 of those turns on like the major 2. So
the only thing that it can be a bit confusing is like when you're looking at it on screen, you're not really getting the scale of the wave.
Yeah.
So perhaps it wasn't as big as the other high-scoring turns. Solly gets the big fin throw, and Joel Vaughan, you can see there, a couple of nice turns. So he's going to lock away something. Yeah, 3.6, straight to first place. Jarvis Earl now in second. Got a 5.17 and a 4.93. And Teshi is in third place. Tenchi, I should say. He's got a 5.07 and a 3.93. Solly Bailey's looking for a 4.17. It's just under 7 minutes to go here. Now, Solly, you know, he must be trying extremely hard not to think about the ratings. You don't want that noise anywhere near your head while you're trying to surf these heats. It's too much. You know, you got to be so on point. You're going to be hunting for opportunities. You've got to keep your eyes wide open in this lineup. There's no space in your brain to be thinking about what could or might go wrong.
yeah, I think with conditions like this, all of the guys who big backside hack there.
Nice.
Tenchi.
Power move.
Attacking it, going out, attacking it, not thinking about what's going on. And I mean, guys and women getting scores for 1 turn today, it would make you want to go out there and just actually hammer down some turns or hammer down some big airs and not hold back at all. And like you said, Vaughnie, I don't think you would see a replay here of Joel Vaughan's last wave, and he got a combo turn and finished super clean there through fins.
This is nice though, high speed. Smashes it, gets a clean ride out. You'd think that's going to go. Geez, I'm thinking that might nudge a 5, you know. So he's probably going to improve on that position that he's in, or he's been he's been overtaken by Jarvis, so he needs a 5.04.
And Joel has bettered his score on that last one as well, so just not coming into Tenchi's scoreline.
No, 3.9, so the judges not liking that as much as I did. Fair enough. It was only 1 turn.
Yeah, it's funny though, isn't it? It's like very, they're very cut and dry, the judges, and I saw a few of them in the break just up there having a bit of a hit at the golf club. So just to try, I think it would be hard if you're in up there all day and focusing on just 1 turn and or 2 turns or 3 turns. And I often tell people if I am coaching, just remember that they're sitting up there all day. So if you have a point of difference, you really want to let it shine in conditions like this, because there's a lot of, threes that get thrown out there. So if you can throw down something big, you'll get the attention of the judges, and that's something that really needs to happen when it's little like this, I feel like.
Well, the screw is turning here. Solly Bailey, he's got second priority, looking for a 4.17. He's got the 5.93, so I don't think he's hitting the panic button just yet. But, in the last couple of rides here, we've seen Joel Vaughan improve his position, 4.9, and we also saw Jarvis Earl improve his position, with his last score being a 4.93. So, Bailey wants to stay in touch. As we said, coming into this event, he was 6th on the rankings, and snap off the top. Tenchi, don't count this guy out just yet. That's a really strong combination. And he's going to stick with this one and get a little bonus section, will he? Nah, it's a little bit of a wobbly foam climb on the inside. So far out, though. That was 2 really clean snaps, and they were done with plenty of speed back.
Yeah, not needing too much. Looks like Solly may have got a bit of a left on the other side of the bank there. So down to crunch time for all of these competitors. I think the battle seems to be between 2nd and 4th. Really not much separating all of them. It is Solly who has the highest wave out of the 3 of them, and it's nearly a 6. So he doesn't need much to jump back up into 2nd. But it is, Jarvis Earl showing some experience there, starting with a bigger score and, consolidating that straight up with a 4.93. He's managed to stay in second. Let's see where the competitors choose to sit now with this priority setup.
Yeah, this is a big 3 minutes coming up. Solly Bailey, he's out there. He's needing a score. There's a left on this bank where they're sitting, and there's a really nice puffy south wind blowing into it. And you know that if Jarvis Earl gets the section, he'll do something like this. And he gets the ride out. So Jarvis, we're waiting on scores for him. And this wave was really nice, wasn't it? A couple of mean cracks. And I think a big number's about to drop here for Tenchi. And he moves back into second to 5.73, and that means Solly Bailey now needing a 4.87. There's the replay of his last wave. And I think he might need to do a bit more work here. 2 minutes 20.
Oh, it's so close between these three guys. Tenchi, under the pump, goes into second place. Waiting for a few more scores to drop. Is that right? Did Solly just get another left down the beach? Or
that's
no?
it.
No.
We're all squared up. 2 minutes to go. It's Joel Vaughan in the lead, a 7.67 and a 4.93. Tenchi Iwami. He's just really been workmanlike in this heat. Sort of stayed on his own program and found a couple of nice opportunities to get some rapid-fire turns off, a 5.73 and a 5.07. Jarvis Earl, he's out there in third. Solly Bailey in fourth. And the boys need scores. A 5.64 for Jarvis will do it. For Bailey, it's a 4.87. This is really tense because I've seen it happen a couple of times today. Kihu Butler, and we also saw Mikey Clayton-Brown earlier in the event. You know, they needed to consolidate their standings in that qualification zone.
Yeah.
And they both got eliminated, and that's just left the door wide open. Solly does not want to leave this the chance.
Yeah.
He's pushing hard here. He's got time to get back out. I don't think that wave will do it. From what we saw, it looked a little forced.
Yeah, a little bit of a smaller
Just a 2.07. He's got to get back out there. He's got to find something. 58 seconds.
This is so hard to watch.
It is.
It's very
just
difficult. Tenchi choosing not to go down,
This is
actually.
the whole start of the year, you know,
Yeah.
all your efforts. You know, Solly got work done in Indonesia, got huge results at Krui, at Nias, got his points up. You know, he's in qualification standing, and right now he's on the bubble. So if he doesn't get through this heat, it's a bit of a disaster. And he needs something, but far out, 22 seconds.
Paddling down deep away from his other competitors. Tenchi hasn't moved in to do any form of blocking, although he's in third priority. But yeah, I think if I was Tenchi, I probably would be down on fourth. That would be my tactic. But
There's 5 seconds here, Beck.
Yeah, make it down. Here we go, a bit of a wave. Will he get it in time? I'm not sure if he has there.
Oh, the hooter blows, and this is, just one of those moments where your heart breaks, really. Solly Bailey is looking like he's not going to get this score, and the results have already been officialised, if that's a word. Joel Vaughan is going to take this one out. Tenchi Iwami has done plenty, and now a nervous wait for Solly Bailey as the Burton Automotive Pro continues. The surfer at number 6 on the ratings is not going to get any more points, and Jarvis Earl also eliminated. We're going to take a quick break here and be back with Ronnie Blakey and Matt Hoy.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back to the show. This is the Burton Automotive Pro. Just 2 more heats to round out the competitors that will battle in the round of 16. And we're seeing Noosa's Cooper Davies with a dynamic opening move there. But the young Japanese competitor, Joe Azuchi, he gets himself a 4.17. Oh, actually, we might need to catch up on a couple of rides during the break here. But this is another stacked heat, obviously. At this point in the competition, round of 32, we've seen the top seeds hit the lineup, and we've seen some of those strong underdog performances to get surfers like Dom Thomas through the rounds and into a position to maybe crack the round of 16, and who knows, maybe even get themselves into finals day. Dom's been a standout in the event. He's out there in the blue jersey. Tell us a bit more about this kid, Matt Hoy.
He charges, I know that. He's from down Caves Beach way, Crabs Creek. There's some pretty heavy waves down that way, and he actually was charging big waves before he
could walk.
Before he could walk. Yeah, before he could even swim.
It was in the blood.
But he was charging big waves before he got like a good surfer, you know what I mean?
Okay,
before he improved to the surfer he is now.
Yeah, well, he's turned into a bit of a high-performance weapon because he's throwing down some great airs, good big rotations to fetch some of the biggest scores of the event, Dom Thomas. He's obviously up against it more and more every heat that he goes into as he moves through the rounds here, but we'll see if the youngster can hang on. He's got priority out here at the moment. He's got a tough draw, Cooper Davies. We saw him on the backhand before.
Here he is.
A surfer from Noosa who's had some great results as he's made his way through the amateur ranks, but now he's in the big leagues, Cooper, and he's looking for those bigger finishes. He's got some work to do if he wants to get himself to the top end of the ratings, and
what's he at the moment?
In 15th position coming into the event. So, yeah, he's probably got to win the comp, realistically. And that might just be enough to get him, say, into 7th or 6th position. But we'll see what unfolds here. He started the heat pretty well, 5.67 on that last ride. Joe Azuchi from Japan. He's had a couple of rides too. He's got himself into
2 snaps, that 5.67?
Second position.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cooper got the 5.67. Joe's got himself a 4.17. Sheldon Sipkus, he's a surfer who I think needs some people to trip over at the top if he's going to have a shot, because he came into the event in 30th position. He had the last sort of mathematical chance at potentially getting into that 7th spot with a victory. That's what he's going for.
That's a long way down, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll update you as things wind on, but all you can do when you're in that situation is go for the victory.
What happened there? Obviously, Green had priority.
Yeah, but Cooper Davies didn't interfere with the scoring potential for the man in green. He opted out of it. It was a dynamic backhand blast. I haven't seen too much of Cooper's backhand. Most of the time I've seen him in competition, he is on the rights, which is, definitely a weapon for him. But that backhand's just looking dynamic, Hoy.
Yeah, he's
got you on the edge of the seat.
Yeah, I'm on the edge. Not of the seat, just on the edge.
Here we go. Sheldon trying to put up a decent score. Hasn't had much to speak of just yet.
Cooper's got 2 good scores already for how the waves are and what's been scored the last couple of heats. That last heat was a doozy, though. Some great surfing going on in that heat. They were ripping. I think it's been 1 heat on, 1 heat off. So he's Don. What's he got for us? One of the last local hopes in the event.
You got Morgan coming up in the last heat of the day. Cooper looking to get himself another solid score here, kicking this one off with a couple of 5-point rides. Before we see some replays, though, let's get caught up with a man that's on a mission, not just to get himself a victory here and a chance at qualifying for the challenges, but he's got to maintain pace with his baby brother. Joel Vaughan, how are you, mate?
I'm good, thanks. How are you guys?
Really well. It's been an inspiring performance from yourself, but you must be pretty proud of what the little bro's doing as well.
Yeah, I'm very proud of Huey. He surfed an amazing heat before, and I was just stoked to get through that one. Can't let him get a better result than me in this event. But yeah, he's surfing really well at the moment, and he's coming into this event with nothing to lose. He actually hurt his ankle before Avoca, so we had to pull out of that event. But he's back now, and he's throwing big punts and surfing really well.
He sure is. It's good to hear you give him some props. But let's talk about your mission here at Surfest 2023, mate. That was a really tough heat to survive. Jarvis Earl's been on fire, #1 on the regional ranks, and also the World Junior Champion, already confirming a spot. But Solly Bailey, he was above you on the ranks and really hungry for a big result too. That must be a massive confidence booster for you, that win.
Yeah, it definitely feels really good. Jarvis is really good in waves like this when it's lefts and southerly winds. You definitely can't count him out, and Solly's an amazing surfer and a really good competitor, and I'm very stoked to get the win over those boys, and yeah, just looking to get back down here tomorrow and yeah, reset and get ready.
Jolie, you got on the challenges last year, mate. Tell us about the experience and just the step up in the level when you get to that next sort of stage of trying to qualify.
Yeah, it's really good experience, and the level's crazy. Every heat you go into, and you're gonna have to surf your best and make almost no mistakes, and it's definitely difficult. And first few events for me last year, I couldn't make it out of the first round, and it was a huge learning curve. But yeah, I'm stoked I made a few heats last year, and hoping to get back on there this year and give it another good crack.
Oh, no doubt. Mate, what have you done between sort of the end of the Challenger Series last year and this point to prime yourself for another go at it?
When I got home, I kind of just reset and spent some time with the family, just kind of stay at home as much as I could, and then just got into some training, surfing as much as I can. I surf stuff like this almost every day at home. Especially in summertime, it's not the best, but it's always fun and always good to get out there. And yeah, that's pretty much all I did. Just got to reset and take a bit of time off and not worry about competing. And I think it was really good.
Yeah, man, that's such a good point, because if you came via the regional qualifiers and went straight to the Challenger Series, it was basically the entire calendar that you were competing. So that must have been really nice just to recharge here at home.
Yeah, it was a lot of time away from home last year, but it was still really good. I enjoyed every part of it, and got to do my first international QS, and yeah, I'm stoked to have that experience from last year, and stoked to bring that into this year and hopefully qualify.
Well, mate, we're loving watching you do your thing. You've got some work to do to get yourself back into the challenges again, and we're going to go let you reset, because tomorrow's going to be a big day. Best of luck.
Yeah, thanks heaps. See you later.
Yeah, what a strong surfing pedigree the Vaughns are. Their dad would be worth quite a bit if he was a thoroughbred.
True that.
But they're on a special kind of tear. And
I would like to know the banter around the baked dinners on a Sunday.
Oh, man.
What would they be talking about? All surf, 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 surf?
Oh, for sure. They love it. They're stoked. And Joel's sort of really on the cusp of that next stage. Huey's probably keeping it pretty fun because he's just such a cheeky grom. But, yeah, they're both still alive in the mix, and there is some potential with them on opposite sides of the draw that they could end up surfing against each other at some point.
Oh, I hope so. That'd be epic. That would be, imagine being the parent too. It'd be so good. That's a dream come true for a surfing family.
Sure is.
Two siblings in a man-on-man heat at Surfest.
We were loving having a chat with Joel, but we kind of had one eye on the interview and one eye on the surfing. Actually, I think both your eyes were on the surfing, Hoy, because Sheldon
I was listening. My ears were on the...
Sheldon lit one up. He let go of some A1 turns for a 6.4.
Nice little right-hander. I thought the rights weren't going to score that much this afternoon, but mate, that was a sick one.
So crisp, isn't he? I mean, look, there's not much on this wave, and look at what he extracts out of it.
That was sick. Second turn was really good.
Yeah, really clean surfing. He's one of the best. He's had a tough go at it on the qualifying series this year, so he's he's a long shot of making the grade, but you know, he's the guy that made the jump into the Challengers last year and did better than any other surfer from any region on the QS in that first stop. He got a runner-up finish to a CT surfer.
Yeah, right.
So that was monstrous. You know, obviously he had the benefit of being at his home break.
Yeah.
But he did some of his best surfing I think we've ever seen him do in competition. He just has to find that at some of the other venues on the calendar, and he'll be styling. And with surfing like this,
flying around.
He'll be right.
Another good score.
So yeah, he's on here at the moment. He's got that big goal. We've chatted to a few of the competitors that are a long shot, and they're like, you know what, like, I don't have to worry about anything but winning this contest. I'm not trying to get to the quarters.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about what other people are doing. If I'm going to have any chance, I have to win.
Is he that far back?
Yeah.
Oh.
He is, unfortunately for Sheldon. But
What
Cooper
happened?
Davies is within striking distance. Don't worry about that. 15th position. He comes into this event.
It's a
And
good wave
yeah,
too
he's
for
got a
Green
couple
too,
of okay
so
scores.
Nice snaps on this one, and just, I don't know if you finish that one or not. Here's a replay of that other wave. Nice couple of turns there, and finishes off with a nice little foam. Threw some spray too. What happened to Sheldon then? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. He's just had a tough go at it. It's, you know, everyone's been surfing the same conditions, but I think when the waves are of, you know, real quality and it's a bit cleaner is when he truly shines. But he's just going to have to figure that out because, you know, I'd say the best waves that they had on the schedule last year were at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah.
On the Challenger
And then
Series
he just had
schedule,
a
and
shocker after
then he
that.
didn't do too much after that.
Yeah, right.
But it's a grind. It was Beck Woods was in here before, and she was breaking it down beautifully. She was, you know, she's had success at all different stages of her career. Won a World Junior title, powered through the Pro Junior events when she was a Grom. She graduated to the qualifying series, had a really tough go at it. Second year, put her head down after learning all those valuable lessons from big mistakes and easily qualified, and then kind of went through the same thing in her first couple of years on the CT. You know, learnt lessons,
Yep.
survived, stayed on tour, and then had one of her better finishes the second year she was on. So it's a learning process, and it's as much as it's a similar kind of strategy, Hoy, you can probably speak to it. When you're a pro junior, you can win heats a little differently.
Yep.
The surfing becomes a factor. Obviously, the performance is crucial, but you've got to be a savvy competitor in these heats when there's four surfers out there. When you get to the CT and it's head-to-head,
Oh,
and even in those challenges in the later rounds, then it becomes all about what kind of turns that you can do. And
Well, you got to win on nines. You can win here on getting a couple of fives. You're
Yeah.
not winning any CT comps on fives. Any heats.
and probably not challenges either.
No, not challenges either. That's what I mean. Everything about. I mean, it's the conditions too. But you know what I mean. Some heats you can skate through, but that level you're getting 2 nines, 2 8s at least.
The Japanese surfers and others from different regions or different parts of that Asian region, the Philippines represented, Indonesia as well, they kind of blew us away in the early rounds. They looked incredible.
Yep.
But Hiroto Ohara is sort of like, other than Joe Azuchi, who's out here at the moment, he's the last sort of hope for that region to collect the big result, and he needs to do work. So this is almost shaping up beautifully for him because he's trying to make up some ground on those front runners, and we know there's only those 4 spots up for grabs on the Asian Regional Tour. So these 2 competitors left. Joe Azuchi, who's out there at the moment in 10th spot on the regional ratings, he's got work to do. But Hiroto, who's one of the best surfers in Japan, no doubt, he's got a bit of ground to make up. He might need a victory here to get himself to the top end of the QS ranks over there in Asia.
Yeah, right. See, Don Thomas has changed his board, which is a weird thing to do in the middle of a heat. That used to do that a lot back in the day, but no one does it anymore, really.
Yeah,
But it
and with the groveler too.
Yeah.
It's sort of like if you've got a small wave board under your feet, what do you change?
A smaller wave board.
Yeah. The 20 maybe.
I
Hoy.
don't know. That's a weird one. I think he looked like he was on an epoxy, and now he's gone back to a normal one, a PU. So I don't know what happened.
Marlon Harrison was on screen there, gearing up for that next heat. He's one of those surfers who's just outside of the top 7 spots at the moment, with an opportunity to get closer to qualification, but he's got to get through this next heat. Dom Thomas, that'll be a better ride for him. Maybe his best yet.
Yeah, I'd reckon so.
But he
Too
does.
nice,
The boys are kind of getting left behind here. Dom Thomas and Joe Azuchi.
Hey, Sheldon's ridden 11 waves. It's crazy.
I'd be cramping up.
Oh, me too.
This is a good one for Cooper. He showed us what he could do on the backhand. He banked a couple of fives early on. That's what his front side looks like, and it's probably going to be a decent number. Trying to get rid of a 5.1 here.
Keeps his speed, and then nice big turn at the end. A different sort of turn, that one, wasn't it? Didn't throw the tail, but yeah, or I don't know if it's going to go into his score.
Well,
those lefts.
The hometown crowd, they'll be getting behind this bloke. Not right now, but yeah, when he hits the lineup in a moment. Morgan Siblick. He's getting limbered up.
Isn't he? Getting really limbered up. The boys are getting limbered up at Surfest too. I know that. He's got all his crew up there. They're all posted up the top there, so there's going to be some screaming out when Morgan gets out there, that's for sure.
Look at him go. I mean, just a completely different animal to the rough little Grom that we saw qualify for the Championship Tour a few years back and just wreak havoc in his rookie season and make the final five for a shot at a world title. It was
crazy.
So fun to watch.
5th in the world first year, that's pretty.
Yeah. And
pretty crazy.
Gave John the boot.
Didn't he?
In two consecutive events.
Once here, once in Narrabeen.
Yeah, once on the forehand and then just
the
blew him out of the water in the backhand.
Yeah, didn't he?
So yeah, that was epic to watch. Really fun, and yeah, we'll see how he goes. But the busy approach of Sheldon Simkus out here at the moment has him out in front, and by a pretty reasonable margin. Cooper Davies, not too far behind his last ride, didn't go into his top two, so he needs a 5.84 still to get up into first. But Joe Azuchi, the pressure's on him. His hopes of qualifying via the Asian rankings are up for grabs here. He needs a 5.84. And Dom Thomas has just been on a giant killing run.
Hasn't he?
Just hasn't really put it together just yet.
Hasn't got the right waves. He's had a couple of opportunities, but just not getting that open face. He's sitting in the spot, though. That's where I reckon those running little lefts are that come at you a bit. Down here, I don't know, it's a hard one. Because the swell is so broken up with that southerly. It's like a nor'east swell today with a southerly wind on it. The sets are from the other few days has been a southerly swell with a nor'east wind on it. It's completely different today.
So bizarre.
The big sets are from the north. I think that low way out in the Pacific Ocean. It was so far out, that little tiny low, like 4 days ago. But yeah, that's what I reckon. It's remnants of that. And a southerly wind swell on it. So it's breaking the waves up a hell of a lot this afternoon.
You ever considered doing the local surf report, Hoy?
No.
Well, you're not up early enough.
No way.
Here we go. Cooper Davies.
Couldn't take it off Tez McKenna either.
Oh, no, but maybe you'd co-host it with him. Deadly.
Co-host the surf report.
Deadly duo. Right, Cooper's backhand just looks lightning fast out here at the moment. I'm enjoying it.
I can't think that quick to do the surf report in that 1 minute, whatever it is, 30 second. Run out of breath too. You can see Tez sometimes just going, and he just gets it out. It's pretty funny. I reckon that's going to go to his score. That was sort of, it's about on par actually, those first two.
Pretty similar.
Yeah, pretty similar. Exactly.
Tell you what he is doing though. He's taking opportunities away
that was
here.
A good turn. This one too.
Yeah, I thought this was a pretty decent finish there. Whack,
and he threw the tail on that first one. Maybe just that middle bit where he had to bounce around the section.
Oh, I think even if he gets sort of a similar kind, he did just up the ante a little bit, 5.37. But even if he didn't, he's still taking 5-point rides away from Joe Azuchi and Dom Thomas as well. So he's kind of taking up his place in the order of priority out there. He's taking those scoring opportunities away from his rivals. Prior to that wave, they obviously needed a little less to get ahead of him. So he's playing a smart game out here at the moment.
Keep riding waves too. They've ridden a lot of waves, 11, 9 and 8, and then 4 for the Japanese competitor. But yeah, that's a lot of waves ridden, that's for sure. In these conditions especially.
Did you like getting your reps up in heats, or were you a surfer that just waited for the quality?
I just went whatever I could.
Yeah.
I didn't really. I was hopeless at wave selection. I was worse. I was better not having priority.
Yeah,
usually.
It's a difficult. I think about it all the time at the really world-class locations when the waves are, every wave is kind of good. World-class locations, you know,
hard.
Be a foot difference in the size of a set, and you can end up on the wrong wave somehow.
Yeah.
And it's still perfect.
Yeah. Well, and you're letting perfect waves go by. That's the hardest bit. You go, well, this is a bomb, and I'm going, no, there's going to be a better one. Like, what do you do? That's why the best guys are so good at it.
They read it. They read it well.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it just feels like Sheldon's read the ocean well. He's gone, there's not a lot of opportunity. You know, you've got big individual turns. Throw some mud at the wall and see if you can stick something. And then in amongst it all, he's kind of found room to move too and throw some combos our way. So that's what's got him out in front at the moment. Cooper Davies, similar kind of approach. And that's got him in second spot. But the situation's kind of requirement-wise has remained pretty similar for some time now. So it's up to Dom Thomas,
they need
Joe Azuchi, they need to turn it around. They can still swing the heat with a single ride, but they've been a little hard to come by. And you've got to remember that the surfing that Sheldon did on the highest scoring ride of this heat was pretty of a pretty high standard.
And they've got to be up with that, right? Both scores. One over it, one under it. So it's good though. Sheldon's got all these waves pretty much without priority. Sometimes it's a curse to have priority in these heats with conditions like this, because there's not that, the waves aren't, like the best ones aren't that much better than the bad ones, you know what I mean? It's not that much difference. You just got to, it's how you surf and how you read it. So
Bang.
priority could just sit out there and go, I've got to get a good one. I can't waste my priority, but sometimes it's better to just surf a lot of waves and keep your chances up.
Dom Thomas looking for something out of this, gets nothing. A minute and 30 seconds to go. One thing you can say about all the competitors on the men's and women's side is, you know, coming towards the end of this QS season, they are all looking so limber, fit, and ready to take charge to the Challenger Series. They're so surf fit because they've had the off season and then this big string of events. Obviously, the Japanese and Indonesian competitors, they've been on a QS regional run of their own, but yeah, everyone's manufacturing their own speed out here and doing a great job of it. I went for a surf yesterday afternoon. It is not easy to put it together in these kind of conditions.
I can imagine.
Just
and
to
they're
fit
competitive
combos in.
fit too, you know what I mean? They've got their head in the competitive game after all those events in a row. You know what you're doing. You've got a set plan, I suppose, and then, yeah, just the event after event after event after event. This one you're coming in going, right, I couldn't be more prepared.
Got your reps up.
Yep.
You just, what you're really hoping for on a day like today is opportunity. You're begging for it. And you know what? You can't sit there and wait for the waves to come to you out there today. You've got to go chase them down, and that's what the competitors have been doing. Sheldon Simkus has had 12 rides.
Crazy.
And plenty of them are sort of in that 2 and 3 point range. So he's still working for his numbers on each of those scores. It's not like he's done nothing on them. They're not horrific numbers, but he's done enough here as the clock winds down to get himself an important victory and keep his hopes alive. Joe Azuchi, he takes off. That's a scary situation there, because in that situation, even though Cooper Davies had the priority over Joe Azuchi, once that hooter sounds, that priority's gone. And if Joe Azuchi's on that wave before you and you try and block him on that wave, you can get an interference. I don't know if Joe Azuchi got to his feet in time there, but we have seen that happen before.
Really?
So, yes, I'm going to say stand by here. I want to know if Joe Azuchi got to his feet before the hooter.
What? So as soon as the hooter's gone, there's no priority?
That's exactly right, yeah. The priority ends. There's no priority at the end of the heat. So if someone's riding that wave, you can't initiate your priority.
Oh, yeah,
you
so I
can't
see what you're
utilise
saying.
it.
I see
It's
what
gone.
you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So if he gets up before the buzzer and then the buzzer goes when he's up and he goes, nah, mate, you can't take
If
that
we
one. Yeah, I
can
what
get a
you mean.
replay of that.
Yeah, please.
It's sometimes the tricky
I see
thing
what you're
is
saying.
the sound of the hooter can throw you. It's obviously sound doesn't travel all that fast.
Yeah.
Definitely not as fast as light. So you see the image before you hear the hooter. But let's just see here. this result isn't official just yet. They haven't banked this one. So I have a feeling that Cooper Davies might have had an absolute shocker here.
Oh, no.
Have a look at what happened. So he gets up, he's up, then the hooter sounds. Cooper tries to block him, and we've seen it happen before. We saw it happen. We saw it happen to Sebastian Zietz at Trestles with Michelle Perez, and we've just seen it happen to Cooper Davies, who was desperate for a big result here. He was in 15th position, and he is scratching his head.
heavy.
He's been gifted, well, certainly punished, an interference here, priority interference. He's going to lose that score.
Oh, no.
And he's going to be pretty confused here. But it's not paying attention to the details there, and he's actually been knocked out of the event. It's a heartbreaking moment. He's trying to process what's going down here, but Joe Azuchi is in second spot now. Sheldon Simkus, he's going to get the victory.
That is heavy.
When I
never
heard
knew
that
rule.
hooter sound, I was like,
yeah, you
oh
were
no.
onto it. I never knew that rule.
Yeah,
But I get what you're saying.
We've seen it happen a couple of times.
Yeah.
He'll go up to the judges, and
you can't
he's actually going to see it. It was
good on him. He signed autographs. He's not.
It was clear as day
Yeah,
to me, but
it was to you. I had no clue.
Oh, it's look,
That's heartbreaking.
mate. His
Look,
guts
he's
to be
running
twisted
up
right
there.
now because, as I said, he had a shot and he did everything he needed to do.
Yeah, in that heat. Yeah.
He didn't even need to catch that wave.
No, because he wasn't going to get a better score. So that's the price you pay for doing it, really, because there's no chance he was going to better his score.
It's it's a real shame. There wasn't the points in that wave for Joe Azuchi.
No.
And he's heading up to have a chat to the judges, and he'll get the rule explained to him. And it's not going to be an easy mistake to digest because he did get himself through that heat on the scorecard, but it's an error with priority that's going to cost him here. We're going to take a quick break. You're watching the Burton Automotive Pro. One more heat to round out the round of 32, and then we'll have our top 16 for this event established.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Welcome back to the show. This is the last heat of the day. We're going to establish the final 16 surfers who will contest the Burton Automotive Pro and go after the
before
win.
the quarterfinals.
Oh, they're going to be intense. And, well, we've seen a lot of big heats unfold. We've seen close heats. We just saw a really heartbreaking moment for Cooper Davies. But we've got the last heat of the round. Marlon Harrison, who's well positioned towards the top end of the QS ranks, up against Asia's number one on their regional qualifiers, Indonesian Ketut Agus, who has actually dropped an 8.17. He's regarded as one of the most deadly surfers in the draw by all the QS campaigners and even those on the Challenger Series. Hiroto Ohara, who's won one of the biggest qualifying events in the world, the US Open. He won that title a number of years back. He's searching for a place
That him who did
at
the
the top
classic
end of
interview?
the... Oh, yeah, exactly. Just wanted to buy some cars.
Yeah.
And he can go up to Burton Automotive and get himself a car maybe if he gets a victory here.
Exactly.
But Hiroto's out there in the white, and Morgan Siblick, the hometown hero, the guy that contested a world title just a couple of seasons ago over there at the WSL finals. He's out there in the green, and Morgan, he's going to be on the Challenger Series already, but he'll put in an inspired performance now. He's going to have an opportunity. We are going to have a new winner at the Burton Automotive this year because Jackson Baker's out of the mix and no one else in the comps had a victory. So this is going to be fun. Bring it on, Hoy.
Yeah, bring it on.
Who's going to get it?
What I'm looking at so far, I reckon the best 7 I've seen. Reef Hazelwood's looking good. He's flying around. Who else? I haven't watched all the heats.
Just some of the favourites.
Yeah, just all the favourites. I'll just name every favourite.
Yeah. I mean, one guy that's looking pretty sharp at the moment.
Sheldon looked good.
Let's have a chat to him. Yeah. Sheldon Simkus, the dream, still alive. But, I mean, the boys kind of stole the story from you at the end of that heat. That was a heartbreaking moment for Cooper Davies.
Yeah, that was that was wild. I'm pretty sure I was there when Seabass did that in Trestles about 6 years ago or 7 years ago. And I was like second priority, and I looked over the edge. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be a part of this little party they got going on. And yeah, unfortunately for Cooper, that was a pretty bad way to lose. Kind of sucks. Probably, yeah, it sucks.
Heartbreaking. But for you, mate, obviously your spirits are running pretty high at the moment. We know that you've got a big task ahead of you, and there is still a lot of surfers left in the mix above you on the ratings. So it's getting tougher every round. But we were saying, chatting with Beck Woods earlier, and she said, you know what, I think I'd rather just have to go for a win than maybe make, the round of 16 or make quarters, because at least you just know what you have to do. It's very clear to you.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I'm not really looking at rankings or anything. Like, I feel like the position I'm in, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to surf. I want to surf at Snapper. That's pretty much my goal. So if I get to surf at Snapper, then we'll see where we go from there. But this event, it's going to be all about, I don't know, putting a few waves together and trying to get... I haven't got to the pointy end of, I don't think, any comps this year. Maybe one in the little 1,000. But I just want to surf good in the Roushie and see where that takes me, I guess.
Felt like that was one of your cleaner performances in the event so far. What do you think?
Nah, I disagree. I think I was pretty all over the shop out there, especially for the first 12 minutes. I was like, oh God, I'm going to lose one of these like crappy heats. I feel like that's not my conditions. Like, I don't like that at all.
That's no one's conditions, mate, but everyone's surfing in it. You did manage to, you definitely won the wave count contest.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah.
You were busy, and you were working hard for points on every single one of those rides. You kind of were turning in threes all the time, so it wasn't like you weren't extracting the majority of points out of those rides.
Yeah, I might have had the most 3-point rides today, so I'm pretty stoked on that. But I mean, I feel like I've been training a little more in the last 12 months, but even surfing that and catching that many waves, I was gassed. It was like 10 minutes ago, I was like, oh God, I got to catch my breath. And then I think by the time I caught my breath, I finally got a good wave better than a 3.
Yeah, I love that one combo, though, that you put together. It was a medium-sized ride. Your timing was spot on. When you take off on a little right like that, do you just sort of put yourself on a short section of the wall at Snapper Rocks and read it like it's a mini point break? Because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, to be honest, kind of blanked out on a few of those sort of rights and managed to just tag in the right spot. I feel like when it's small like this, if you can time it well, you time it well and it's a score.
What's your go-to piece of equipment in conditions like this when you really need something that floats beautifully across the flatter sections?
Yeah, you know what? It was a week ago today. I had this magic little epoxy, and when I got knocked out down in Avoca, I went surfing and I broke it. And I was like, oh God, hopefully it's there's waves at Newcastle, and I would have ridden it today, but I'm not going to cry over that. I got good boards, and I was on a little 3DV. It's a Darren Hanley, and it went fast. It timed well, and yeah, we get to move through to another day.
The round of 16, it's that one step off the quarters. Obviously the anxiety levels are raising. The hunger levels are rising for all the competitors as well. There's so much on the line here. But Sheldon, you just seem like you're taking it all in your stride. You feeling good about this one, mate?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not really too worried about rankings or I don't know where I finish up or whatever. I'm just here for these next 2 days, and I'm just going to try and surf well and hopefully take a bit of silverware home. That'd be nice.
Oh, all the best, mate. And it's one of the most prized trophies that you can chase down, definitely on the QS schedule, maybe worldwide. This is one of the most prestigious events. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to win the comp and take home that golf simulator. It looks pretty good. So I wonder if that's some sort of prize you can take home.
That could work out well for you, mate.
Well, I ask people.
Congratulations on the heat win, Sheldon, and best of luck in the rest of the event.
Perfect. Thank you, lads. See ya.
Yeah,
Good interview. Good
you know, like
positive interview.
sometimes I feel like people like they're telling you that they're not too worried about the results or the rankings, but that felt pretty genuine.
Yeah.
I think
sure.
Sheldon actually probably in his head is going, you know what, you haven't done enough. Already, and even with a victory, you might not get there. So you may as well just focus on your surfing and doing some good turns, and that's what he did in that last heat. And you know, I think strategy-wise, even though he didn't agree with me,
He said that.
even though he didn't
Straight
agree with
away.
me, I think he went out there with the right intention, and
for sure,
just kept everyone second guessing. You know, look, he's at it again, he's off again, and do I hold priority? And kind of pulling the
And
trigger
then
and
he'd get a
taking
score
waves
in
that they didn't want.
Yeah.
But they were just trying to get busy as well.
Yeah, for sure.
But he had the 2 numbers early. That's what worked in his favour.
And he was getting scores in, but like he had that's what he said. He had a couple of threes off at the start, a few threes, then got his score. So they'll be all looking and going, "Whoa, what's he doing in here?" Without priority too. So
All right,
it's always
boy.
a good thing.
Let's have a look at what's unfolding here in the lineup, because the Balinese super talent Ketut Agus, who
I want to see that replay of the 8.17. Have we got it, boys?
yeah, whether
We
he's
haven't
on
seen it.
whether he's on the backhand, this guy, or
He
on the
would've got it.
forehand, he can pivot on an absolute dime, Ketut Agus. And when he gets there, it's not like he just brings the board down from that vertical position. He powers through those turns, Hoy, and just an absolute live wire. Here he is. This is it. Wow, a few nice hits there. Just how so explosive off those little berms there. There's not really much in that wave towards the end there. It's sort of like small wave surfing, but if you can produce a big fan like that, all of a sudden the judges are going, hey, major turn, major turn.
Mate, exactly.
So, 8.17.
That's a huge start to that heat. That was first minute of the heat too. What a start.
Yeah, just sprinkled fresh chili all over each of those turns. Ketut Agus.
What's that stuff called in Bali?
Ketchup Manis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the sunball.
Yeah, sunball, that's it.
Yeah, he's
spicy.
He's looking to get away from that
looking
3
sunball.
Yeah, hati. Very
Sing
very
can.
dangerous. But Ketut Agus on a tear out here at the moment. Number 1 on the Asian ratings, and I don't see anyone overtaking him. Just a real danger man. Hiroto Ohara, he's also going to have to overcome Joe Azuki, who just got through that last heat. So he's got some work to do,
Luckily.
Hiroto. Yeah, he was really lucky.
But
He
he
only
surfed
got
pretty
through
good,
because
just
there was
didn't-
an interference. I don't think he was even aware of
No,
what was unfolding
I don't
at the
think
end of
so
that last
either.
one, because he wasn't appealing.
Nah.
So what a gift.
Gift.
But yeah, this is a big one for Marlon Harrison. Looking at his position, 9th on the QS rankings at the moment. There's been a couple of people fall out of the mix above him. So he can make a move.
9th, he's in the prime position, isn't he? But he's got to get through these heats. These are the clutch heats for the guys in that position, for sure.
And massive points jumps from here
Yeah,
on
to
in.
the
I
quarters.
mean, especially out of that round of 32 to the round of 16 is huge. You know, you basically double your points, almost double your points. If you get knocked out in the round of 32, you're looking at an equal 17th. That's 800 points if you're in that 3rd position. And the worst you can do in the next round is 1,500. So it's a massive points jump.
Isn't it?
And for someone like Marlon Harrison, a really important heat to survive.
Well, it was nearly winning a 1,000.
Better than winning a 1,000.
Is it 1,000 points for winning?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, right. So that they don't really count, really, do they?
Bit of a slow start here for Morgan. Hoy definitely has the surfing to turn it around, but
Oh, that was those 3 little whips on a 1-foot wave.
Hiroto.
That was crazy. Just whipping it up there. He's probably not going to get that much of a score, but that was impressive.
Yeah,
Morgan's fallen on a couple too.
Yeah, he's pushed hard on the end section. He's wanted to kind of get those keeper scores in the early stages and hasn't converted.
Fallen on 2. One I saw in that interview, and he just pushed too hard on the second turn. He got a bit stuck on the first one and then pushed hard on the next one and just spun out.
Sorry, mate.
Go.
World title contention. Luke Egan, the last Newey surfer prior to Morgan getting into that final 5 year before last to surf for a world title.
Yep.
That's a big break.
It's a huge break.
But, man, there's been plenty of contenders. MR, obviously, 4 world titles, but... Yeah,
and then it was only really Luke that was contending between all of us.
Yeah,
After we all left when he was by himself too, it was pretty funny.
You contended event wins. You've wrestled a couple of event wins away from the tour, but...
Yeah, but I was never in contention to win a world title.
But Merryweather's always had amazing surfers. The Board Riders Club's got a rich history of producing winners and great surfers, but wind the clock back. I mean, what inspired it, even prior to MR coming on the scene? Who were some of the local legends that we should celebrate?
Nicky Woods' dad, Robbie. Jimmy Newburn. There's a list of... But Robbie's like a local legend here for sure. Didn't start the Board Club, but had a lot to do with the Board Club for years and years. Yeah, Jimmy Newburn, I could rattle the list off, but yeah. Peter Tomo. Yeah, good. They've always been good surfers for me. Even the guys that you've probably never heard of, there was always the level of surfing at Merryweather's always been high.
And I remember when yourself and Luke, Simon Law, who used to come over and compete in the club rounds and whatnot, when you guys were on tour, there was also this brigade of younger guys, super talented guys like Edsa and Robbo and.
The Arkman didn't surf much for our club.
No, he didn't surf much for the club, but I just remember seeing him surf in this area. And
Bo used to come down for the club comps, and then we had Marcus Brabant coming down Bo Emerton, and then Shane Powell used to surf in our events and in the team's titles. So we had a good pedigree of surf, like a lot of good surfers.
Massive stable.
Yeah.
And it's still the case today. And what I've seen in this qualifying series event is there is another generation coming through. And there's a lot on the women's side as well, which is fantastic to see.
We missed a couple, like a generation a bit. But, yeah, they're coming back, that's for sure. And they're all hungry.
Here goes Katut looking to back up that excellent score from earlier on. Just an absolute hammer on the backhand. Had a good showing down there at the Sydney Surf Pro in the Challenger Series last year, and he's gonna be a force, I think, on the Challenger Series this year.
For sure.
Yeah, he had some great rides too at Snapper Rocks. So a real star in the making here. Let's see what he puts up for that last ride. He's going to extend his lead, you'd think.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to go way out in front.
5-point ride for that
perfect.
last one. Marlon Harrison in second spot. Now, he had a big breakthrough win in a QS 5000 in that Asian region last year and got to keep those points at NIAS in pumping waves.
So if the Aussies go in their comps, they get to keep him as well?
Yep.
Still this year?
Yep. He's hanging on to that. That's what's got him well situated to make a run here at the top 7, Marlon Harrison.
Wow, that's a bit different than surfing 2-foot Merryweather, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a great event.
Yeah, it looked mad.
Well, here we go in the red there, Marlon. He's trying to lock up this spot. He hasn't been able to get into the 4-point range yet. Katut Agus is just having it all his own way. Bit of flair there. Can afford to push it now with a couple of decent scores. Loading up for more. There's that vertical punch, but not really enough energy in that wave to ride on out. As we see Hiroto.
Well, that might have been a good wave. That was his second turn on that wave, I reckon.
Yeah, speared through that lip on the final section. Mean backhands on show out here at the moment. All 4 of these competitors have dynamic backhand hits. A lot of power.
I think Morgan got a wave there too, but I don't know what that's going to be like. How good would that be, surfing NIAS in a contest with 3 other people? Hey, that's a dream, isn't it? And then getting points when you come back and surfing waves like this.
You didn't catch any of the highlights of that event?
Oh, yeah, I saw a couple of waves, yeah. Looked like it was firing.
Yeah, Marlon just was on an absolute tear through that contest.
That little tour there sounds like a fun tour. Some
Yeah,
sick waves.
it's building too. You know, that whole talent pool is getting a lot deeper over there through Indonesia, throughout Asia actually. And I can just sense a big push happening, and maybe a few more events on the schedule at world-class locations next year. I think we can look forward to some exciting announcements, and hopefully we get a CT back over there in Indonesia. That'd be fun.
Oh, they've got to. It's too big a surf scene not to get one over there.
Well, 5.5 minutes remaining here, and let's have a look at the replay here for Marlon. Just that wave flattened out a little bit, and he opted out of it, but Katut threw a bit of flare our way.
Yeah,
a little flat, that reverse. And didn't quite finish this one off, Hoy, so it didn't go into his top two, just the 3.57.
Just get stuck at the top on that last one. This is the one. Did he get a couple of one turn? Yeah, he did too.
How classy was the bottom turn after the setup hit?
That was good.
Got nice and low, hung on the rail for a while there. And I think Hiroto's got a score on the way.
Yeah, he's got a score on the way. It's going to be a good one too, I reckon. Maybe the best wave of the heat, besides the 8.
Yeah, he needs a 3.99.
Second best wave, I should have said, shouldn't I? No one's going to... He's going to get that, 100%.
Yeah, Marlon's, on thin ice here at the moment. He's got his aspirations of cracking the top 7 on the line. And he's got to kind of get a move on. He's got to dump one of these threes.
He definitely needs to dump one of those threes because he's going to get a good score. Still waiting on Morgan's wave too. I think he fell again too, Morgan.
Yeah, but he did a bit of damage before he
no,
fell.
He didn't. He didn't fall. This is a good wave for Morgan. Morgan's back. I didn't even see it, did you?
617 for the Morgborg. 617, and now we're just waiting to see. I still feel like Hiroto's.
Oh, okay, here it is.
Let's have a look at it.
Oh, there it is, Morgan, for this one turn. Boom.
Oh, it was strong. It was really strong. He ditched the fins, threw everything at it.
And they rewarded him for that. Wow, 6.17. That's a huge score for that turn.
Yeah, just waiting for Hiroto Ohara's score to drop, though. He only needs a 5.01 to get back ahead of Morgan.
I did love it. It is the second best wave of the heat. 7.73.
Well, here comes Morgan now. He's got to respond. He's after a 5.34 out of this one. Good surfing. It's a smaller wave, though. So we'll have to wait and see if it's enough to get him back in the second spot. Hoy's shaking his head.
I don't think it is. After that wave of Hiroto's, that was good. That's a huge score. We got an 8.5 in there.
Well, there's these medium-sized set waves where you don't have a lot of room and you've got to pivot kind of quickly to get up into that lip. And then there's the one that Hiroto had, and Morgan's kind of on that pivot mission here at the moment. It's great small wave surfing, but if you cast your mind back to Hiroto's wave, he had space to open up, to drive that bottom turn into that final manoeuvre. And I think that's where the judges are seeing the difference.
And they were 2 big turns on a nice, clean wave.
So Morgan falling short there. It came through at a 4.6. So still after the 5.34. 2.5 minutes to go for Morgan. He's on the Challenger Series already. What he wants here is a Surfest title and another Novocastrian win. Katut Agus, though, he's the man to beat. It's a solid lead. Hiroto's done pretty well to give himself a shot at the win in this heat, but he'd be happy to progress in second place. He just wants to stay alive in the draw.
Morgan's got his work cut out too, been in 4th priority.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to find it hard to even get a wave, I reckon.
Hiroto too.
All over him.
He's done some laps around the qualifying series.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a journeyman, so he's not going to give Morgan much space here. He's going to rob him of the opportunity with his priority. And Morgs is going to have to work hard.
Paddle up to the guy in blue, mate. Paddle up to a goose and just paddle around him.
This
Gets close.
This is the story, really, the battle for second spot, but we've got to pay some attention to Marlon Harrison, sitting in 9th place on the regional QS ranks here in Australia. Needs a 7.58. He's just found nothing out in this lineup, and he's been pretty stoic. He's kind of dropped anchor at this southern end of the bank, and his rivals have just been finding opportunity all over the place. Little
He's
air
had a
reverse
heat,
there,
hasn't he?
quick rotation. Look at
Where's
that,
he
that's
from
his-
in Bali? I mean,
I'm pretty sure that he's from the beaches. I'm pretty sure he's a Kuta boy.
Padma?
Yeah, Padma boy.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he is actually.
Yeah, I'd like to know that, boys. I should know.
But like all the surfers over there in Bali is they move around.
Yeah,
They-
yeah,
they
they
shut-
surf.
but especially these guys now. I think with Rio Waida getting onto the CT, he's a good friend of Katut's. I think they're sharpening their weapons on the Bukit, getting up on the lefts there, and then heading over to Karamas and working on their forehands. Morgan looking dejected there. 30 seconds to go. Marlon Harrison needs a 7.58 to keep his dreams of cracking that top 7 alive, and it just doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of energy pulsing our way at the moment, Hoy.
Looks flat. Nothing coming through at all by the look of that.
Oh, it's just
He's
that...
had one of those heats, hasn't he?
When you're at this stage of the schedule, you're going to see heartbreaking moments like this. And this one's going to come to a close, and Marlon's not going to get the shot at that near excellent ride. And Hiroto Ahara and Katut Agus, the two surfers from that Asian region, are showing us that they're not here to make up the numbers. No. They're going for big results as well.
And ripping doing it.
And I'd say that Katut has already firmed up his spot in the #1 position on those Asian rankings.
He's in.
He's got a solid tally of points already. He's collecting more with every heat win. And he is powering on through to the round of 16. So well done to Katut. Hiroto Ahara, he came into this event in 23rd position on the Asian rankings. He's already jumped up into 18th spot. There's room to move at the top end.
Is there?
Yeah, he can make a big charge here.
Well, like you said, the points go up so much after that round. So
at a QS 5000, obviously, there's the opportunity to really chase them down. The boys are stoked.
yeah, and that imagine coming over and just beating the local boys. Like, it's a pretty big thing.
Yeah, and they're not just any local guys. You've got the
No.
#9 on the QS ranks who actually stole some points from that Asian region with a victory at Nias, and
Yep.
Morgan Siblick has been to the CT before. So
Yeah, not
big
just-
confidence-building victories.
For sure. Not scared at all, the boys. It's good to see.
We'll
Taking
try and
down
get a
big
chat
names.
with Katut in just a moment. But, yeah, Morgan will be disappointed. He really did want to get the victory here, and with Jackson out of the way, it was looking like a relatively clear run for one of the most experienced surfers in the mix.
I think that's it for the Novocastrians as well.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, you'll make the finals.
Yeah, hopefully.
In the booth.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's been a solid performance from you
Depends
so
how
far,
I
Hoy.
depends how I get judged.
Let's have a look at the live rankings here for
Oh, yeah,
those
okay.
Asian competitors. And as you can see, Hiroto not on this page. So having a look at the top 10 there. But Katut Agus well and truly out in front. And it's Joe Azuchi. Have a look at him. He's really closing the gap now. And he's going to have an opportunity to climb into that top 5 when he surfs in the round of 16. He'll be desperately trying to crack those quarterfinals. And
Tenchi too,
as we
still
said,
in.
have a look at the numbers though for at the top end there. With a win, Hiroto Ahara can get himself up into that top 5 picture.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch as we see Katut making his way up the stairs here. This guy's classic, always beaming, big smile on his face. Looking forward to having a chat. But yeah, Hoya, it's been a day that's, served us up some really thrilling moments, and obviously we've seen the elation for some competitors. For some, it's also been heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking for a few of them. Crazy. Especially like with the interference calls and just watching your season, all the work you've put in before the season starts, and then just watch it slide away in front of you. It's not a nice feeling.
There's the Aussie rankings updated live, and big movers today, or solid performers. Reef Hazelwood, Alistair Reginato, Billy Stem, Mike Madonna, Kiyu Butler, all still alive in the mix. Solly Bailey though. Oh, Kiyu's out, excuse me. Kiyu's out, so nervous for him. Nervous for Solly Bailey. Mikey Clayton Brown, the local boy, he's already fallen out of that qualifying position.
He was unlucky.
But look at Marlon too, Xavier Huxtable. Those guys are going to, be having to wait till the QS rolls around once again to have another crack at it.
So I feel we've got a chance to win it too. This is a good thing to win, I think. You get a better seed, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Solid seeds for sure, but they won't be thinking about that at the moment.
No.
They've got to digest this difficult situation. But there's also a lot of surfers still powering and making their move off that first page of the live rankings. Surfers, that we saw compete earlier today. Joel Vaughan. It's going to be fun to watch this event play out.
But I mean, if they win those rankings, like so, Reef Hazelwood could go to the lead of that leaderboard by the end of the event. You get a better seeding in there.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
So that's a big thing too.
That's a big factor. Yeah. But I just don't think that
they're thinking like that. No.
Maybe Reef Hazelwood is feeling pretty good now at the top. Alistair Reginato probably the same. But those surfers toward the back end, they'd be stressing.
Yeah, they would be stressing.
All right. Well, let's check in with the winner of the last heat of the day. And it's great to chat to you again, Ketut. Hope you're going well. It looks like you're loving your time here at Newcastle.
Yeah, I really love this place. This is my second time here, but I had really good heat today. This is the great heat for me. In my heat was with the local guy, Morgan. He surfed really good, and also Hiroto, more experience depends me. I just start, so I was insane on that hit.
Ketut, some people have been progressing through with heat score totals around 8 points, but you managed to get yourself that big excellent score on your very first ride. That backhand weapon is so deadly. Where did you learn to surf on your backhand like that?
Actually, I learned from Rio Waida. He surfed really good on backhand, and I learned from his surfing at Manly, and he win that event. So I just impressed. I need to keep trying, keep learning on, I can surf. I was thinking I want to surf like Rio on backhand, so I just want to be like that, and that's happened today.
Yeah, Ketut, are you one of the Padma boys? Or not
yes,
really?
I was at the halfway Kuta rider.
Oh, halfway, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I didn't know. We were just trying to find that one out, mate. It's good surfing though, mate. Good on you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
Bali Bagus.
Bali. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Oh, we will. You too, mate. We can't wait to watch him surf in the round of 16 because I think, for me, he's my favourite for the event.
He's looking really good. And he's that Sark and Stoke and just that Balinese Stoke is so good.
The round of 16 is set for the men. It's also set for the women. No matter what unfolds from here, we're going to have very deserving champions. The surfing level has been extremely high. Matt Hoy, thanks for having me, mate.
No,
it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks for having me. I like it.
We're off to watch the Big Brother play tonight. Goon to Doom night at the Prince. But we'll be here bright and early. Don't worry about that. You can count on it. And we'll look to get competition back underway. Right now, though, we're going to leave you with some highlights. Enjoy.
Wrap my hands up tighter than the rap that he wrote, then let it float like a butterfly right to your throat. Think it's a joke till you tenderize. Beat you up so bad, your friends will ask which way did he go. Hard to recognize, sorta like the face of a ghost. I'm blazing your boat, don't think you gon' be staying afloat. The waves on the coast claiming you on your way to the ropes, so let's go. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I have to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I have to sing. I've been a champion for all of my life. As a young and golden medals, more than something I like. I would always look for challenges, the sorcerer's type. Always where the hazard is, left hook, so where the jabbing is. Brought up with the savages, I had to win. Thought about the war long before they brought the battle in. Hashtag warrior, what he channeling. Pick up the ball, then I'ma slam it in. What do you call what's really happening? Slapping with the bat in hand. Full house, now bring it back again. Oh, you lost, get back to hassling. Or hustling hard to get back to the front. Reach for the stars until the day you catching them up. But you ain't never gonna catch me, son. You can call me the immaculate one. Flip the track and you're done. was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques. Kings, 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques. Kings, 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears. Wait.
Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust. Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!